Hey everyone, welcome back to How to Train Your Gavin. Sitting on a bit of squeaky floorboard, and I've got a poor lady living downstairs. I'm insane for thinking I can do this. I'm insane. Why am I doing this again? Like, this isn't even the first time I've attempted something like this. The first time should have put me off. It's 2:17 a.m. and I'm drinking a cup of tea. It's New Year's Day now. Happy New Year. Hope 2022 treats all of us well. 2022 is the year of nostalgia for me. I'm turning 30 in May and I've been revisiting things that I'm very nostalgic towards. Well, I don't even need to actually mention this, to be honest. Oh, it's still very hot. Right, I should probably stop stalling because this is going to be a very long video. I recently did a reading all 62 original Goosebumps books in 1 month vlog. That turned out to be 3.5 hours long, but it was really fun and it kind of is a bit of a gateway into me reading more series I'm nostalgic towards, and Animorphs is one of them. I did put a poll out on my community page on YouTube, so don't forget to subscribe while you are here. In my community page, I put up a poll couple of months back now, I think, it might have been about a month ago, where I asked which series I should do next. Should I do Goosebumps Series 2000 and continue the Goosebumps series, or should I do Animorphs? And Animorphs won. So I'm doing Animorphs in January. I will be doing the Goosebumps Series 2000 in March. I just want to see which one I would do first. And Animorphs is what I'm starting the new year with. Can I think of anything better? No, I can't. So if you want to check out that Goosebumps vlog to kind of see what this kind of video will entail, then I will link it down below. But essentially, I am planning on reading all 54 Animorphs books in this video. So that's not including the side stories. I know there are other ones. I think there is Metamorphs as well. I think there was like a little kind of side hustle that K.A. Applegate did to be companions to the series. So that could potentially be 64 books. I don't think I'm going to commit to that. I think I'm just going to do the original 54. Is that what I said? 54, 52, 54? 54 books in the Animorphs series, the main series, okay? So if you're wondering where the other ones are, I just don't think I can be arsed. I might do another vlog later down the line reading the 10 side stories. I don't know, we'll see how it feels. It depends on how this vlog goes, to be honest, because from my memory with Animorphs, all I can remember, well, 1 is the TV show, 2, the fact that the covers for the books are a little bit traumatizing. I only own a couple of them physically. I found them in a charity shop a couple of months back now. So I only have 2 physically, and that is The Suspicion, which is number 24, and The Test, which is number 43. You're probably thinking, well, how the fuck are you going to read it? I have them all on the Kindle, and I am ready and raring to go. I mean, it is 2:17 a.m. Why did I delay starting this update? Why? I should be going to bed like an hour ago. I ended up watching Encanto instead to ring in the new year. Honestly, it was so good. I loved it. Anyway, that's not what this video is about. This video is about Animorphs. So Animorphs, if you do not know, is it started out as a book series that ran from 1996 to 2001. And it was written by, Catherine Applegate and her husband. And there were some ghostwriters as well, I believe, in some of the later books. I can't attribute all of them to, Mrs. Catherine Applegate. I can't, she didn't write them all. But the names on all of the books are K.A. Applegate. So that's just what I'm going to go off on. Still too hot. So yeah, I can only really remember the TV show. I don't think I've ever read the books, or if I have, blocked it out from memory, most likely. But one of the things I remembered so vividly from the TV show, which I definitely know I've seen before, what I remember from that so vividly is when they turned into animals. And that is like the main kind of story of Animorphs, the fact that these 5 main characters, when they touch an animal, they kind of copy their DNA or whatever, they soak it all in and turn into an animal. Which just based off on that alone, it doesn't sound like much. But there is a bigger plot as well. There is a kind of a species, or like an alien species. And I'm going to explain this better once I've started reading the books, okay? So this is just going to be me butchering up what I think this series is about. So it's about a parasite thing that goes into the brain and like takes over the body. So that's what these 5 main characters, these 5 kids, teenagers I think, are fighting against. I ended up watching the first 2 episodes on YouTube before. Wow. Oh, I mean, the special effects, the quality and everything, it hasn't stood the test of time. But I was so intrigued. Like, I couldn't really remember a lot of the storylines or anything like that. But I was just so intrigued by it. I was like, Okay, I'm very weirdly interested. Not the best of acting, definitely not great special effects, but I'm just so like engrossed. The more I think about it, the more I'm a little bit concerned about what this series is going to end up being, quite honestly. And that makes me more excited to read it. I didn't have the best of time reading the Goosebumps books. I mean, they were my childhood. I thought revisiting them as an adult would fill me with childish joy. It did the exact opposite, unfortunately. But what I'm hoping with Animorphs is that it just surprises me. I really want it to surprise me. I want it to be better than Goosebumps, 100%. I've had a lot of people actually say in the comments, and hi to you guys if you're watching, how much they've enjoyed Animorphs even as an adult, and the fact that they still, tackle bigger problems, real issues and things like that, in that they're still like quite well written, especially for its time. All of this feedback I've been getting has made me a bit more excited every single time. So I just know I'm going to enjoy. I mean, even if I don't find them great, I might still find them entertaining. That's my hope. That's my prediction. And yeah, I really hope I'm not disappointed. I mean, they're short enough. They are short enough. They're pretty much the size of a Goosebumps book. A bit longer than a Goosebumps book. So I still think I should be okay with it. There are 8 less Animorphs books than Goosebumps books. And I still managed 62 Goosebumps books in 1 month. I should be fine with a 54, right? I should be fine, right? It should be okay, right? This will be entirely spoiler filled. I am going to be giving you every single thought I have on every single book. Just like what I did with the Goosebumps vlog, I have a section dedicated to each book, and I talk in depth about each book. And I might not go too in depth so that I can, talk about the next book and not have this vlog also be 3.5 hours long, but I still want to at least like address main plot lines. I want to say what I'm loving about it, what I'm hating about it, and things like that. I do want a disclaimer as well. Maybe the whole Goosebumps fandom is totally different to the Animorphs fandom. I don't know. Again, this is all my opinion, and my opinion usually doesn't count for anything. But if you just want an entertaining time, just hearing a newbie's thoughts on Animorphs in 2022, somebody who only ever, I think, watched the TV show, who knows? Maybe reading these books, I might get flashbacks to reading them. I don't know. We'll see what happens during this vlog. I'm excited to find out because I'm heading towards 30 and I'm having a bit of an existential crisis right now. So what better way to, stop this train heading towards 30 than revisiting my childhood, right? Am I doing the right thing in 2022? Do I need a therapist? Let me know. Animorphs is my new therapist. I'm going to take my tea into the living room, start the first book. I wasn't going to sleep anyway. It's fine. All timestamps will be in the description box too for all of the books. Let's just dive in. Let's begin. I'd be like, oh my gosh. If I say I'm excited for this one more time, I'm going to morph myself into a pile of shit, which isn't an animal, but still. Here we go. 6 p.m. on New Year's Day, and I've only read 1 book so far. I am failing this already. I've only just finished the first book. It's so weird. It's so weird, so bizarre, but it's kind of blowing my tits off. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of enjoying it. There's just so much that happens in the first book. I'm rather amazed by the amount of things that happen in the first book. It's almost a little bit too much. Like, I don't want to be negative. I'm not being negative. I did enjoy the book. I think I'm going to give the first book 4 stars. I'm going to give it 4 stars. It is quite iconic. I was thoroughly entertained, but I think it just did a little bit too much. So I'm going to try and summarize each book as well as give you all my thoughts on them. I did that with my Goosebumps video. I think it worked pretty well. Yeah, with the first book, so we had 5 kids. There was Jake, Cassie, Tobias, Marco, and Rachel. Oh my god, I remembered all the names. I'm terrible with character names. Honestly, I'm the worst. They are a random group of friends. Tobias has just like kind of moved to the town. He's the new kid. He's bullied quite a lot. They're at the mall and they are going through this construction thing. Now I can remember the names, but I can't remember what the fuck happened. They go through this construction thing, it's a shortcut on the way home. They see something in the sky and it crash lands and it's an alien. The alien that's come down is an Andalite. It's like part of a alien species that's trying to save humanity. And he's the only one that is going to be there for like the next year or whatever. So I thought that was pretty good because that meant that the stakes already in this world are quite high, because if they're here to save humanity and they're like, the rest of them are like a year away and this Andalite is dying, then yes, these kids that have just come across him are humanity's only hope. That's why he tells these 5 kids, the 5 main characters, who are a little bit like, wait, what? But also like, oh, okay. And then also like, oh, I'm terrified, but also, okay. Like, there's just so many mixed emotions from these kids. I couldn't quite grasp it. These kids, they do seem to change their personality a little bit too much in the book, or at least like how they feel about things. They'll say one thing and then in the next chapter they're acting a totally different way, and I'm just like, I know the teenagers and sometimes it can be confused in time, but come on. So yes, this Andalite, he tells them that there is like the Yerks, which sounds like jerks. They're kind of like the evil aliens that are trying to take over humanity. There are these slug-like parasites that go into people's brains and takes over their body and makes them into slaves. But that was another really nice touch as well, because you can't tell who is being controlled. You can't tell who is a controller. You know what? The stakes in this are getting higher and higher. Like, I don't know where it's going to stop. Because then we have these kids end up being tasked with kind of saving the world. Just out of nowhere, just on a random night, they've been at the mall, they've just been playing some video games, and now the fate of humanity is on their shoulders. I love kind of stories like that though. It's almost ridiculous, but in a way I'm just so intrigued. I'm so intrigued. I'm just like, oh, if this could happen to them, it could happen to me. There was a lot of explaining through dialogue, and I think one of the things I don't really like about the first Animorphs book that I read is that the dialogue isn't great. It's clunky. There's a lot of exposition in dialogue, and sometimes with the kids as well, this is all brand new to them. They don't know what the fuck's going on. But then they have moments where they just seem to know instantly, which might be some kind of alien magic that, you know, the Andalite, I'm struggling to keep up with the terminology, to be honest. Yeah, Andalite. The Andalite might have magicked explanations into their brains and stuff, because they also have this like telepathic connection with each other when they morph. And also, oh, I haven't explained yet. Oh my god, like I can't explain the series. These kids, they get these powers from this Andalite, and these powers are what's going to save humanity. So these powers they get the ability to morph into animals. They touch an animal, gives them their DNA, and they morph into whatever animal they touch, essentially. So I briefly mentioned that in my very first update in the introduction, because that's what I knew it was about. But like now I'm understanding more about the world and everything that's going on ish. It's a lot to process. Like I felt like because so much happened in this first book, it felt like so much information was hurled at me that I'm struggling to soak it all in. I felt like this book could have done better if it had just slowed down a little bit and maybe had a bit more time fleshing out the world building. Like what we have in this is a lot of action, which is great. I love action, but it forced the main characters into these situations that they should not have been handling this early in the game. Like well, 1 minute they're saying, oh, we're going to fight for the world, we're going to do this, and then the next minute they're terrified, they're scared, they're thinking rationally. They are thinking rationally, but then it's all like, oh, we're going to do it, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and then they go headfirst into this plan and go right into the main crux of it all and just like try and save everyone right there and there. It was so much too soon. But it was exciting. It was interesting. I kept wanting to read more. It was good. I wish it had slowed down. I really do. Shall we talk about characters then? This POV was from Jake's point of view. I know that each book is from a different POV, and I think the second book, the one I'm going to be reading next, is Rachel's. So in this one we had Jake. He is essentially the main character. There's 5 main characters, but he's the main character. So he's kind of like a leader to everyone. He's probably the most erratic of them all, because we are in his head and we get his thoughts a lot, and there are moments where he's ready for it, there's moments where he isn't, and he just changes his mind so much, and there are times when he's like, I can't explain what's going on, I can't explain what's in my head and stuff, and that's fine. There's a lot being loaded on you, mate. Like there's a lot being loaded on me too, but I just think if things had slowed down, we could have, you know, benefited from focusing on Jake's emotions, his feelings, what he's going through, instead of getting these very conflicting messages from him. In almost every chapter, he goes back and forth, and the other characters do it too, and I'm just like, God, what am I supposed to think? And Jake, he is a little bit weird. Like, so Rachel is his cousin, right? I screenshot this because I was like, what? So he says, we were heading for the exit when I spotted Rachel and Cassie. Rachel is kind of pretty, I guess. I mean, okay, she's very pretty. Although she is my cousin. I don't really think about her that way. Why say it then? Why make that so awkward? And I know he's a young teen, and sometimes teens don't have the best way of saying things. But I'm just like, he's thinking this. He's thinking his cousin's very pretty, which is fine. But it's the way he kind of fixated on Rachel's prettiness, and then he's like, oh, she's my cousin. I'm just like, could you not have just said, Rachel's pretty, she's my cousin? Why have to be like, okay, she's very pretty? I'm just like, can we just stop? So there are other times when Jake is very awkward, which I guess is fine. Again, he's a teen. I find him a bit odd. Rachel is fine. She hasn't really been developed that much yet, but I'm interested to see what the next book is like with her as the main POV character. Cassie seems to be taking on everything quite quickly. She's very quick to learn. She's already learned how to morph with the claws. Apparently, in the books, when they morph, they can't bring the claws with them, which I guess makes sense. But in the TV show they did, which I guess is also good because you couldn't really have naked teens on camera. And in the books, when they morph, they're naked when they come back. And that is very awkward. Like, I'm hoping they sort that out. Cassie has managed to find a way of having her aerobics outfit or something like that morph with her so that she isn't naked when she comes back, which is great. Hopefully they'll all learn that. But I'm also a bit like, Cassie, like, you're very quick at learning all of this. Like, why? Like, we aren't getting this process from you. Like, she was instantly amazing at everything. And I'm just thinking, okay, again, this is all brand new to her. Like, what? Are we going to find out if this is important or not? Marco was fine. I found him a bit odd as well. Like, there were times when he was very concerned about being killed because his dad is a widow and he lost his mum years before. So, like, he's like, well, if I die, then my dad will die as well and stuff like that. And then another moment, he's just like, happy-go-lucky and he wants to, you know, kill the aliens. Like, I don't think there's a really good transition between Marco's thought process of being concerned about his welfare and the fact that this is too big for these kids and that they could die, to, okay, let's tackle them right here, right now. We have no training, let's just do it. This is where I found it so jaunty because I needed this to slow down so that we could develop those characters, and it almost felt like It almost felt like Catherine Applegate wanted us to care about the characters from the beginning. So she gave us a lot of exposition in the dialogue. She gave us a lot of things threw a lot of things at us for us to care about them with. But I don't care about anyone yet. I will say Tobias is the most interesting so far. I find him a little bit odd, but in a good way. He's definitely different from the other characters. And he keeps like transforming into a hawk, and that's his go-to. At the end of this book, I kind of predicted this early on, but he doesn't want to morph back. But he does anyway, but he doesn't want to. He's too free as a hawk. He's too free when he's transformed. And then at the end of the book, turns out he was a hawk for too long, because if you're morphed into an animal for more than 2 hours, you will be stuck as that animal forever. So that's exactly what Tobias has done. He was a hawk for too long, and now he's stuck as a hawk. And again, like, this happened in the first book. I'm like, could we have just like had more of a focus on the kids learning and adapting to these powers, rather than having all of these events happen, which they are just not prepared for at all. But it happens anyway. It's all thrown at you. But yes, Tobias, he's now changed forever. I genuinely thought that would happen maybe at the end of the series. Maybe like as a way of ending the series, he would decide that he wanted to be an animal forever, so he would end up staying as a hawk for more than 2 hours, and then boom, he's a hawk forever. I genuinely thought that was going to happen at the end of the series. But it ended up happening at the end of the first book. In a way, it's exciting, because now I'm like, oh, well, what's going to happen next? But in another way, I'm just like, I really want to care about these characters, but I can't just yet because things are moving at a breakneck speed. Also, I'm not even smart enough for all of this. I'm not smart enough to get all this terminology and these different kind of things. We have the Yerks, again, who are the bad guys, which sound like jerks, so that makes sense. If that's even how you say it. I don't even know how you pronounce it, to be honest. It might not even be Yerks. It might be Yeeks? Yerks? Yerks is probably the way it's said. Writing wise, I said the dialogue wasn't great and I don't like the dialogue, but the descriptions of them morphing is quite visual and visceral as well. So I think K.A. Applegate did such a good job at describing that. It's a bit gross. Oh, there was a gross moment as well when Jake is transformed into a lizard and he chases after a spider and eats it, and he's like, oh, the spider was still alive as it was going down his throat. I'm just like, you dirty, dirty bitch. So there are times when the writing is genuinely pretty good, and then a character would open their mouth, and then that's when the writing would just go like... So I feel like good atmosphere, good writing outside of dialogue, so it's not terrible by any means. It does feel dated, but that's fine. I don't mind it. It's giving me nostalgia vibes from the 90s, and that's a good thing for me. Oh, there was this whole thing to do with the sharing. The police officer in town, or the one who, interacts with the characters, he is being controlled, and he says something about the sharing, which is like this group activity thing that happens. And then Jake's brother, Tom, he also mentions it, and he says, oh, you should come. And then it turns out that Tom is being controlled too, which was really exciting, actually. I was like, oh, okay, so Jake's own brother is being controlled. That's incredible. I love that. I mean, Jake doesn't react well when Marco points that out. For some reason, he starts beating on Marco and starts hitting him because he points out, oh, Tom's being controlled. And then, yeah, Jake just starts punching his best friend because of that. But yeah, there's also that whole storyline of the sharing and them trying to figure that out and to find these pools or something where the kind of transition thing happens where the slug-like parasites have to leave the host for a few days, I think it was, in order to get their nutrients and to refresh before going back into their human hosts. That's a whole thing as well. And so they were trying to find this pool thing where it happens. Turns out it's like under the school, but it's also under half the town. And there are loads of different entrances. It's very interesting. Like, it is exciting. The more I explain it, the more I'm like, okay, I'm really excited to find out what happens next. This could have been split over like 5 books. I think that's all I really want to say about this. And there was also scenes where they go to something called the Gardens, which was like this amusement parkish kind of thing with the pet and zoo kind of deal along with it, a bit like Flamingo Land, where the main characters go to try and get animal DNA to morph into stronger animals. It's so weird. But it's good, but it's so weird. This update on the first book was probably really long, but I felt like we had a lot of ground to cover with the first book. So maybe the next updates on the next books aren't going to be as long, but I can't say that for sure because maybe all of them are this jam-packed with stuff that it's going to be hard to like really narrow down my thoughts cohesively. So it might just be rambles. I don't know. Hopefully you made sense of this. All in all, I am liking Animorphs, but I'm judging it on one book. I still have 53. I still have 53 to go, geez. I want to try and read at least 2 more by the end of today, so I've started off well. So yeah, that's all I've got for the first book. I mean, no, I've got more. There's so much more in my head about it, but I don't even know where to begin. I can't sort through all of this. Oh, it's going to be a ride, that's for sure. That's for... Also, when I googled Animorphs the other day, it came up on one of the search things. I didn't click on it, but it said something about who dies at the end of Animorphs. And I'm like, somebody dies? And is it a main character? Like, who dies? I can't be dealing with this right now. One of these main characters is going to die? So that's interesting. I'm even more excited to try and find out who that is, but also really anticipating it. I don't know what to expect, honestly. I've rambled long enough. It's time to read again. For better or worse, it's time to read again. Well, I just blasted through the next 3 Animorphs books. That's right, I've read the first 4 books. Day 1, I am on it. I am on it. And I think what's driving me forward is the fact that Did you have to do that right now? The TV just automatically turned on for some reason. Because I've done this before, I kind of know the pressure of what it's like when I kind of let myself slip at the beginning, and then by the end of the month, I'm scraping along trying to finish the series, the challenge, and I don't want to do that again. If I start off really well, I'll be sorted. So I've read the first 4 books in one day. If I keep this up, I could end up finishing this series in 3 weeks. I'm impressing myself. I might not be impressing anyone else, but I'm impressing myself. So the second book in the Animorphs series is The Visitor. And that one was told from the point of view of Rachel. She has a friend called Melissa who is the assistant principal's daughter. She's been acting pretty strange, so she kind of thinks that maybe she is, a human controller controlled by this parasite thing. So Chapman was revealed in the very first book to be one of these controlled people. And the fact that he is quite close to the main characters, since he is their, assistant principal, it was a terrifying prospect, and I was wondering how they would address that going forward. And I'm kind of glad that kind of storyline really came to a forefront in the second book. I really did enjoy the second book, but I think I'm going to give it 3 stars. I don't think I enjoyed it as much as the first book. The first book, on hindsight, after reading the first 4, is a little bit stronger because it did have quite a bit of action in it, whereas we have slowed down, which I know was a criticism I gave the very first book. I already know I'm a hypocrite, okay? I'm contradicting myself. But no, I'm still enjoying the book series, don't get me wrong. They are good. And what I appreciate about the second book is that it slowed it down a little bit. So we got to focus on Rachel more. We got to focus on the specific storyline of Rachel being concerned about her friend Melissa, who was kind of dropped her. They used to be so close, but now, you know, her parents are controlled. And is Melissa controlled as well? But you got to explore her family relationship with her parents and why she's been a bit distant with Rachel. And I found that so interesting. So Rachel, well, they need to get more intel on, you know, where the pool is, where the place where all of the stuff happens is, because in the first book they found, you know, the door in the janitor's closet or whatever that went down underground, and there was the whole big cesspit of weird creatures and stuff and taking human slaves and things. That door is now gone, so they need to try and find another way in, and they need to find a way to save Jake's brother, things like that, blah blah blah. There is so much still going on, but in this one Rachel ends up morphing into Melissa's cat to try and find out more about what the fuck's going on. And I like that approach. I liked it because, well, one, it gave us more time to develop Rachel, who you would initially think is a bit of a, I don't know, self-absorbed kind of character, but she really isn't. She does think a little highly of herself, but like not in a bad way, I don't think. I'm a powerful, independent woman myself, you know, I relate. But yes, lots of interesting things. What did I write in my notes? Because I am keeping notes. At the start of every book I've found so far anyway, is that they say, my name is Rachel, but I can't tell you my last name. I can't tell you where I live. I can't tell you this, I can't tell you that. They will find me, blah, blah, blah. That's the way every book so far has started. And I'm like, I hope they drop this. You know, once we've met all the characters, because we still have Marco's POV book to come. So I'm hoping they've dropped that, because I'm already getting a little bit like, can we stop this now? I get it. You need to be anonymous. Oh, speaking of Marco, actually, he's probably my least favorite character so far. He does try to be funny, and sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't. He's a little bit sexist. They're talking about, well, you know, Tobias has like morphed into a hawk forever now. And they start the book off like flying around and stuff, which was really cool, actually. I really enjoyed that. But the eyesight was too good, and Marco didn't like the eyesight being too good. So when they're back in the humans, he says, personally, I'm glad to be back to my regular body. The flying part is great, but it's not a good idea to be able to say that well. Jake asks why. Marco says, look, Jake, how many times have you been walking around the mall or whatever, and you'll see a girl who seems good looking from far off, but when you get closer, it turns out she's a skank. A lot to unpack there. Skank, really? Just because they don't fit your attraction norms or whatever? Like, they're a skank? I don't know. That was just one comment. I'm not going to judge Marco based on that one comment. But so far, he is my least favourite, and I didn't like that part, okay? But that's my opinion. He's a bit shallow. I'm sure we will get more development from him in the future, especially since we're going to get his POV in book 5, and I haven't read that one yet, so I'm excited to. Anyway, we're talking about book 2, The Visitor. Before I get into more about Rachel then, the other characters, they don't really get too much attention in this one, but when they do, it's really fucking weird. For one, Jake, oh my god. Cassie is comforting Jake about Tom. You know, Tom's been taken over and she's comforting him, and it goes, Jake kind of stroked Cassie's head. I guess he got embarrassed because he instantly pulled away. What? So he just started going like this? Like, she says, someday we'll save Tom. So what, did he just like turn to her and just go like this? Like, that's really bizarre, you know? Like, I know they're teens and they're like still growing and they don't really fully understand things. They're awkward and whatever. But I'm just like, you wouldn't just turn around and stroke someone's face? Like, what? The weirdest things in this series is not the alien stuff or anything like that. It's fucking Jake. It's the fucking characters. They're the weirdest part about this series. And then Tobias, we don't get a lot from him either, but we will get to him in the next book, so I'm not too mad about it. So Rachel, she is a lot more humanized in this, and I really enjoyed the fact that we got to explore her friendship with Melissa, because when Rachel turns into a cat, she turns into Melissa's cat. She tries to eavesdrop on Chapman when he is talking to, what is his name again? Visser 3. Visser 3 is the main villain, the main bad guy, the horrible one. And Visser 3 visits Chapman. Chapman is like his second in command or whatever. And as a cat, Rachel is watching this. There are some tense moments while that's happening as well, so I enjoyed that. And I loved the interactions between Visser 3 and the cat because, Visser 3 is kind of fascinated by the cat. And I am a cat person. I love cats. And the fact that Visser 3, this alien species, is so enamored by this cat and just in awe of this cat, I'm just like, you know what, I'm trying not to respect you, but you're making it really hard right now. I respect anyone who understands and appreciates cats. I really do. So like a lot more stuff happens. It's always a close call with the morphs as well. It always gets to nearly the end of the 2 hours of the morphing and they have to get back to being a human straight away. It's happened in like every book now, I think. Well, actually maybe not book 4, but definitely book 2. In book 3, Jake turns into a flea. That's the whole thing. But then we have like a whole conversation and stuff. We have Visser 3 now wanting to kill Chapman's daughter while Chapman is still being taken over. And then what I loved about it is because I was expecting Chapman to be a bigger villain or like more evil, but actually while his family is threatened, he really stands up for them. Even with that parasite in his head, he still wants to save his daughter. That whole sequence, that whole part of it, I was like, God, this is actually like so well written. Like it's quite emotional, and especially when you see Melissa's relationship with her parents has faltered because of the whole controlling thing. That as well was pretty well done. Like I really do appreciate that. Again, like I'm not the biggest fan of some dialogue and some character choices. I feel like a lot of characters contradict one another just for the sake of contradicting one another. So I feel like the tone and character work still needs a bit work, but I'm trying not to hate on it. I want to be all positive vibes in 2022. So overall, The Visitor was a good follow-up. We got more information about the alien species, what they're doing, what their plan is, and I enjoyed that. I thought it was really good. So 3 stars for the second book. Quite a strong 3 stars too, I think. And then it gets pretty dark pretty quick. We're in book 3 now, right? And we're in Tobias's POV. Tobias so far has been the most complex and most interesting character, especially since he is now a hawk permanently. He overstayed his 2-hour mark for being an animal after morphing. And a part of me thinks he probably did that on purpose because he loved being a hawk so much and he felt more free and things, and he doesn't have like a family or anything, so like it's easy for him to do. Yeah, he is kind of a bit of a lone wolf. Not exactly this book. There are moments where he feels so isolated from the group, and I loved exploring that too. I thought that was really well done. So the Tobias character was really like thriving and coming to life in this book. But we do go like really dark. 3 books in, I dread to think what the fuck is coming up. I loved how we are seeing the consequences of Tobias's either decision or mistake of staying an animal for too long. We are seeing him kind of start to lose himself a bit, and this was definitely more internal, this book. I felt like we got less of a bigger plot line in this book than other books, or at least a plot line that drives the main story forward. This felt more like a bit of a filler book, but it was quite important in order to develop Tobias and to see his situation a bit better. So he is starting to lose control, he's starting to feel more like a hawk, and he starts to do more things like a hawk, and he's questioning himself. Is he losing himself? Like, what's happening to him? He starts to have feelings towards another hawk, as you would if you were a hawk. So that was interesting. Right, this is when it gets pretty dark. So a few other things happen in this book, but focusing on Tobias, when he's hungry and hawks have to eat, and Jake has been feeding him hamburgers and things like that, but instinct. Tobias has that hawk instinct, so he ends up killing a rat and eats the rat. And to Tobias, that's like, what have I done? Why have I done this? Why have I killed an innocent animal? He has this whole crisis. And then in trigger warnings for suicide, Tobias then wants to commit suicide because he's done that. And I was a little bit like, whoa, this went 0 to 100 really, really quick. I was just a little bit flabbergasted, not gonna lie. I was like sitting there like, also the audiobooks are on script. So I listened to book 3 and 4 audiobook wise, seeing that. So I was actually listening to this one, and I had to like stop it. I was like, hang on. Did I just hear that correctly? So Tobias ends up going to a mall and he wants to kill himself there, but then Marco saves him, and that's kind of like not exactly brushed aside, But we do address Tobias's feelings later on in the book. And Cassie, of course, Cassie, she is the peacemaker. She's the one who's so wise. She kind of makes the distinction that he didn't just kill because he was wanting power or dominance or anything. He killed because that was in his nature. He had to eat. That was the way of things for the Hawk. So he shouldn't feel bad because he was trying to compare himself to the Yerks, and the Yerks are trying to get power and dominance, and what they're doing is evil, but what Tobias did was natural to him. I liked that. I thought that was really good and really interesting. It just came so early in the series. I was not expecting it to go that deep, that quick. So I was a little bit taken aback, but I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It was just very powerful. Powerful is quite a good way of saying it. Like, it's still not like fantastically written by any means, but the message was there, and I like to see Tobias, well, not, I don't like to see him struggle, but I like to see how he develops from that. And I'm interested to see where it goes forward now, because we've had a look now at what it's doing to him. And if he's going to permanently be a Hawk for like 50 more books, then where we're going to go from there. So I'm interested, very interested. There's another kind of side storyline. They end up coming across a ship. Well, Tobias sees like this shimmering invisible wall, and it ends up turning out to be a cloaked ship that's kind of being controlled by the Yerks and other humans and things. That's being protected. It's collecting water and things. So the group ends up morphing, well, apart from Tobias, morphing into wolves to kind of figure out what's going on. That part was interesting too. I still really enjoy when they morph into different animals, because we still get a little bit of insight into how those animals act and what it does to them. So with the wolves, we have Jake peeing on everything to assert dominance and stuff, and he doesn't understand why he's doing that, which I find quite comical. And also when they run into another wolf pack, that was very interesting to see how they dealt with that. Yeah, I'm loving the animal shifting, and I didn't think I would love it as much as I do. I know that's like the whole point of this series and maybe the main draw of this series. Why am I so surprised that that's what I'm loving the most about it? I hope to continue seeing that development of each kind of animal that they morph into, and like what it does to them and how they respond to it. Like, it must have been so well researched for these things to happen. I don't know. It's good, is what I'm saying. So yes, they are kind of investigating this ship thing, and I don't understand how they do this, and I don't understand why they're so not exactly good at it. Like, they make mistakes and things, but they're so headfirst in all of this, like in all of the stuff that they do, that I'm just like, they're not getting trained for this. I don't understand how they've fully become almost like agents, almost, and I just don't see the training process. I don't see how they've got to this point. They're just doing it, and you know what, good for them. Good for them. I don't quite comprehend, and I feel like I just have to shake that off. They don't have any training or anything like that. I have to shake it off and realize, it's not realistic anyway. Why am I fixating on that? But yeah, they're doing their missions. They're getting as much reconnaissance, is that what it's called? Reconnaissance? Information as much as they can gather about this whole situation. It's also quite a sad ending as well, because the Hawk that Tobias begins to like ends up getting killed. She was mistaken for him and killed. And that's quite sad. That was quite heartbreaking, actually. But it's also great because it helped Tobias realize that he still has human emotions, which means he is still himself. He hasn't lost control. And yeah, that was a rather important part of his progression. So yay, this book was a win. Probably my least favorite so far, although it might be slightly better than book 2. I don't know, but it's still getting a 3-star. It's got the same rating as the second book, 3-star. It was a good entry. Book 4, The Message, followed Cassie. This was from Cassie's POV. And for this book, I'm also going to give it 3 stars. I feel like 3-star is probably my average. I feel like I gave 4 to the first one because it did a good job setting things up, and it was quite exciting, fast-paced. And since then, because this is such a serialized kind of series, I'm kind of trying to see which books are more important to the actual story and which ones are filler. I felt like this one, it had some important parts in it, and it introduced a new character who I was loving. But I think overall, it wasn't as impactful as the first one, which is fine because it wasn't setting everything up. So in this one we find out that Cassie and Tobias have been having the same dreams, and these dreams connect to the ocean and someone calling for help. They end up investigating the ocean because this andalite debris of a ship washes up on the beach, and they go into the ocean, they become dolphins, which was again so cool. And you know what, I'm just finding the animal morphing just so cool. Like, it's like wish fulfillment, isn't it? Like, who wouldn't love to just become any animal they wanted? As ridiculous as some of this book is, and as ridiculous as the series is as a whole, like, you can't deny the fact that it's really cool. It's so cool to change into any animal. They end up fighting sharks. And that's something, again, where 4 books in, I wasn't expecting them to do stuff like this early on. I'm just impressed. I don't understand, but I'm impressed. They end up getting more information from the whale that they've saved from these sharks. I'm trying not to laugh. They get information that there is this kind of like green patch in the ocean that might be Andalite origin. So they realize that they can't get there under the 2-hour time limit. So they end up transforming into seagulls, they stow away on a ship, and then they end up going to this place. And that's where they meet Axe. So we've met Axe, and Axe is an Andalite. He's a good guy, and he's so interesting so far. I do really like him so far. He's a new character, okay? And he's cool. I like him. Probably because he's like different to the other main characters, and I feel like because he doesn't quite grasp the human stuff that's going on, and I kind of can't wait to see if that's developed more in the future, if that leads to any comical things, any misunderstandings in the future. That'll be so funny to see, I think. So the possibilities are endless with Axe. I really like him. He's a really good new main character, and I'm glad we've met him. Vista 3 ends up attacking, and they are saved by sperm whales, and yeah, that's when Axe takes human DNA from all of them so that he can transform and morph into a human, which is pretty cool. But honestly, not a whole lot to say about this book. I feel like the writing is improving. The only really important thing that happened in this book was finding Axe, and probably a bit of a filler book, but I'm still really enjoying it. I'm still enjoying how things are setting up, that we are just progressing the story of the kids learning to control their abilities. That's good. That's all fine and well. Definitely way less action than the previous books. Not as deep as the previous book was Tobias, but still very interesting. But yeah, just not a whole lot to say about this one. I didn't really have any issues with it. The audiobook was good. I do want to say the audiobook of the previous one, the narrator kept taking a sharp inhaler breath after every bloody sentence, and I was just like, fuck's sake, just fucking stop breathing. But other than that, the audiobooks have been pretty good so far, so I might continue listening to the audiobooks, flip between read them on the Kindle and listening to them. It's nearly 2 a.m. and I am a bit of a night owl, as you probably guessed from the introduction as well. But I think I'm going to call it a night because I do want to get up early, but I didn't get to sleep until like 4:35 a.m. this morning. I want to sleep, but I kind of don't. So I might end up trying to start book 5 when I go to bed. Who knows? Anyway, book 4 was very good. 3 stars, just like the previous 2 books. Yeah. January 3rd today, and I started out so strong, didn't I? Doing the 4 books on the very first day of January. 4 books, 1 day. I was like, if I keep this up, I could finish in 2 weeks. So I read nothing yesterday. I spent the entire day filming, editing, doing all that. And then today, January 3rd, I've also been filming and editing, and I don't know how much I'm going to get read tomorrow either, because I'm going to see the new Spider-Man film. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. But I have read 1 more book. I've read 1 more book, and I just finished it just before. It's nearly midnight on Monday, January 3rd. But I have a bullet journal that I've been doing, that I have an Animorphs spread. I mean, it's not amazing or anything, but I did draw the logo. Doesn't it look pretty good? I finished the first 5 books. I can colour them in now. I was thinking of colouring the boxes red. Colour the boxes red. We're colouring the boxes red. It doesn't have to be perfect, but that's rather satisfying, isn't it? So that's the first 5. I've got all of this left to go. So The Predator is the one that's told from Marco's POV. There was a moment in this where I was like, shut the fuck up. And also I apologise, I will be I was swearing a lot in this vlog, I always do. Couldn't believe it, and so much happens in this one, right? So we're following Marco, starts off with him turning into a gorilla to save this old man who's being mugged, but then this old man whips a gun out on him and, you know, tries to shoot him with it. But Marco is ready to quit. He's going to quit the Animorphs. He's too hung up on the fact that his mum died 2 years before. It's coming up the 2-year anniversary, and he really wants to protect his dad. Fair enough. He does talk sense a lot of the time. The other times, not so much. You know what? I was thinking, God, I'm so intrigued by his mother's death because he was saying she took a boat out to sea or something and nobody knows why. Nobody has any idea why she did that and the body was never found. So I was like, oh gosh, I wonder what could happen and how is this going to be explained, and this whole mystery and intrigue of Marco's mother. Honestly, sky high. I was like, ooh, I wonder if she'll maybe come back towards the end of the series. Maybe she comes back in a later book. Maybe something weird happened. Maybe she was kidnapped. I don't know. It just, loads of things, loads of possibilities were running through my mind. What actually happened, because you do find out, what actually happened did not enter my mind because it's the most bonkers, ridiculous thing ever. And I love it. So, but I did say that I wasn't the biggest fan of Marco earlier. He is definitely starting to grow on me, and I'm starting to see more about why he's a bit of a douche sometimes, and sometimes he uses that humour to cover up his pain. And you know what? That's great. That is great. But I'm sorry, I wish he told better jokes. His jokes are not good, okay? But he is the funniest one of the group. What I don't like about these serialized books, or at least like Animorphs, I don't know if it's still going to continue. I think I complained about it earlier in this vlog, is the fact that we get a recap at the start of it. Well, I mean, well, firstly, we do have that whole, my name's Marco, but I'm not going to tell you my last name. We got that again. So I'm like, okay, we've had a POV book from every character now. So Charlie, we're not going to get that in the future. Jury's still out on that one. But what I don't want, and what I feel might happen, is that we get a recap of character personalities at the start of every book as well. So Marco was like, oh, Rachel's the headstrong, bossy warrior queen one, and Cassie's the nice, kind one who talks sense, and Jake's the leader, and Tobias is the weird one, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't need to hear a recap on every character personality from every character in every book. I hope that stops. So if I'm complaining now and you know it does stop, just ignore me. I need events sometimes. But moving on from that, we have Axe, who is kind of really starting to settle on Earth now. And I really do love Axe, honestly. He tastes coffee for the first time. He has food for the first time. It's just mind-blowing to him, and I love that. I love seeing that. But the whole deal with this one is that Axe is going to try and get back home to the Andalites. They need to... what was it called again? A transmitter, a computer, transmitter, a space transponder. And they know that Chapman has one, so they're going to turn into ants to get into his basement. And that whole ant segment was really weird and bizarre, but I loved it. I loved it because, again, we had the typical traits of an ant and kind of how that affected the main group, especially Marco as well, because he was starting to lose control over it to begin with, and then showed how ruthless ants are. And that was all good. I enjoyed that. They almost died again, like they always almost do. Marco even says this, and I'm on Marco's side. The situations they get into and they're so unprepared for are so dangerous, they could literally die. So I'm glad Marco brought that up. Anyway, he's ready to quit the Animorphs, but then stuff happens, and then eventually they get caught by Visser 3. And then this is where shit hits the fan. This is where it turns into a fucking soap opera, okay? I cannot believe this happens in book 5. Book 5 of 54 in Animorphs. I'm so excited about what's coming up, honestly. So they end up getting taken into a ship that goes into space. So in the 5th book, they get to go to space. I mean, they're captives, so they're not really going to explore it or anything. But they're captives, and Visser 3, the main bad guy, is taking them, right? They are in morph form, so they don't actually know that they're humans. Visser 3 thinks that they're Andalites. He doesn't know that they are actually humans. So they're all morphed and everything with Axe. They get taken to Visser 1. We actually learn there's like 47 Vissers or something, and Visser 1 is like the boss, Visser 3 is more powerful than Visser 4, etc., etc. Things like that. We learn stuff like that, which I think is cool. K.A. Applegate must have been thinking, what's the craziest thing I can do right now, because I'm going to fucking do it. And I appreciate her for it. Like, this is when I was like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Visser 1. Turns out to be Marco's mum. What? Visser 1, the boss of everyone, of all of the Vissers, of the Yerks, or however you say it. I mean, I've been listening to the audiobooks and they say it in the audiobooks. I still can't pronounce it right. And Visser 1 is Marco's mum. I was not expecting that. Out of every single possibility that went through my mind, because I was thinking she's going to come back, something's going to happen, you know, this is too mysterious for it not to be a thing. She's freaking Visser 1, and we're found out in this book. I mean, she has been taken over by a Yerk, but like she's kind of started like the whole invasion stuff, and she's in command, she's number 1 in command. I'm just like, what? What? So yeah, I physically said, shut the fuck up when it happened. And I was smiling, honestly. I was just like, what am I reading? It's good. So I will probably give... I keep forgetting the names of these books because they just all sound the same. The Predator, I think this one is, isn't it? The Predator. I'm going to give The Predator 4 stars. I think I'm going to give it 4 stars because what? I can't believe it. 5 books in and this has happened. Honestly. So I'm actually going to go and read book 6 now. I think that's all I really wanted to say about book 5. It is nearly midnight. I hope the next book is just as bonkers as this one, quite honestly. Is the next book Axe? Because we've had a main POV character from the other 5. Oh, it's narrated by Jake, so it goes back to Jake. Okay. I was hoping we would get Axe. Never mind. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to go and read more now. It's been 3 days since I filmed that book haul video where I did like 300 push-ups and sit-ups for every book I hold. Well, no, 5 push-ups for each book I hold, but it turned out to be like 300. But anyway, I'm still in pain. It's been 3 days, I'm still in pain. It just shows you how absolutely unfit I am. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that, we're here to talk about Animorphs. I keep forgetting that this vlog is going to be hella long if I don't stay on topic. So it is January 5th, I've read 3 more books. Actually, before I go back on topic, I did go and see Spider-Man No Way Home yesterday. Loved it, absolutely loved it. It was fab. Amazing. Yeah. So yeah, it is January 5th, 5 days in, and we have 8 books completed. I did want to be further ahead than this, but... So the capture, the 6th book, was told from Jake's POV. And it was so good. It was another really good one. We've had 2 really good ones in a row. So this one I'm also going to give 4 stars. It had a lot of stuff happened in it, and actually something happened that I wasn't expecting to happen this early on again. I still can't be doing with the whole I can't tell you my last name fucking shit. It's kind of a given at this point, isn't it? Honestly, these books would probably almost be a 5 if it wasn't so repetitive. I do not need to know or hear about Cassie's parents' jobs again every single book, and it continues into the next couple of books as well. Why do I need to have a recap on every single character and what their personality is and what fucking Cassie's parents do? Okay, I can kind of see why, because these books came out like almost once a month or like a couple of months between them when I'm looking at the release dates. There was like some little gaps between them, but it's serialized. Each book follows on from the other one. So surely people who are reading the Animorphs series, even back in the 90s, didn't need a recap at the start of every single book on every single character and what their fucking parents did. Surely we don't need that. It's just wasting word count, wasting pages, wasting my time. They did not think that once the whole series was done and people would binge read the series and stuff, what that would do to us. It's selfish. It's really selfish. But honestly, that's kind of my only complaint with the 6th book, The Capture. That's like probably my only complaint, really. Oh, actually, dialogue. Again, dialogue is still a bit cringe. When Cassie says, is it possible to die of total willies? I don't know, Cassie, but that's how I'd want to go. So in this one, they have word that the Yerks are kind of taking over this hospital and they're kind of using that as a way of controlling more humans. And what I love about this book, right, is that we get more depth behind some of the secondary characters. So like Tom, for instance. Tom, Jake's brother, who is being controlled. He is apparently the one who's like in control of this whole hospital operation. So now Jake's torn because if he stops Tom from taking over this hospital, Tom could die. Because if Visser 3 says that he fails, Tom could get killed. And that's exactly what Visser 3 does to people who fail him. And at least, like, he doesn't really give them that many second chances. I mean, Chapman kind of has failed him in the past and he's kept him on. It's tearing Jake apart because he's, like, torn now. And I love that. Like, honestly, I just wasn't expecting the depth of character morality and character decisions in this series. Like, I'm just so surprised. I'm loving it. So surprised. So I thought that was a really good, like, kind of twist. Bit more of a dilemma when approaching this mission. And then, I wasn't expecting this again this early on, but then Jake ends up getting controlled. He gets one of those slugs, one of those yerks in his brain, and it begins to control him. So we actually get to see the inside of what it's like for these humans that get controlled. And we get, and you know what, I'm actually really glad it happened this early because I did have questions. I did wonder how it happened and how they were taken over, what they were thinking, what they were doing. And this answered a lot of questions on that. I'm honestly really enjoying this series. God damn. I was really hoping that I would like be able to like have something to complain about. There's still time. I'm just loving the fact that we got to see that. I mean, Jake does eventually get rid of the slug thing in his head. Just seeing how it happened and also kind of the desolateness of it, because Jake can't really do much. He can only really think in hope that his friends will be able to save him. Fortunately, there is that kind of crossover period. My nose is running. Fortunately, there is that like, kind of crossover period when slug kind of invades the brain, and there's like a kind of like 5 minutes where like they don't really know what's happening, and like they need time to kind of take over, and that gives Cassie and like Rachel, is it Cassie or Rachel? One of them notices and is a bit suspicious of it, and then Axe comes in, realizes what's happened because of the reaction Jake has to seeing this Andalite. That's how they know. So they hold Jake for 3 days. They have such a fantastic plan in doing this. Like, I'm so impressed with how well they handle this situation. Again, I'm impressed with how they handle like every mission, really, because I'm like, again, this is like so early on and they've had no training. They are so good at figuring this out. The slugs need to be like rejuvenated every like 3 days or whatever and return to the pool and then, you know, reinvade the host. Like, that's still a thing. So their plan is like, okay, well, if Jake is taken over by a Yerk, then let's hold him for 3 days and the Yerk will have no choice. Almost convincing how Jake, who was taken over by Yerk, almost convinces them that he is Jake, just because of how scarily in-depth and ingrained the Yerk is in Jake's brain, his memory and all of that. But you know what? The Animorphs, they're smart. Even when I thought the Yerk was going to escape with Jake's body, like, they had a plan. They had backup plan upon backup plan. They knew how to handle this situation. And I'm just so impressed at them. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I'm impressed. Oh yeah, and then Axe morphs into Jake, so that because they are holding him for 3 days, obviously people are going to be like, well, where's Jake? So Axe morphs into Jake, and that's how that problem is solved as well. Because I was thinking, well, how are they going to do that? And then I was like, okay, brilliant. I don't think I've got anything else to say about this one, other than I just love seeing the depth to Jake's relationship with his brother, Tom, and just like how much more of a fight Jake is going to have going forward to save his brother. It was surprising. That's all I can say, surprising. So yeah, 4 stars for that one. I thought was really good. And then moving into The Stranger, I think I've gone back down to a 3-star. I mean, not that it was bad or anything. It wasn't bad. There was still like really good moments in it. But I think now I kind of know which stories I'm preferring. This one was a good character study into Rachel. So Rachel, her parents are getting divorced. And again, another thing I'm loving about these Animorphs books is that we are being reminded that they're just teenagers. They're still kids, you know, and they still have lives outside of what's happening to the world. And Rachel's parents are getting divorced. And she has like this moment where she breaks. She has to like kind of choose between her mum and her dad, like between like who to live with, and like she just has all of this pressure on her, and she's trying so hard to like keep it in. Even when she goes and like morphs into a bird to like escape for a bit, and she comes across Tobias, still tries to keep it hidden from him, even though he can kind of tell something's up. And I love that she does break. Like, this is so much pressure on her, and you know, she's shouting at them. She's saying like, I'm not Xena the Warrior Princess, I'm not this strong. I mean, she is strong, but like she needs a little time to like remind herself of that. And this was just a fantastic way of reminding us just how human these characters are. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot. Okay, because I kind of read this like in a bit of a like fever dream last night, not gonna lie. I was still in pain from all that exercise, and I was just almost comatose on the sofa. But yeah, we come across the Elemist, who is like this all-knowing, all-powerful kind of entity that kind of doesn't exactly interfere, but when a species is kind of on the brink of extinction, they come in for some reason. He does end up wanting to save a sample so that some part of the Earth can like live on after this whole invasion. And this Elemist knows that the Yerks are going to win in the future, which kind of shakes up the Animorphs, and they're like, well, if they're going to win, what's the point? But the Elemist gives them an option. The Elemist can step in, save the sample, and like let the Yerks win, because that's apparently what the future holds. Or the Elemist can like back off and the Animorphs can just do their thing and hopefully stop this predicted future. Rachel kind of figures out that it isn't set in stone, and the Elemist confirms that, you know, he can't predict the future, and it was just kind of like a precaution. The humans still might win the war yet. So I'm not 100% sure why that was a kind of a thing, but it did shake up the characters for a bit, and it made them scared and worry about what was going to happen. And that kind of worry that they could potentially lose was a little bit refreshing. So I don't hate this whole Elemist thing. It was a bit bizarre. But I'm starting to see more and more of like how Tobias is kind of, well, not as useful as the others. Yeah, I love the whole Tobias kind of being stuck in his morph thing. That was exciting to begin with. Now I'm a little bit bored of it. Like, I kind of want to see Tobias do more. And I know he's had one story so far. He might end up being different in a future story. It just feels like a bit of a spare part at the minute. It doesn't seem that important. I mean, he has saved their necks a couple of times when he's like flown in, swooped in, saved them, and that's been about it. But he hasn't been able to do really much else, and not a lot of bonding with the others. I mean, we did get some bonding with Rachel in this one when he could tell that something was up with her. But other than that, I'm just like, he needs more. He needs to do more. This whole being trapped in his morph thing, okay, we get it. What next? What is his character doing now? But yeah, it was another good book, and 3 stars is still a great rating if you ask me. So yeah. The Alien. And we do get a POV from Axe. I was a little bit worried that we wouldn't, because we kind of seemed to skip over him after, well, it was Marco who was like the 5th POV character, then we went back to Cheek. I was like, oh, we're probably not going to get an Axe POV. We did, yay. And this one was another good one, but I'm just like, this series is dark. So at the very start, after the gang have beat the bad people from the previous book, they say that there is a man with a publicly dying like yerk in his brain. When that happens, how can they stop that? So they kind of like leave it, but Axe knows that the yerks will just kill whoever they can't infest. So Axe sees this man get killed by a policeman controller and doesn't tell the others. So I'm just like, this is messed up. This is really messed up. That is dark. But we do focus more on Axe and him kind of trying to learn to be a bit more human, which I love. I do love to see his character development, and I love to see what he learns and how he learns. And he frustrates the others a lot of the time, especially Marco. It's just so funny to see, and I love that kind of bit of a break from some of the heavy stuff. I mean, we started off heavy with that man's death. We do have some relief. I mean, we do have Marco as comic relief, but I think with Axe, it's just like that whole learning to be human thing is just, oh, it's brilliant. We do end up having a bit more death as well. Actually, this is quite a brutal book. The teacher, who is also controlled, is like killed by Chapman. So that's also really sad. We do have more things happen. Axe trying to connect more with the Animorphs, and he ends up accidentally, I kind of can't fully remember how this happened, but he ends up advancing human technology by like 10 years by doing this code thing in Marco's dad's computer or something. He ends up wanting to connect with his Ant-like family who are a year away, but in doing so, that could really compromise them and make things even worse for the Animorphs and reveal who they are and stuff like that. So Axe feels really guilty and bad about it. Axe ends up finding out where Vista 3 is going to be and decides to attack him himself without telling the Animorphs. But obviously, like, Tobias can see and stuff with his Hawkeyes and ends up getting the Animorphs to save Axe when this confrontation happens, meaning that Axe has to be a bit more honest about things to them, and he tells them that, well, pretty much the whole Yerks conquering the galaxy thing is the Andalites' fault because an Andalite gave them the technology out of pity, and this is what happened. So like the Andalites are like trying to fix their mistakes, and so like this whole thing is kind of the Andalites' fault, but kind of not, which I found really interesting. So this book was a lot of talking, a lot of explanations. I mean, we did have some little bits in between. We did see more darkness, really. But yeah, I think just because it was a little bit more talk than the other ones, I'm giving it 3 stars as well. Again, not a bad book at all. And we do need books like this in a 54-book series where it slows down a little bit to explain some things. Wholly not completely memorable, but, you know, we learned that the Andalites were pretty much to blame for this whole Yerks taking over the galaxy, and we see what happens to the hosts of these Yerks that control the bodies, and then these hosts can't host them anymore, and like how dangerous that is and how scary it is. This world is getting scarier as the series is going on. No, I'm enjoying it still. I'm still enjoying it. That's pretty much all I can say about the Alien. Go Axe! I love Axe. Honestly, I love Axe. It's literally the same day, and I have 4 more books to talk about. I finished the first 12 now, so I'm just gonna pull up my notes. Literally, you must think I don't have a life. I promise you I do. I've got work tomorrow. It's my first shift of the year. What's really interesting is that when I did my Goosebumps vlog, I was working 3 to 4 days a week during the entire month of September when I read 62 Goosebumps books. Now, in January, I'm only doing 2 days a week. So that's just like a huge change. I feel like I haven't been doing anything though. Also, do I look stupid with my fringe down? Be honest. Right, you're gonna get annoyed with me because I'm gonna repeat myself again, right? But I've read 4 more books, so I know that this shit keeps happening. I'm sick to death. Oh my god, it's like driving me insane. Would you like it if every single time I reviewed one of these books, I started it off with, "Hi, I'm Gavin from How to Train Your Gavin. In this video, I have done this, 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 and this," and recap you on the entire fucking video up to this point. Every single thing, even though you've just watched what's happened before, would you want me to do that? Is it fruitful? Would it help you? We're now 12 books in. I mean, this is book 9, but I'm read up to 12. We're 12 books in, and I'm still getting recaps from all of the characters. The same recaps, though. The same. When does it end? Like, this is literally one of the few things that I'm sick of, though. So it's like, not like I'm being negative about the whole thing. I'm just sick. I just want them to stop treating me like I'm reading this for the first time. Why would I pick up book 9 and just think, oh, I have no idea what's happened before this? Why is there a recap of everything at the very start? Not even just at the very start, it's sprinkled throughout the start. So we're getting all of that whole recapping the events that have happened, the same events, telling you what the Yerks are doing, how they affect your brain, things like that. Like, me talking about it's annoying you, isn't it? Because I'm repeating myself. Well, that's how I feel with this bloody whole thing. And the whole, my name is Rachel, but I can't tell you my last name because it'll put everyone in danger and not everyone's name is right and all that shit. I don't care. I get it, your life's in danger. Stop it. Moving on from that, The Secret then, The Secret. The 9th book gets a 3-star from me. Wasn't terrible, wasn't great. I don't think there's a whole lot that I can talk about this book, and even the next few books as well. I feel like because I'm importing all my footage after each update, and I'm seeing this vlog is like 2 hours long in raw footage, I don't know what it's like now with it edited and things, but I'm noticing that I'm talking less and less about the books because I feel like the first few have just set up so much. I mean, there's still setting things up. Well, I feel like the first 8 books have like really set things up, and we kind of do get a grasp on everything because there isn't really that much to say about like the next few books, to be honest. I feel like we got quite a lot of shocking things already happen. A lot of the groundwork has already been laid. So now we are coming into some filler territory. In this one, it is from Cass's POV, and in very brief terms, it essentially is about Vista 3 wanting to catch these Andalite bandits, as he likes to call the Animorphs, because he doesn't actually know that they're human still. So his plan is that there is only one other place that the Andalite bandits could feed from, which is going to be the woods outside of Cassie's farm. So the Animorphs end up doing like some reconnaissance and trying to stop them from kind of like destroying the woods, essentially. Like, the whole mission part of it was fine. A little bit forgettable, though. We do have some funny moments with like the skunks, so like they transform into skunks. As a whole, this book did just feel quite filler. And I think I mentioned earlier that I really do love the books where it really does advance the plot, whereas I feel like this was more of a kind of made for TV kind of episode where you have that filler episode from the middle of the season. And I mean, it's still quite early in the series, so we do still have so many more books to go. So of course there's going to be more filler ones, and there are that I'm going to be talking about today. This one was just a bit of a forgettable one and not very memorable one. Doesn't really stick out to me. It was fine. What I do like about Cassie's books, though, is that she kind of recognizes when she's made a mistake, and she does try and learn from that pretty much straight away. She doesn't take books and books and books to learn that lesson. If she's done something, if she's cocked something up, she'll do it a different way. And that's what I appreciate about her character, so I do like her books, but this one just wasn't it for me. It was fine. I will say, though, that the body horror, when they're morphing and things, is starting to get to me. Like, I didn't consider it body horror before, but I started logging all of my reads and Goodreads, and I see body horror keep popping up now. I was like, you know what? Maybe that is why I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable whenever they move, because it is described so well. It's very grotesque, very grotesque. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's all I can say about that book. It didn't grasp my attention the entire way through, I'm afraid. The Android, which is Marco's POV book, and it was better than the previous one. It is better. 3 stars still, though, because it still wasn't 100% perfect. I'm kind of seeing some of the logic within this world slip a little bit, and I'm finding some of it hard to believe. I am, suspending my disbelief or whatever to kind of get on board with all the things that are happening in this series. But I feel like even sometimes this world needs to abide by its own rules, and even then sometimes it goes a little bit crazy, which I'm sure it will get even crazier here, the more books we get into it. This is only book 10, wow. But yes, we follow Marco, who at the start morphs into a dog with Jake, and they get petted by someone called Eric, who is one of Marco's friends, but then they realize that Eric doesn't even have a smell, which means Eric mustn't be human, because dogs can smell really well. They end up discovering he's an android. They end up seeing his kind of like human form through this hologram. Yeah, that's what happened. They morphed into wolf spiders to be able to see that, which was gross. Like, terrible arachnophobia here, but I love when they do stuff like that because it does get under my skin. However, Eric decides to tell Marco that he knows that they're the Andalite bandits, and Eric is actually on their side. I'm trying to keep all of this species right in my head. So Eric and other androids are actually called the Chi, and they were created by the Permalites hundreds of thousands of years ago. The Chi were attacked by an alien race called the Howlers, and because they don't fight back, they're pacifists. A lot of them escape. Well, most of them die, but a lot of them escape to Earth. They become like a wolf-like creature, but that's also how dogs came to be. So really, the Chi androids created dogs, essentially. I don't get it. I'm like, okay, what's this got to do with anything? Also, how convenient that you're here, you're Marco's friend. It makes me think that the only way that this will make sense, it might not happen, the only way that this would make sense is if the Andalite who gave the Animorphs their powers targeted them, and they had been planned to be part of the Animorphs for a long time, like it was written in fate or destiny or whatever, and like it couldn't have just happened by chance. It's just too convenient. That's my theory. It's the only way it would make like logical sense in this world. So then it leads to a battle, as a lot of these books end up doing. They're trying to stop the Yeerks from taking control of Earth's computers. A really scary moment happens with Marco where he actually kind of dies, and Eric restarts his heart, like electrocutes his heart to bring him back to life. So that pretty much is the book, and Eric joins them, but like in a distant way because he doesn't do violence. So yeah, that's kind of the book. Yeah. Really interesting stuff with the Chi though, and the whole not combating violence with violence. I do like that kind of angle to that. That was, again, another surprisingly deep part of Animorphs. I don't know what I'm expecting now. So then we get to The Forgotten, and it's one of those books that's not just filler, but it's also pretty redundant. And I mean, you might not know me at all, but I hate books and series that are, well, become redundant by the end of it. Like, I really don't like them. So for that reason, I'm going to give this one 2 stars. Just for example, the Demon Artist Saga by Darren Shan. I read that entire series in one weekend, and I'll link that vlog down below if you want to see it. But like, the whole ending of that series just made the entire series redundant. Like, why waste my time? Why put me through all of that? I want things to have a point. I want things to make sense. I want things to make it worth my while investing. So this book, it just it did something at the end of it that made it all a bit pointless, to be honest. I'm also not the biggest fan of books that rely on visions and dreams. I don't know why, but that's just something else that quite annoys me. And unfortunately, this book had so many visions, because this is Jake's book, this is another Jake book, and he is like plagued with all of these visions, and you can't make any sense of them. It's also really bizarre because it turns out that the Yeerks have like cocked something up, and the Animorphs want to try and expose them by stealing a ship of theirs, and it just ends up leading into like chaos, essentially. It wasn't a smart plan to kind of steal this ship or anything, but they try and fly it away. They cross beams with another ship, and it blasts them back down to Earth, and they wake up in the rainforest of South America. As you do. So I need to pull this up because I got lost again. I'm getting lost in these books. Like, what happened to the first few books where I was reading them and I was just like so immersed and I could retain everything and it was just all making sense. And now I'm just like lost with all of these new things coming in. So they caused a Sario rip. I think that's how it's pronounced. A rift in the fabric of space and time. That's what they've done. And it's very tricky dealing with anything to do with time and space. However, that whole plot thing though was a lot more exciting than the past couple of books. And I was like, oh, I'm so on board with this. This is like great. Like, we're in a totally different location. We've got like a new scenario here. Fantastic. It just all fell apart by the end, unfortunately. The whole jungle setting though is fantastic. It was very atmospheric. It was very dangerous. We had piranhas and loads of different situations happened. They actually get some really cool morphs in the forms of the spider monkey and the jaguar. Those are totally awesome, and I love it when it can get that cool and that fun. We also have a showdown with Vista 3 again. And I'm just like, how many more times can we have these confrontations with Vista 3 and them survive? Like, Visser 3 is turned into a villain that isn't actually doing anything quite worthwhile to the Andalite Bandits. Is he that scary? I'm starting to be less scared of Visser 3 because he's apparently so easy to evade. However, we do have a showdown and he apparently kills Jake, but when he does that, somehow Jake is like transported back in time to like the day before they made the decision to go through with this plan, so that the whole plan just wasn't executed in the first place. So the whole plot, the whole book is redundant. None of it happened. They didn't get those cool morphs or anything like that. It all got very conveniently brushed under the rug and everything's fine again. I didn't like that. I mean, I was loving it up until that point and it just ruined it at the end. Like, Axe explains it that he was killed by Visser 3, but his consciousness went into his still living other self. And I'm just like, what? What? Okay. So the whole thing was just dragged down for me. And it just wasn't a fun time by the end of it because I was just like, okay, I could have just not read this book. I could have skipped this one because nothing of consequence happened. Like, this took filler. I really want to say something snappy and witty there, but I've got nothing. It's very late again, but I'm about to talk about the next book and I'm going to change where I'm filming because my battery's about to die and I don't want that to happen. Okay, I'm back and I'm ready to talk about the reaction. The last book of the night. I don't think I've got another one in me. I probably could because I'm not tired, but I kind of just want a little bit of a break from Animorphs. Anyway, the reaction, better than the last one, I think. I'm a bit torn because I kind of did love what happened in the previous one, but because it all got retconned and was made pointless by the end of it, it makes me prefer this one a little bit more because at least it made more sense and it had a bit of more of a point in things when retconned. So we're following Rachel again and she is morphing out of control. She can't really control what's happening with her morphs and she's just morphing randomly, which is putting her and the other characters in danger when she does that because it could reveal who they are, could reveal to the Yerks that they aren't actually Adelaide bandits, but, you know, human children. So, like, she's putting them in really dangerous positions. And to begin with, she didn't understand what was going on, so that's fair enough. I don't judge Rachel for it. But then when Axe explains to her that she is allergic to the crocodile DNA she picked up because she saved a kid in a zoo at the start of the book and acquired crocodile DNA, she's actually allergic to the crocodile. So because of that, she needs to, like, burp the DNA out. Strange, but again, not as strange as the whole time travel stuff that happened in the previous book. But it meant some really tense moments happened, some really exciting moments. Rachel ends up destroying the ceiling in her house because she comes through it as an elephant and has to be, like, rescued. And all of it, like, that's really cool stuff. And also when she's in the office with Chapman and her legs are starting to turn into a bear and she has to, like, get out of there before Chapman sees because Chapman is still being controlled. So it's set up that Rachel is putting everyone in jeopardy essentially, and she needs to wait until she's burped up this DNA before she can help them on the missions again. However, she lies to the other Animorphs, to her friends, that the burping thing happened and she's normal again, and then their whole plan ends up getting upside down left to right because of her, and like they almost get caught and it really does put them all in danger. I'm just like, Rachel, why did you do that? I know Rachel's like headstrong and she likes to dive into things pretty full on and great, like she does have that really fiery personality. She just wasn't thinking and she wasn't putting her friend's safety first in this one, so I didn't like that about her. But it did make some really good conflicts, and I didn't even tell you really what the whole plot thing is. So there's actually a heartthrob pop star who is coming to town that they think the Yerks are going to control. I mean, it turns out that this pop star heartthrob was being controlled, but like that whole thing was neither here nor there. Like I didn't fully get it. I was like, okay, whatever. It did mean that there was another confrontation with Visser 3 that they escaped from. Honestly, Visser 3 is pathetic. Absolutely. Like, we're seeing this intense villain taking over the planet Earth and these 5 kids just keep escaping. Yeah, just a lot of things seemed a bit out of character in this book. It felt like we weren't treading any new ground. It didn't really further much of the Andalites or the Yerks or any other like world building things. And I know stories like these are relevant in a way to build character. However, there was an interesting part where Rachel's recklessness was kind of questioned. I think it was by Chapman or someone who kind of thought that maybe she was trying to commit suicide. And that, again, was rather deep and intense. I mean, obviously Rachel wasn't, but her emotions are very high, and I can kind of see, like, especially with what's been happening with her parents and the divorce and things, the strain that's having on her. I don't think mental health was talked about at all back in the 90s, but what that's doing to Rachel is worrying. It is worrying. I thought it was interesting that that was even brought up. I'm conflicted. Like, I'm not hating it. Like, I'm giving it 2 stars, but it's not terrible. I don't hate it. It's not making me really annoyed, apart from all the repetition with the whole fucking recapping every single fucking book and character and telling us every fucking thing for the millionth time. I feel like my emotions on the series has been a roller coaster ride so far. Like, I've been having moments during the first few where I was just like, oh my god, this is amazing, and this is surprising me at how well this is written and how well this is all being built up. And then we have moments like this where I'm just like, it's just very up and down. Like, the tone shifts so much, which of course it's going to do because all the books are told from a different POV. I just want this to be a one track kind of story, and instead it's just like this, that, and the other. I'm trying my best to keep up. Yeah, when we have stories like this or books like this, or at least like the last 3, I feel have been like rather fillerish. I'm just like, don't make me lose my interest now. I've got 42 books left to go. I have fallen just slightly behind schedule. I finished 18 books, so I have 6 more books to talk about today. And it is January 10th, well, the morning of January 10th. So really I'm saying like 18 books in 9 days is like 2 books a day, which is great. But at the same time, kind of wanted to be a little bit ahead. I did kind of slow down a few days ago. My dad had an aneurysm and he had to go to the hospital, and it was quite scary, of course, but he seems to be doing a lot better. He is alive, which is such a relief, and I get to talk to him today. We're not allowed to go and see him, but I will be able to FaceTime him today, so I'm really excited for that. I'm genuinely cannot wait to see him. But yes, that was on Thursday. It's Monday now. So the past few days I have been reading very slowly, and I don't think I've been taking in as much of the Animorphs books as I wanted to. I mean, I still have thoughts. I still read the books. I still gave them ratings. I still want to talk about them. But yeah, I think my mind was a little bit foggy. So I might not be talking about the next few books as in depth as I would like to, but I do think I will be able to still touch on some important points. Let's talk about these next 6 books. So book number 13, The Change Followed to Bias. It was actually a really good book. I think I gave this one 4 stars. Well, 3.5. I'm just going to say 4. And in this one, just briefly then, Tobias is kind of flying around, and he finds himself kind of flying in the same spot, like suddenly, and like something seems to be putting him back in kind of controlling where he's flying. He's also with Rachel at the time, and then they end up coming across some Hawkbajir. I can't remember how it's pronounced in the audiobook. I don't think I've ever mentioned them so far in this video, but they are a peaceful alien race that have been taken over by the Yeerks. They're kind of like what will happen to the humans if the Yeerks win. So this is like what the Animorphs are like fighting against, because then they'll be enslaved by the Yeerks and all of that. So this is what the Animorphs are fighting against, otherwise they will all become controllers and the Yeerks will infest their brains, things like that. So the Hawkbajir are essentially the humans' future. What is really gross in this book though is that when Tobias and Rachel save these 2 Hawkbajir and take them to this cave, the other Animorphs come and they think, well, is this a trap? So then the Hawkbajir slices his head open to show them that there isn't a Yeerk in their head, in their brain. And that was so gross. That was like disgusting, not gonna lie. The more I read of the Animorphs, the more I realize that these aren't really for like middle grade. They're not really like kids books, but they're definitely tweeny, young teen kind of books. So going back to Tobias then for a sec, is that because he seems to be getting controlled by something in order to help the Hawkbajir, and like there was kind of almost like a destiny kind of thing. It turns out it's the Elemist, who we spoke about previously as well. Elemist, the kind of all-powerful, omnipotent being that is kind of pushing Tobias to help in these Hawkbajir. The Elemist is trying to save the Hawkbajir. How many times can I say that? So then, yeah, the Animorphs save the Hawkbajirs, but like the main thing about this book is how important it is for Tobias, especially the ending. So with the ending, the Elemist promises to give Tobias a wish should, you know, he help the Hawkbajir, and like kind of as a thank you for, you know, forcing him to do that. Tobias ends up getting transported back in time again, time travel, to the day before the Animorphs meet the Andalite in the construction site when they gave them the Morphin powers and gave them the destiny. So he can either tell his past self to not go to the construction site so that he's never part of the whole thing, or he can acquire Tobias's human DNA so that Tobias can morph into his human self for 2 hours, kind of like acquiring the normal morph, how they've been doing with animals, but now he can acquire his human self. The Hulk will still be his original form, but Tobias will have his human self as a morph, but only for 2 hours at a time. So yeah, Tobias obviously chooses the latter because if he did tell himself not to go to the construction site, then he would not be able to tell his past self not to go as a Hulk. Like, that's the whole kind of time thing, which is always that confusing. And I don't think any kind of story should really tamper with it unless it knows it all the way through. It's a good job he didn't, because I just feel like it would have opened so many plot holes. Although I guess you could do the whole, well, it was kind of going on a different timeline kind of deal thing. I don't know. Like, honestly, time travel confuses me. Yeah, Tobias chooses to acquire his DNA so that he can still be part of the Animorphs, but also turn into a human for 2 hours whenever he wants. Which is good. Like, that's a good kind of reward for him. And it's definitely different. I was starting to get a little bit bored with Tobias's Hulkness. Or just, like, the way he would always be almost a side character in everyone else's story, but hardly given the time of day because he was always constantly a Hulk. Just not really able to do much of anything other than swoop down and save them at the last minute, you know? But I did really enjoy the ending. I thought it was really good. It was a nice little twist, and yeah, it was a good book, so I gave this one 4 stars. It was good. Also, I don't think I've ever mentioned the whole kind of chemistry between Tobias and Rachel. I do kind of like it. I like it. And I also like the chemistry between Jake and Cassie. I like that too. And I just haven't really mentioned it. Mainly because I don't really like, well, especially when there's a series with this much action, this much plot, don't really talk much about, you know, romance in that sense. But I like the ending of it. I liked when Tobias came to school as his human self and Rachel was like, whoa. And I like them together. I think it's cute. I think it's cute. Okay, so The Unknown. This series is so inconsistent. Like, I could give a string of books, and there are a string of books coming up that get like 4 stars in a row. I can do that. And then the next book will just be like 2 star. And this book is a 2 star, unfortunately. I found The Unknown not that great. It's all from Cassie's POV. There are just some random scenes of this, and I know like we've got a series with over 50 books, there's bound to be fillers and stuff, and this one definitely felt filler, but it is random. Like, this was kind of funny. Like, there were some funny moments. We have Cassie and Rachel discover a year come out of a horse's ear, so like the Yeerks are kind of trying to take over horses, and just saying it out loud, it seems a bit strange, but you know. So the Animorphs decide to investigate. They go to Zone 91, which is a Air Force base, and there was some funny moments there because when they're caught, they're promptly arrested, and Rachel, Marco, and Cassie use these pseudonyms to, well, fake names, to kind of get out of trouble-ish. Like, they use, it was the X-Files characters, which I need to watch. Oh yeah, Fox Mulder, Dana Scully, and Cassie calls herself Cindy Crawford because she panics. Stuff like that is funny. And then another kind of funny bit, but like, again, random and strange, is when they go to a racetrack to acquire horse DNA. Cassie gets the DNA of the champion racehorse, and then the owner of the racehorse thinks Cassie is his horse, so he ends up taking her to the racetrack and wins the race. I mean, I was kind of sitting there with a smile on my face, like, okay, but like, can we get back to the story now? I guess we do need the lighter moments, you know, especially with some stuff that's coming up. It's nice to have some of those lighter moments. And yeah, maybe looking back on it as a whole, it's fine, really. And I have to expect this kind of stuff. I wanted to get back to the story. So yeah, the Yeerks are taking over horses. The Animorphs as horses join the controlled horses, which, you know, again, Vista 3 appears, which is starting to become annoying, not gonna lie. The amount of times they escape is just Like, what's the point of Vista 3? Every single time. Every single time. And Vista 3 always notices them and always says, okay, they're looking suspicious, eliminate them. And they always escape. Like, this happens so many times. So many times. That's starting to get a bit repetitive and boring because the stakes of that are just non-existent because I know they're going to get away. Yeah, just, can you like change it up a little bit? Because it happens again in some of the other books that I'm going to talk about in a minute. Honestly, I am sick of this cold now. It can go. I've had it for like nearly 3 weeks and it's doing my tits in. But what the Yerks are literally hiding here in Zone 91 or whatever is a toilet. An Andalite toilet. That's what they've been guarding. It is one of my least favourite books so far. I think I like this a little bit more than The Forgotten and The Reaction, but only slightly. And I think it's because a lot of the humour in this one was pretty well done, I think, and pretty good. I didn't have a whole lot of thoughts on this one because it was a little bit boring, repetitive, and a bit silly. Which I'm kind of getting used to. I'm getting used to the silliness of the Animorphs series, but this was just like a whole other level. An Adelaide toilet, really? The Escape is a book told from Marco's POV, and I gave this one 3 stars. Definitely prefer it to The Unknown. Into the unknown. But Marco is narrating at the start of the book and giving us the whole recap again. He's like, what are Yerks, you wonder? Well, no, I don't wonder. I don't wonder because I know what the Yerks are. You've told me for 14 books before this. I know what the Yerks are. I know what the Analytes are. I know what the mission is. I know what you guys are. I know every single person's personality. You don't need to tell me again as if I'm a brand new person coming into this story. Who in their right mind would start reading Animorphs at number 15? Come on. So in this one, the Animorphs learn that the Yerks are up to something in a secret underwater base. And Visa 1 is up to something as well. And if we remember, Visa 1 actually turned out to be Marco's mother, or at least, you know, the Yerk has taken over and is controlling Marco's mother. So what I love about The Escape, it still gets 3 stars, but what I love about The Escape is that I really enjoy the mission element of this one. So yeah, they need to get to this underwater base, and that is guarded by these intelligent hammerhead sharks. And we're introduced to a new alien race called the Lyran, and they are psychic, and they are also there, so they need to get past the Lyrans, who, you know, if they find them, then they will know that they're not actually Andalites, but humans and human children. They need to get past that. The stakes in this one are quite high, and I like when a mission actually seems to be quite difficult, rather than them infiltrating an airbase to find out they're protecting an Andalite toilet, you know what I mean? So this is like a really exciting book. It introduces like a lot more to the world, and we get more character depth. So like with Marco, would you agree with this? He has like the most at stake with his mother being Visa 1. And there was a really tense scene actually where Marco has demorphed and he is in front of Visa 1. Visa 1 assumes that he has been taken over. And the Yerk that's controlling Marco's mother is saying that his mother is screaming and crying and stuff, thinking that Marco is being controlled and that she's kind of lost him to a Yerk. And Marco has to like pretend that he's been taken over. And like that kind of anguish is just, my heart broke for him really, and like for his mother. And what a horrible, horrible situation. He ends up having to, you know, play along. He could have tried to have saved his mother, but obviously that would have jeopardized the mission, jeopardized his friends, jeopardized his identity and all of that. Again, he had to like choose the mission over saving his mother. And I think that's like such a huge thing for him. Again, adds a lot of complexity to his character that we never really get to see in anyone else's POV books. The main plan that the Yerks are doing at this underwater base is that they're trying to take over sharks, but make them more intelligent. That whole thing to me felt a little bit silly, but that wasn't really like developed very well to me, so I didn't really get it. I kind of just like this book more for Marco and his character development, and also the mission, because the mission was quite fun and intense. And what I also like about the Animorphs series is that it doesn't forget what a character's been through in the past. So obviously Marco was kind of traumatized by what happened with the sharks earlier in the series, where he got bitten in half. Obviously he's very reluctant to kind of confront sharks again because of this. So I like how trauma is being carried over and it's not being forgotten about, and it's having like a real serious effect on these kids. I genuinely don't know how they're coping. I don't know if I would have been as strong as the characters are, to be honest, and I'm really admiring them for continuing to be part of this mission and be part of this fight when the odds really aren't in their favor. A solid book that got a high 3 stars. Like, it wasn't quite a 4 for me, but it had a fun mission, good character development for Marco, and yeah, that's about it with that one, I think. So let's talk about The Warning, the 16th book in the Animorphs series, and this one starts off a string, doesn't it? This one starts off a string of 4-star books, because I feel like we are getting back to the point. And it kind of started to get back to the point with the previous book, The Escape. But this one kind of solidifies that, continues the Andalite story, the war and things. So in this one, it is Jake's POV. And he ends up finding a website dedicated to the Yeerks. But if he kind of checks it out and stuff, then he's worried that they will be found out. So it's better to try and find out more about this website, the people who run the website, to see if there is anybody out there who is going to be helping them so that they're not totally alone in this war. So Axe does help out a bit and makes it so that when Jake searches things, it's totally anonymous so that nobody will be able to see it. They do go into like this chat room, they see people talking about controllers and like worried, oh, my dad's a controller, things like that. So that's like huge if there are more humans that know about the Yeerks and the invasion, but what if it's a trap? So that's kind of like what Cassie brings up, and that's what they're worried about. They want to find out who these people are in the chat room and stuff, but Axe can't hack that. So they decide to go to the, Web Access America's headquarters to find out and hack their system. It's like a very like dated kind of book, but I don't mind that. What's really cool though is that they decide to morph into flies to go onto this aeroplane to the headquarters. Could you imagine like being able to just morph into a fly and get a free plane to somewhere? Like, that would be awesome. But also terrifying, because when they morph into flies, oh my god, like the descriptions of like their guts and stuff and the way all of that's described almost made me sick. It was disgusting. There is a moment when Jake is almost swatted, and that kind of event for him, it traumatizes him. Just like how Marco was like split in half by a shark, and that kind of trauma carries over, and we saw that in the previous book. This whole fly business is just showing you just how lucky they are for escaping these situations when anyone normal, I guess, would have been squished to death. It's very, very traumatizing, this whole thing, and you do see more of that. I remember there was like a kind of a fight between Cassie and Jake, because there are two kind of separate things happening. Cassie wants to help the guy who thinks his dad is controller, and Jake is like, but the more pressing matter is the owner of Web Access America, and finding out more about the users and things like that, and who knows about Yeerks and stuff. So they go with like along with Jake, and they go to the owner of Web Access America's place. Their plan goes totally tits up, and they have to like scramble to try and do anything. But it turns out the owner of Web Access America is Visser 3's brother. I feel like Visser 3's brother, twin brother, is way more terrifying than Visser 3. Esplin, who is the brother, the way he survives with a Yeerk pool is that he uses these forums to discover controllers, human controllers, and every 3 days he kidnaps them. He like splits their head open and eats the Yeerk from their brain. He's a cannibal. And this is when like things become so morally grey, because when that's found out, that obviously hurts the humans, the hosts and stuff, and potentially kills them. I can't remember if it did actually like outright kill them or affected them so badly that their quality of life is like not great. Jake ends up, well, Cassie wants to attack him and stuff, but Jake ends up stopping him because he thinks he's killing Yeerks. Then what's the problem, even if it does mean sacrificing the host? That kind of just brings you back to the fact that these kids are part of this war where there isn't really very many good options for them. They have to do things that they probably don't want to do, or things that are terrifying to them. They aren't supposed to be making these decisions, but they do. And I feel so bad for them. What were they supposed to do in a way? Like, I don't know what I would have done in their position. He is killing Yeerks, but also sacrificing the host bodies. Between a rock and a hard place for these characters, and I felt bad for Jake, who does have a bit of a heart-to-heart moment with Cassie, and he's like, I didn't choose to be a leader and stuff, and this is like tearing me apart, and this is like really hard for me and stuff like that. And Cassie was like, we didn't do you any favors by making you our leader, did we? It's great that they can see from each other's point of view, but it's serious stuff, man. Like, this is a serious. I didn't realize I was serious. I mean, it is silly for half of it, but I think what this book, and why I gave it 4 stars, is that exploration into the decisions these Animorphs have to make for war. And isn't that so scary? They're teens, like young teens. And they have to make this kind of decision where, will they have to sacrifice human hosts to get rid of Yeerks? Is there going to be collateral damage? Are there going to be a lot of innocent lives lost? And yes, and I feel like already there has been, but it's on these teen shoulders. And that's scary, man. And then all of that kind of stuff is done. We have like kind of at the end, we have Cassie morph into a wolf and talk to the boy from the chat room who thinks his dad was controller and tells him, you know, don't go on this forum, don't trust your dad, stuff like that. And Jake finds her, consoles her because she feels like she's done a terrible thing, but she like really is desperate to save people and she has so much compassion for other people. And I mean, so do the other Animorphs, but I feel like Cassie just feels it so much more. And this is when we kind of see Jake and Cassie kind of develop one another and see each other's side of the story and knowing that they're not evil, but they might have to do evil things to win this war. I am intrigued because at the end there is a fire at Esplin's mansion and like who did it? Do we know? I don't know. Could have been Jake. Maybe he felt a bit guilty for letting him kind of go. Who knows? Getting into the underground then, as I mentioned before, I gave this book 4 stars. I think this one, I mean, a lot of people refer to this book as the oatmeal book, which it is. And it sounds silly and a little bit outrageous, but what it did was give the characters an opportunity to delve into the war aspect of Animorphs again, but like have this really huge dilemma, which we have seen before. We have seen that kind of crossing the line between what's good and right and what's wrong and bad and things like that. We've seen that before, but like I don't think to the extent of this book. So we are in Rachel's POV and she ends up saving, along with some of the help from the other Animorphs, saving a guy who tries to commit suicide, which is a huge thing to touch upon in this book. And I remember a few books back, Rachel's POV again, when suicide was again brought up. So I think that's a really interesting theme. In this one, it turns out that the man who tried to kill himself had a Yeerk, has a Yeerk in his brain. This Yeerk got addicted to, was it maple and ginger oatmeal? And that's kind of how this Yeerk didn't have to go to the Yeerk pool, but it meant that this Yeerk is now addicted and it's affected the Yeerk like so much that the human controller has a bit more freedom because they can speak for themselves and all of that. So it's kind of a little bit of a lifeline in this whole war with the Yeerks, because if they can give human controllers a bit more of their freedom, a bit more of their power back, then that's a good thing, isn't it? However, not really, because that means that the Yeerks will live in their brains forever. As long as the humans live, the Yeerk will live in their brain. So it's not really a good thing, especially since we saw this man almost driven crazy by this Yeerk and try to kill himself. And I think that's a huge thing that the Animorphs didn't really take into account when they were debating whether or not to dump oatmeal into a Yeerk pool. I mean, they were having good conversations about it and stuff, and they were saying like, is it right? Is it ethically right to do this? I also found it interesting that Jake wouldn't do it to Tom, but would do it to everyone else essentially. But they do want human controllers to get their freedom back, but again, one of them tried to kill himself. Like, that should have been the be-all, end-all of that conversation. They should not have even tried. They decide to try. They don't succeed in doing it, but they do try very hard to break into this Yeerk pool, which they find like an entrance through in McDonald's. They don't get to go through that way because of the whole security thing. But like, saying that though, even though it sounds ridiculous that there's a Yeerk pool entrance in McDonald's, it's not really, because there's like the secret code thing that they have to say to a person. I think it was like, I want a Happy Meal with extra happy or something, and it makes sense because McDonald's is like a huge company, and yeah, like why not? And oatmeal as a weakness for the Yeerks, why not? Why not? Yeah, just the whole, even attempting to kind of condemn so many humans to having to live with a Yeerk in their head for the rest of their lives, and they've seen it drive someone crazy, they still try it anyway. I don't know, it was a little bit, I wasn't a big fan of their decision to do that, but they do genuinely want to give the humans more of their freedom. But I feel like the price of it is just far too high, and there is a way of saving everyone. It's just going to take more time. This oatmeal solution is not really a solution. So I wasn't a big fan of that, and then it just didn't end up working in the first place. But I still gave it 4 stars because it was very exciting to see the Animorphs try so hard in this Yeerk pool. And there was also a moment with the tarantula when Rachel and them have like turned into cockroaches, and this tarantula comes along. Oh god, that was intense. That was terrifying. I love when the Animorph series has these moments when they're in morph and they have the added danger of other animals or other insects, wildlife, all of that on top of it because, yeah, they're cockroaches now. Spiders are going to want to eat them, you know? But yeah, Rachel like loses a leg and then she like breaks a wing later on as well. Like, how do these things not affect her human body? I do not know. But that was also really exciting too. As ridiculous as some of it is, I did still prefer it to a lot of the previous books that I've recently read. And it was just interesting to see that whole oatmeal moral dilemma side of it too. It's a hard one. Again, like the war against the Yeerks is proven to be extremely difficult, very tricky, and is playing with the characters' heads, emotions. I'm just so glad it wasn't a boring one. And also, actually, before I move on, I wrote this quote down. We have to win with the first 4 steps to hell. And I feel like that is huge in terms of Animorphs and what they're doing and what they're willing to do to win. And I just found that so interesting. That was a really good quote. I had to write that down as soon as I heard it. Yeah. And then we move on to The Decision, which is the 18th book in Animorphs, and it's told from Axe's POV. And this one gets another 4-star rating. This one might be my favourite book so far in the series. I think just because it had like a lot of charm. Like, I'm just looking at my ratings. Yeah, I think it just beats out The Predator for being my favourite book so far, I think. Honestly, I usually have some kind of hindsight to some of the books after reading more. And I'm like, oh, maybe that book wasn't as great as I remembered it, or in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't actually that good. So my ratings on books in the past might change slightly, but yeah, I think this one's my favorite so far. I love Axe, always have, always will, and I just found it so endearing, especially since this book started with Axe at the mall and he is literally tasting all this food and he just loves food so much. Like, I find that so endearing. And there's just like this really nice moment at the start when Axe is asking for a job at a cinnamon bun place and the manager takes pity on him, doesn't give him a job because obviously like you don't just like wander in off the streets and just ask for one, but like she does offer to give him food if he cleans up plates. He ends up misinterpreting that as eating other people's food. But it was like really nice and really touching that this manager was taking pity on him and thinking he was somebody in desperate need or a kid in desperate need of food. And I just, yeah, that was just so nice and so touching. The plot of this one is that they find out that the Yeerks or Vista 3 is trying to get the second in command of the US Secret Service on their side, and they got Chapman to crash into his car so that Hewlett, who is the Secret Service guy, goes to hospital where they can take over him. However, he's quite badly injured, so they can't like immediately infect him. So Vista 3 might have to like change his pants and stuff, but then Vista 3 again spots the Animorphs who have turned into seagulls and chases them. Again, like this keeps happening. He just notices them all the time. It's getting annoying, not gonna lie. But it did lead to a pretty exciting chase with like Vista 3 and Axe, a showdown on a rooftop, which ends quite anticlimactically. Like Vista 3 just jumps off and escapes. It was still exciting to read. So then the Animorphs end up deciding that they could use Hewlett, the Secret Service guy, on their benefit, and if they get him, like if they acquire him, then they can get him to tell the government about the invasion and stuff, because it will be more believable coming from a trusted person in that field, which is a solid idea. But what I love about this book is that something that was mentioned earlier on is that when the Animorphs morph into something really small and like all their mass or body mass or whatever goes to Z space or something, when that happens, we actually see what happens when their mass goes to Z space. And it was so cool. While their mass is in Z space, they are struck by an Andalite ship, which causes them to appear in Z space and be brought on board this Andalite ship. So we get to see the Animorphs in space again, which is always really cool. But I like the way that this happened. The fact that we had that connection back to the previous book and keeping up with the lore of Animorphs. Sometimes we get these moments where it goes beyond silly to actually making sense in the grand scheme of this series. But Axe changes when he's on this Andalite ship. He kind of starts ignoring the Animorphs and he starts to follow command on the Andalite ship. Really interesting to see Axe's struggle being between these two kind of species, like the humans and the Animorphs and the Andalites, you know, his species. So that was all interesting to see. And then it turns out that the captain of the ship is a traitor and he is naughty. The ship is about to be taken over by Yeerks and they end up killing the captain. The tactical officer who killed the captain puts the ship on self-destruct. So that means everyone on the ship will die, and that's like their self-sacrificing, and it was so touching, honestly. They knew that their time was up. They're still trying to fight and battle the Yerks to the very end, and it shows you like the heartbreak and the tragedy of this war. And, you know, it was touching because we are in Axe's POV. So we see him talk about that, the Animorphs escape with Axe, but Axe is torn again because I can't remember what he said exactly. Did I write it down? No, I didn't. But when he argues with the Animorphs, because again, like, you know, that's his people who just died, he kind of says something like, I wish I had have died with them. And like, that was like, oh God, intense and so heartbreaking to hear come from Axe, because, you know, he's just watched his people die and sacrifice themselves for, well, the greater good, this war. They end up going to Lyra, which was the home of the Lyrans, and is it Tobias and Rachel go missing, or was it Marco and Rachel? Yeah, Tobias disappears, Rachel disappears, and that was interesting. Again, I wasn't sure what was going on. They discover there's like this bomb on this like continent in space, and the Andalites need to blow it up, and when the Animorphs were disappearing, it just meant that they were going back to their bodies on Earth, so they offer to blow up this continent. So a whole bunch of stuff happens. They go back to Earth, and they don't end up doing anything with this Hewlett, Secret Service guy, and yeah, so it kind of ended a little bit anticlimactically. But I found the whole Z-Space aspect of this book so intriguing, so exciting, just so touching, because we were seeing it from Axe's POV, and he had to go through that whole Andalite experience on the ship and their self-destruction, and it was heavy. I am really enjoying the Animorphs books when they're serious and heavy, so I mean, as bad as that sounds. K.A. Applegate is doing such a great job with these characters. I am still so surprised at how deep and how in-depth we are going with these characters, and genuinely thought there wouldn't be any consequences to any of their actions, or they wouldn't be explored very well, but they actually are, and it's not exactly depressing me, but like, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling how serious and tough this war is, even despite the filler books and the silly concepts every now and then. I'm still feeling that, because I do think that this series is quite well written for the demographic, and it's really showing me what I need to see with this world and with these characters. So super, super intrigued and interested. I still think that it's going to get a bit weird still. I still think some things are going to come up that might throw me off because of just what people have been telling me. I still wanted to be so much further ahead than I am right now, but I'll take what I'm given at this point. I've also heard that the next book that I'm about to read is a lot of people's favorite book in the series, so I'm excited to see what the fuss is about with that one. So yeah. We are back on the Animorphs train. It is January 11th, and we are 24 books down. I think that's pretty good progress. Definitely at least 2 a day, which is good, but I did want to do a little bit more, but you know. I'm going to try and pick up the pace a bit more now. I did have a little bit of a stumble the past like week, but you know what? It's fine. Things are looking better. Things are looking brighter. So positive thoughts, positive outcome. Before I get into it, look what I bought. I bought the first 5 Animorphs books, well, the UK editions, from eBay for like £10-15. And these are all first editions, which I don't really care about. I don't really care about like first editions of things. But I thought it was really cool. The spines are a little bit washed out, but also I didn't realize this until after I received them and stuff, but they actually stopped releasing the UK covers like this and started releasing them like this. So these were the first 2 copies I ever got from like the charity shop, but they re-released the first like 20 or so with these new covers and never released the rest of the books with these covers. So don't know what I'm going to do, because I like things to be uniform. I like things looking the same. I don't want to waste money. I don't want to waste money, but I'm kind of wanting to make sure I get the entire series like this rather than like this. I mean, it was only like £10-15 for these first 5, and it's very cool to have, but when I get them all together on the shelf, they're going to look like this, and kind of upsets me a little bit, but it's fine for now, it's fine. But I did just want to show these off. I love it, and I didn't realize, because I'd been reading on the Kindle, but the bottom corner, which you guys will probably already know, but on the bottom corner it has even the book morphs. Flip the pages and check it out. So this is what happens. Let's see if I can make it look good. Can you see it morphing in the bottom corner of the page? I mean, I made it look a little bit shit there, but maybe got some ASMR out of that as well, who knows. Do you like my Scream shirt? I'm about to do a Scream along tomorrow with my patrons. We're watching all 4 of the Scream films before Scream 5 comes out in cinemas on Friday. So excited. But yeah, I will also say before I talk about these books too, is that I found a 5-star. My first 5-star of the series so far. Oh my gosh, okay, so I'm ready to talk about these next few books, because some of them were incredible. One of them was very ridiculous and outrageous, but it doesn't matter, because in the grand scheme of things, you know what, I'm just going to talk about the books. The Departure, book number 19, I had heard from a lot of people say it's like one of the best of the series, and I do kind of agree that I did really enjoy this one. It's told from Cassie's perspective. It does still only get 4 stars. I felt like 4 stars is a bit of a ceiling for this series at this point, but 4 stars meant that I just really enjoyed it, and it's probably one of Animorphs' best. And at this point I also thought maybe I cannot ever give an Animorphs book 5 stars because my tastes are different. You know what? I do prove myself wrong in a couple of books' time, but The Departure I thought was so interesting. It dealt with so many themes, and I think one of the reasons why it was my favorite book to this point was because of the themes it explored, as well as what else it told us about the Yeerks. This one was really interesting because in this one we had Cassie quit the Animorphs. She just ripped the throat out of Hawk-Bajir, and she didn't really feel too much about it, like, and that's what scares her. She's scared that she's desensitized by the killings that she's doing, which honestly sounds really bad when I say it out loud. Like, yeah, they are like killing, but you know what, it's war. They've been put in this really awful position where they have to kill. Anyway, Cassie's finding herself to feel a bit less of like the moral one of the group, which is what she's always been, and that scares her. Her whole change of personality has terrified her so much that she quits the Animorphs right there and then. She's like, I'm not doing this anymore, fuck the lot of you. She doesn't quite say fuck the lot of you, but I put that in my head. So fast forward a little bit, and the main plot of this book is that Cassie ends up finding a girl called Karen in the middle of the woods. She's being chased by a bear, and Cassie saves her. Karen saves Cassie in return, and it turns out that Karen has this Yeerk in her brain. She's a human controller, and this Yeerk is called Aftran, and this Yeerk wants revenge on Cassie for killing the Hawk-Bajir from the start of the book, because that Hawk-Bajir was the brother of the Yeerk that's in Karen's brain. You following me? I mean, and that in itself, like, we have a bit of an isolated story away from the other Animorphs, which was nice. But what I found really interesting with this one is the kind of conversations that Cassie has with Aftran, and the things that Aftran says about Yeerks. And Aftran is saying, like, look, not all Yeerks are evil. A lot of us just want to be able to experience things and experience the galaxy and explore the galaxy and see the galaxy, because when these Yeerks aren't in humans' brains, they are, like, kind of blind. The original form is just, like, swimming in the Yeerk pools, and like they don't get to experience anything. I mean, obviously it's still like terrible because they're taking over people's bodies, and that's not a good thing. You kind of almost, well, I think K.A. Applegate almost tries to humanize the Yeerks a little bit and makes them a little bit more, not exactly, well, I guess maybe relatable a little bit, because I totally see why a lot of the Yeerks would want to do what they're being told to do. That's kind of like confusing me, because I'm like, no, because up until this point, these Yeerks have just been evil, okay? I've seen them as evil. I wasn't expecting any more complexity to that. In this book, we definitely do get that complexity to it, which again has proven me wrong from the start of the vlog, where I talked about like how the series wasn't really that well written, and I found like dialogue cheesy, and you know, it just seems like a really cheesy kind of series. But it turns out, no, there's actually way more depth to this than I ever possibly imagined. And this book, and I think, again, why it was my favourite up to this point, is because it took a lot of what I thought and flipped it on its head, and especially with the Yeerks. The Yeerks are still evil, and they still have to take them down because what they're doing is wrong. We kind of get more of an understanding that not all Yeerks want to dominate humans and dominate the entire world or anything like that. They just want to experience what humans have and what Andalites have, and they can't do that. A little part of me is like, I feel a little bit sorry for you. Yeah, I have to kind of be careful with what I think about the Yeerks, because I don't want them to make me want them to kind of, I don't know, I don't want them to succeed. Of course I don't want them to succeed, but it's a little bit more tricky now. But what I don't understand about this book, what lets this book down, why I didn't give it 5 stars, is I just think Cassie acted a little bit out of character when it came to some scenes almost towards the end, is when Cassie allows Aftran to enter her brain so that she can save Karen, and Cassie knows what has happened to, remember when Jake got controlled by a Yeerk? The danger she puts herself and her friends in, because again, she has all this knowledge in her brain. It was just a little bit out of character. I didn't think Cassie would ever put anybody else in danger like that. I mean, I know she really wanted to save Karen, but surely there were better ways to do it. I guess she didn't really want to kill the Yeerk by the end of it, because obviously she learned so much more about them, but there was a way of like maybe starving the Yeerk so that it would leave. But anyway, what Cassie does is she makes a bargain with this Yeerk that she will allow this Yeerk to go into her brain, let Karen go, and like don't allow Karen to be controlled by a Yeerk again. What the Yeerk ends up doing is forcing Cassie into a morph of a caterpillar and staying in that morph way past the allowed time. And I didn't fully understand that, because what ends up happening next is, I mean, the Yeerk, it's a little bit jumbled now because I've read more books, but the Yeerk leaves Cassie's brain. Cassie is like forced to be this caterpillar way past the 2 hours. And then I think like 3 days have passed and the other Animorphs comes and helps her and saves her and stuff. She's like transformed into a butterfly and then acts as like, well, you've had this like normal morph or something, and now you can actually morph back into a human, even though like 3 days has passed, way past like the 2 hours. And yeah, Cassie is a human again, and that's how she gets out of that. And I'm just like, I just don't think that it kind of fit the world's rules almost. Like, we had the whole 2 hour thing, and I just felt like it kind of went to the 2 hour time limit, which Tobias has like had to suffer for himself. So I didn't understand that. I'm sure there is an explanation. Maybe I missed it when I was reading it, but I just didn't understand how like that natural morph of going from a caterpillar to a butterfly meant that Cassie could then go and morph back into a human. Because don't caterpillars and butterflies have the same DNA, especially once they've morphed? Like, it's the same thing. It has changed its appearance, but it's the same DNA, right? I don't understand, right? I don't understand. I probably missed something, but that just didn't make sense to me. But other than that, I did really enjoy this book. Quite honestly, I'm glad Visser 3 wasn't in this book. We have a different kind of villain story with Aftran and finding more about the Yeerks. And it makes me second guess a little bit when the Animorphs kill a Yeerk. I am still on the Animorph side. I always will be, because they're the good guys, but they're not just good and bad guys in this anymore. It's very blurred. I just really enjoyed this one. I thought it was really, really good, but let down a little bit by, I think, some of the plot holes and some kind of out of character things that Cassie did. So yeah, but other than that, really, really good. Now, the next 3 books, and I'm going to talk about the Discovery first, are what's considered the David trilogy. And I didn't know this when I read the books, but I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the David trilogy. And it made the series feel a little bit more fresh this far into it. I mean, this far into it, I still have like 30 odd books or whatever to read. But, you know, we're 20 books in now, and just having this kind of story arc that really shook up the status quo was so fascinating to me. I really enjoyed it. Even though the previous book was very, very good and I really enjoyed it, again, 4 stars, I was still getting a little bit fatigue from the series. But I think the David trilogy like kind of revitalized it a little bit for me. I mean, for now. For now. But yeah, the Discovery is narrated by Marco and I gave it 4 stars. It's pretty memorable, and as I said, it starts off this like shaking up of the status quo and brought in some like different kinds of world building and storylines, and it was so good. Like, it's very, very memorable. I read this one pretty quickly, and I mean, I read all of them quickly, to be honest, but this one I was just like, oh, okay, like, this is really interesting. Remember the blue box thing, or the cube thing, that the Antelite from the very first book gave to the Animorphs and they got their powers from? Well, it's been found by a teen called David, and they don't know how he's got it. David's like new to like the whole school and stuff as well. Now it's up to the Animorphs to try and get this bloody cube back, and it's almost hilarious just like how badly their plans go trying to get this box thing back. I think it was Rachel, Tobias, and Marco to begin with. They will try and get it back, I think, that night, and it just goes so tits up, honestly. You know what? There are some times when the Animorphs have such a fantastic plan and they execute it brilliantly, and then there are other times where I just shake my head like, how you managed to do that? So this was one of those times. But anyway, it goes tits up. David ends up like shooting a BB gun at them and stuff, and then the next day David is like confiding in Marco, because Marco was the first and only person to ever really approach him and like be friends with him. He thinks that someone's trained these animals, these birds, to steal a box, so he's very protective of it, but he's been in touch with a potential buyer, and that kind of gets Marco's interest. It's like, oh, okay. He thinks that'll put David in danger if it goes through with it. I don't know how it worked, but like David set up this automatic email to go out at 4 p.m. to this potential buyer with his address and stuff, and I mean, that's a huge red flag there, but whatever. So they end up trying to, again, while David's at school and stuff, steal it. It didn't go well the first time, it doesn't go well the second time. Leads to, I think it was David's dad coming, thwarting the plan. Marco shapeshifts Animorphs into the snake that David owns, and then Visser 3 comes along because Visser 3 turned out to be the potential buyer of this cube. It just, again, all goes tits up. But David ends up getting like brought into the fold. David's life is now in danger, his house has been blown up, his parents have been taken away by the Yeerks and they're going to be controlled, and you know, things have gone horribly horribly wrong for David, and I felt a bit bad for him. The Animorphs decide, like, should we make David an Animorph? Should we give him the morphing powers from the cube? I found that so interesting because I was like, oh, they could like try and build up their kind of ranks, and if they can make more people Animorphs, then they have more people to fight the war. And that was like my plan going into it. And when a couple of them resisted David being with the Animorphs and like were kind of against it, I was a little bit like, well, it could be like the end of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and spoilers for Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I'm sorry. When like the chosen one is picked and stuff at the end of season 7, that kind of felt like what that could be for the Animorphs, and you know, having a whole army of Animorphs. I mean, it turns out that a couple of these characters were right to be hesitant to bring more Animorphs into it, and we'll get to that later. They do end up having a majority that David would join the Animorphs, and they gave him morphin powers. But even at the end of this book, David already shows signs of being disobedient and kind of a little bit unhinged. That was interesting. I didn't find it such a huge red flag at the end of this book, but definitely the next two. And again, like the shaking up of the status quo, that it was going to bring in a new character and having David be part of it was just so exciting to me. I also kind of like how Cassie's decisions in the previous book about quitting the Animorphs and all of that had repercussions in this one, because Marco doesn't kind of fully trust Cassie anymore, and it's interesting to see that as well. Like, these characters are changing. These characters aren't the same from 20 books ago, which is fantastic. Like, honestly, if they were the same, I would have been worried. I would have thought there was no character development. But I think the strongest part of the Animorph series so far has been the character development. Speaking of, Marco is still kind of the same. He's still like a little sexist, and like the things he says, I'm just like shaking my head at. But I'm sure that's like a true portrayal of a teenage boy. I kind of like how K.A. Applegate is doing that for Marco, because I'm seeing him start to understand what he is doing. If he isn't sexist by the end of the series, I will be so happy. But it's nice to see these characters changing and learning from themselves as well as other people, and seeing their character dynamics with each other change. That's also pretty good. But yeah, I think I've blown through that one. It was a very, very good one, and great start to the David trilogy. And then we get to The Threat. This one, honestly, like, it continues on with the David storyline of him joining the Animorphs, and I ended up giving this one 4 stars as well. It was, like, again, I think a step up to the previous book, and I just didn't think it was possible for it to take it up a notch, and this one definitely did, but not as much as the next book. Honestly, I can't wait to talk about the next book. But anyway, this one, narrated by Jake, and it kind of continues on from when book 20 ended, when the Animorphs are wanting to infiltrate, like, this resort, where these world leaders, we have a storyline where the Yeerks are trying to take over world leaders because they're meeting up at this same place, and the Yeerks want to take over from them with these hologram things. I don't know. But it's going to happen at this resort thing. So the Animorphs know about the resort and they want to stop it. But David is continuing to defy Jake, and he seems to be using his Animorph abilities for his own personal gain, which, I mean, I can see the appeal of that. I can see why you would want to do that. But coupled with, I think it was actually at the end of the previous book where David killed was it a crow? Something like that. He killed an animal, and he said, oh, it was the animal's instincts while he was in morph. And obviously, like, the Animorphs do struggle with taking over an animal's mind completely when they morph, and they have to like kind of push through it, and then they're the animal sort of thing. And obviously David, it's like one of his first morphs, of course he's going to have those things, so I didn't really think too much of it at the time. But his behavior, there's a pattern here, and it's very concerning. And I like how this book really got under my skin with that, because David is very unpredictable. With the other characters, I can kind of predict them at this point, because oh my god, their name is Rachel, but I can't tell you my last name because you know what I mean. So with David, total new character, and I was digging it. I wasn't liking him, I was finding him very annoying, but I loved that he was there, because again, he shook everything up. So the plot again continues on with them trying to get into like this resort. I think it was Jake, he morphs into a dragonfly or something, and the other ones morph into fleas on this dragonfly, and then he gets caught in a spider web. He demorphs partly, which I love seeing how well these kids are adapting to their powers and how much stronger they are getting with them. So that was really good. However, it does like injure Cassie, and it wasn't like the brightest idea, but you did have to try and get out of the spider web. But anyway, they get trapped by Vista 3, and this is when David is like starting to demorph, and he is about to betray the rest of them in order to save himself. I can understand why he's scared. He is scared and he doesn't really know the others, but like, don't do that, bitch. You are literally not a good Animorph. You are about to betray everyone and almost like kill everyone and unravel absolutely everything they've been working towards for 20 books. Like, this is book 21, like 21 books. They do manage to get out of the situation, but it means that the Animorphs just cannot trust David whatsoever. Like, what have they done? What have they done? They've given him these morphin powers, and I was initially like, yes, you know, build up your ranks, but now I'm thinking, but what are the effects of doing that to people? And I think what David did well was show the effects of what it could possibly do, like to the worst degree. This is the worst case scenario of them giving morphing powers to just anybody. And I like that exploration. Again, like, I'm so surprised by how well the series is actually written. Anyway, they don't really trust him anymore, but they kind of go their separate ways a little bit for the night, and I think Jake, Axe, and Tobias watch David when he's at Cassie's barn and stuff, and like they're keeping an eye on him. And then David leaves, and then like shit hits the fan. David is like flying off or whatever, and like Tobias goes after him. Jake and Axe are raptors, and they're like, you know, following along. And then everything's out of sight, and then Jake ends up coming across a bloodied, dead hawk, and we think it's Tobias. Like, he thinks it's Tobias. Like, is Tobias dead? Like, I was like, what the fuck? Like, Tobias cannot be dead. Things happen, like, stuff happens, but it ends up leading to a fight on the top of a shopping mall between Jake and David. And it was so exciting because earlier on in the book, I'm just all over the place with this, but earlier on in the book, we have David say to Jake, who do you think would win in a fight? A tiger or a lion? And obviously Jake has a tiger morph and David has acquired a lion morph, and that kind of comment unsettled Jake earlier on. And now we're at this like final fight of the book, and we have Jake a tiger and David a lion, and that kind of like harks back to that, and I really liked that. I thought it was really cool, and it just made it so much more unsettling because David said, I think a lion would win. And then so they have this fight, they crash through the roof of the shopping mall, like the skylight, and that's how the book ends. Jake's slipped into unconsciousness, and that is just probably like the best ending to a book so far. I think I was just like riveted throughout. I thought this was like so good. Again though, 4 stars, it's like pushing the boundary. It's like almost there, it's almost at the 5-star. 4-star, high 4-star. Yeah, it kind of blew my mind a little bit, and I had to read the next one straight away. But it also reminded me a little bit of The Walking Dead, because we are now having, like, the Yerks kind of took a little bit of a backstep in this book, and it seemed like the biggest threat came from, well, a human animorph, like from one of their own. And that kind of reminded me of like The Walking Dead. I thought that was a very fantastic way of exploring those themes that Kay Applegate apparently wanted to explore. Honestly, I thought this would just be a silly series with silly villains and stuff, but there is silly villains coming up still, but like, just like the grand scheme of things, it's like actually really intense, really serious, and I just find it so riveting. I do. And then we get into The Solution, which is Rachel's book. And this one I gave 5 stars. My first 5-star Animorphs book. It's for several reasons. Well, one, because it's like the conclusion of this like David trilogy. And again, it was just completely exciting. It just kept going and going. It didn't slow down. Like, I was a little bit worried that they wouldn't be able to wrap the whole David thing up. I mean, I didn't realize they were wrapping it up in this book, actually, to be honest. I thought maybe this would be something that would... Well, I don't know. Maybe David does come back. I don't know. So far, anyway, this seems to be like the wrap-up of the David trilogy. Following that cliffhanger, Jake is left bleeding on the floor as a tiger, and so of course Cassie's parents have to like come and stuff the police, and that's all sorted out and whatever. But like, this is Rachel's POV, so Jake wanted Rachel to confront David, and it turns out that Tobias is alive, but he keeps that secret away from David, and they all like keep that secret from David. And Rachel has a chase with David through the skies. It causes David to flee. We don't know what's going to happen with David. What I found so interesting as well is when they were at school and stuff, and then because David's acquired like Marco's morph, and he threatens to reveal their identities if they don't give him the box, and Rachel's like, well, you won't have enough time because I'll kill your parents. And then that was just a little bit like, whoa, Rachel. We have main characters who literally will kill. I mean, it's great to explore that, but obviously I don't think Rachel like truly meant she would kill his parents. You have to kind of question that, because I'm not 100% sure that she wouldn't, you know? But yeah, there is still the whole world leaders plotline going on. I mean, it's a simple plan and it works, which is great, because a lot of their plans recently have just kind of gone tits up. They end up trying to stop this thing happening at this resort, so they just morph into these bigger animals and just like destroy a lot of the resort so that the thing gets cancelled, and it works. So like, it was like a bit of a easy plan plan. But you know what? When we've got this whole storyline with David going on, I don't mind that because, yeah, I didn't want to distract from what the David trilogy is trying to say about giving anybody Animorph powers. So, yeah, we have that, and at least they've kind of stopped the whole world leaders takeover from happening. So David wants a personal war with Rachel, and it leads them to an abandoned construction site where there's like a fight with the Animorphs, and Tobias reveals he's alive, like he's the secret weapon, and David is trapped. And he's trapped in a rat morph. They've actually like physically trapped him so that he can't even like morph out of it, so that when the 2 hours is up, he will be trapped as a rat forever, which is honestly horrific. Like, when you think about it, I don't know how else they could have done it though, or how else they could have stopped David, because he was intent on killing them. Like, that was what he was going to do, and he thought he killed Tobias. Like, the fact that he killed a hawk thinking it was Tobias just shows you how unhinged and unpredictable he was. And I was like terrified for the Animorphs, to be honest, and I didn't know what was going to happen. So I feel like this was probably the best case scenario for him, because I don't even know how they could get rid of his morphing powers either. So I just don't know. Like, they kind of gave him the power and he's kind of suffered for it, and I feel like that's going to affect the Animorphs going forward, like with their psyche and stuff. I just think that's going to fuck them up. Not just that though, when they've trapped him in rat form and he's going to be a rat forever, they leave him on this offshore island that has like lots of other rats and stuff on, and they leave him there, and he's like screaming and shouting at them and stuff like that, and it's like those kind of screams that I think will haunt them forever, and it kind of haunts me a little bit. Like, that was so unsettling, it got like really under my skin. That's dark. That's so dark, and I think that's why I gave it 5 stars. It just went to the next level with how dark it was. It was just an accurate representation of how they were stuck with the decision they made, and they try to fix their mistake, but they've kind of condemned someone to live as a rat forever on this island. That shit's just fucked up, isn't it? It's just become a lot more insightful and deep. Like, I know I criticized the dialogue a lot to begin with at the start of the series, but a lot of it has become quite deep, and I'm starting to see it really affect the characters. It's hard not to. How is it not going to affect them? So I'm seeing like the accurate representations for them. I'm seeing them really, really take it all in, and the dialogue catch up to what I think the series should represent, because we have such a serious situation going on that the dialogue is finally not being as cringy or cheesy. Saying that though, there are still, well, book 24, anyway, I'm just going to say it. Book 24 does kind of make me roll my eyes, but I think just the majority of this series is really getting on track. I don't know, because I'm scared, because I think it's just going to go off the track soon. I'm enjoying it, and I did think that The Solution was a 5-star book in the Animorph series world, and I think it's going to be hard to beat that. I think it will be probably hard to beat. So we get to book 23, The Pretender. Holy shit. We have another huge twist. Like, I'm just thinking, were these twists planned from the beginning? Because K.A. Applegate must have, I don't know, but she must have seen this like somehow fit into it and just thought, you know what, I'm going to sprinkle a bit of this twist in there, a bit of that twist in there, and like really Annie shock my readers. The twist in this, and it always seems to be like parents or whatever, because the whole Marco twist with Visa 1 being his mother, or like at least Visa 1 is using his mother as a host, like that. This is like next level though. This is like another level. So Chapman is looking for Tobias, and it's about time. Honestly, like, teachers were looking for a missing student. Somebody or a lawyer is wanting to read the last will and testament of Tobias's father, and we obviously had no idea who like Tobias's father was beforehand, or at least I didn't. I don't think anyone else did, right? Yeah, and we also have somebody called Arya turn up and claim to be Tobias's cousin, and I'm getting red flags. I'm not believing a lot of things, and especially since the book's called The Pretender, I just thought, yeah, whatever. That's like the main plot. There is a side plot where the Animorphs are trying to break into a Yerk base to help like some Hawk Bajir, but like that bit of the storyline was a bit boring to me, so I didn't really care about that whole storyline. I want to talk about Tobias, and also I feel like this vlog is going to go on too long, so I'm going to try and focus on just the main things, or the things that I really loved. Well, anyway, Tobias, he finds out from like this lawyer that his dad was Elfingol, the alien from the very first book who gave the Animorphs their powers. That was Tobias's dad. I'm just a little bit shocked. And Tobias was shocked as well, but fortunately, because it turns out that, yeah, Arya is Vista 3 and the lawyer is also like a Yerk, they were trying to get a reaction out of Tobias to see if he was part of the resistance against the Yerks. And by saying, you know, Elfangor's your dad, like, he just didn't react. Like, Tobias didn't react because he's been a hawk for so long. He just doesn't have, like, facial expressions or anything. And I love how that kind of weaved into, like, him as a character as well. And I like how that's really affected him. It convinces them that maybe Tobias doesn't actually know anything about, you know, Yerks and Andalites or the war and stuff like that. So it does convince them that Tobias is okay. And that's good. That's really good. And that was like an unintentional thing by Tobias, I think. You know, it's a good job that he didn't react because, yeah, it kind of saved his life. But I was just like, what? Elfangor's his dad? Really? What? Oh my god, like this was like some soap opera shit, you know? I just couldn't get it. I could get it, and I was shocked. And it makes maybe a little bit of sense, but I was just like, what else can you possibly throw at me? So this book got a 4-star. It wasn't quite to the heights of like the David trilogy or anything. Oh, I do think maybe it's a bit of a low 4-star because the whole side story with the Hulk Bajir and Animorphs trying to like break into the Yerk base was just like a bit of repetitive, and I just didn't really care for all of that. Yeah, maybe a low 4-star on this one, and the whole Tobias stuff really elevated it, which is good. I liked Rachel and Tobias' relationship and how that's unfolding, and I do feel like they're a bit of like star-crossed lovers because Tobias and Rachel can't really be together because he is only like really human for like 2 hours at a time, so like they can't really make it work. And I think Rachel compared their relationship to Jack and Rose from Titanic, which I kind of liked that nod there. And Tobias really says some like romantic and cute things about Rachel. He calls her beautiful and things, and like that's just so nice. And I just feel awful for them. Like they're in such a bad situation and they can't even be teens. They can't just be themselves, and I think that's so heartbreaking. I hope they have a happy ending. I hope something happens that they can like be together. I don't know why I sit on the floor so much. It's where I belong. It's where I belong. So then we get to The Suspicion, and that one is Cassie's book. And Cassie's books can be either really great or, for me, like sometimes a bit ridiculous and dull. This one was ridiculous and a bit dull. So this one got 3 stars. This was just a 3-star read after, you know, finally getting a 5-star read, and then, you know, a lot of 4 stars in a row, and then now 3. Which is fine, you know, it is a long series. There are going to be some of the lighter books among the dark books, and that's fine. But I just wasn't really a big fan of this storyline in this one. In this one, we're introduced to another alien race, which is great, always great, because I love the world building and how expansive this world gets. But they're called the Helmicrons. They're only an inch tall, and they have the ability to make other species their size. Like, they can shrink people. So this was a bit like a Animorphs meets Honey, I Shrunk the Kids kind of book. They want to take over the world and dominate it, but it came across as a little bit silly, which I think maybe was the point, because this was a bit of a comic relief kind of book, and, you know, having these like really tiny creatures and whatever, like trying to take over the world and dominate. It is ridiculous. It did make me laugh every now and then, but there were just some things that I wasn't the biggest fan of, because the Helmicrons, like, they don't really like the Yerks, they don't like the humans. It turns out that the Animorphs and Vista 3 end up working together to stop the Helmicrons. I mean, it led to a funny moment where Vista 3 was like, does anyone else find these really, really annoying? And I'm just like, don't try and make the Vista 3 funny to me, okay? He's already on thin ice with me. You know, I don't find him scary. I find him a bit ridiculous. The Animals just keep escaping him. There's just no tension there with Vista 3 anymore. So this one just like kind of put the final nail in the coffin for me. Vista 3 is just as bad as the Helmicrons to be. Like, the Helmicrons, they end up stopping what they're doing. They end up coming up with a truce and stuff, and it just wasn't that exciting. It was a bit of a dull one. What else can I say about it? I don't like the books where I worry less and less about the whole Yerk takeover. This one made me less worried about that happening. I just seem to see some really negligent, ridiculous villains in the forefront, and they're going to be easily foiled in the end of it. Like, that's my theory now, because Vista 3 can't even do his bloody job. Yeah, I'm not really that scared of him anymore. I actually own The Suspicion as well. It was a filler book, and it's okay every now and then for that to happen, but it just felt like, I don't know, like it didn't do anything for me really. So it is like 3 stars. It's a low 3-star. It exists. I just didn't really take to it. So yeah, that's what I'm going to say about that one, I think. And I'm just hoping upon hope that the next one is going to restore my faith in Vista 3 and the seriousness of the situation, because we did kind of almost get that with the takeover of the world leaders. Obviously that got foiled pretty easily by a simple plan, I might add. Other than that, I don't know what's going to happen next. I never know what's going to happen next, to be honest. I hate not knowing, which is why I'm kind of going into these books like almost not rushing them, because I'm spending my time with it and like reading it. They're just quick to read. I don't like not knowing how this is going to end, and I hate not being in control of that, like a human controller. No, that was a really shit joke. Wow. Yeah, I need to like know, so I'm going to like be through the next books. 30 to go. What is it? 24? Yeah, we have 30 more books to go. I'm not even really halfway through. So there's been some really good highs so far, but some really low lows. So We're just going to see what the next one brings. It is January 14th. I've just been to see Scream 5. I really enjoyed it. Cannot beat the original though. Scream 1996. Just incredible. Absolutely incredible. Love that film so much. Favorite horror movie of all time. Anyway, I have a live show coming up tonight. I'm doing a little bit of a tipsy one, so I need to get some Prosecco for that. But before I do that, before that happens, I'm going to update you on the next 6 books that I have read. Starting off with The Extreme. This is literally just the book where they go to the North Pole. This is a strange one. I mean, in theory, I love the idea of the Animorphs going to the North Pole. I just felt like the execution was pretty much lacking in this book. It is a Marco narrated book, and unfortunately this one gets 3 stars. I mean, 3 stars isn't bad. 3 stars isn't too terrible. Something missed the mark for me on this one. I can't really place my finger too much on what it is. I think it's a few different factors. The Animorphs find out that the Yeerks are creating a Yeerk pool in the North Pole. So they hitch a ride on a blade ship, get spotted, they fall out of the blade ship, they land in really sub-zero temperatures in the North Pole. They discover that the Yeerks have crossbred humans with this other alien species called the Venber. And I like the idea of that. I like the idea of like the crossbreed alien species / human hybrids, because these things have taken this humanoid shape and it's actually quite unsettling and a little bit scary. And again, I love the atmosphere of this series half the time. It does a really good job of doing that. Probably the best part of this book is when they meet Derek. I really enjoyed Derek. He was a young Inuit who had a buddy polar bear, and they acquired the polar bear more from this polar bear, or DNA. Yeah, that's good. I loved seeing that. I loved them changing into polar bears and stuff. Great. But the whole like kind of confrontation with the Vember, and it just felt a little bit anticlimactic and a little bit rushed, and I just didn't feel it towards the end. I was just like, okay, after what we've just had with the previous books, I'm like, have I seen it all? Things I enjoyed then, Derek, who kind of teaches the Animorphs to like respect the land that they've landed on. Like, it's very easy for them to just callously walk along and do these things without thinking of the consequences of their actions. Like, they're so reckless half the time, and they just don't really seem to see the bigger picture. But Derek, makes them like slow down and kind of appreciate what they're doing in the land that they're walking on and things. So I really appreciated that. And also like Rachel and Tobias, they are so cute. They are so cute. So Tobias doesn't have a cold animal morph, so that he can't really like deal with the temperature. So this is so sweet. He morphs into a flea and stays on Rachel, and like she kind of like protects him and like keeps him warm. Honestly, it's so cute. Like 90s gender stereotypes be damned. I love the fact that it was Rachel keeping Tobias warm and like protecting him from the cold. Oh, that was so sweet. I loved it. But other than that, really kind of a forgettable book. It felt a little bit off to me because like Marco was usually like quite funny and stuff, but I just found his humor to be a little bit off, and I just wasn't really feeling it or digging it or anything like that. It's largely forgettable, but the Arctic setting, Derek, and Rachel and Tobias are probably the few things that I enjoyed about this book. So 3 stars. It was alright, I guess, but there are better ones to come. So speaking of better ones then, The Attack, which I gave 4 stars, and that one was so good. It's probably like my 3rd favourite book of the series so far, because I've read up to book 30. That's including like the next 4 books as well. So of the first 30 Animorphs books, I think this might be my 3rd favourite. It was so good and so exciting and so insightful, and you just like see so much and learn so much in this one. So Jake is narrating this one, and we have the return of the Elemist, who again is that whole kind of all-powerful, all-seeing entity thingamabobby that I still haven't quite wrapped my head around. But there's like this antithesis to the Elemist called the Kryak. I'm going to be pronouncing all of these names wrong now because I've stopped listening to the audiobooks. I don't even know if there's an audiobook for number 26 and stuff. I'm sure they stopped at some point. I'm back to reading on the Kindle, but even then I was terrible and shocking at pronunciations even as I was listening to the audiobooks. So does it even matter? No. But this Kryak thing wants to control the entire fabric of space and time, and the only way to stop him is a proxy battle. So the Elemist is kind of like recruiting the Animorphs and Eric as well, because the Kryak is recruiting the Howlers. Yeah, so it's going to be like 7 battling 7. The Kryak is also targeting a alien species called the Escort, transports them all to the homeworld of the Escort, where this battle will take place. And the Escort are actually a really fascinating kind of species. I really enjoyed seeing how they worked as a society and also their backstory. So apparently they have so much in common with the Yeerks. Like their kind of story, I feel like this is going to be important coming up, but their kind of story seems to be creepily similar to the Yeerks. Escorts aren't really evil. They buy and sell things. They're a very like trade oriented species. Yeah, so what we learn about them is that they have a slug in their brain that needs to come out every 3 days, and that is creepily similar to the Yeerks. But they have found a way of like coexisting with like these slug things, because I'm trying to remember this, but like it was like hundreds of years ago, this race, this species created the Yeerks, and they had these slug things called the Yorts. I don't know how to pronounce it. They coexisted so that they could live together harmoniously or something like that. Okay, look, I've read 4 more books after this one, so my brain's foggy on some of the details. I've probably said so many things wrong during this entire vlog, and I apologize. Me trying to summarize things is just sometimes not a good idea. That whole thing is very reminiscent of the Yeerks being like the human controllers and being in people's brain, and then these Urquharts have the kind of same kind of deal, but it's harmonious and peaceful and stuff. So they're kind of looking to see if maybe this is like a solution in the future for the Yeerks. I don't know. Sci-fi, as Olivia from Olivia Reads a Latte says, just sci-flies over my head. I do try and keep up with all of the things that we get told in this series, and we get introduced to so many different species and backstories and characters, and honestly, I try and write it down. Like literally, I have my notes open, but I'm trying to write everything down that's probably important so that I can regurgitate it. I probably got things wrong. Did I call them Irks? I meant Isks, I think, beforehand. It's late, okay? It's late. I've got a live show coming up. I'm not in my right frame of mind. So the Animorphs have some like battles with the Howlers, and the Howlers are actually quite terrifying, like quite scary looking. They were described very well. Also, they're very formidable, and like it just seems like kind of a hopeless fight when they are like fighting with the Animorphs, and it's just like really quite terrifying. And the fights have been quite brutal as well. Like there was one point, I'm sure, where Marco had this Coke can sized hole pierced through him. As humans, like how did he keep coming out of this unscathed? Like he had a Coke can sized hole put through him. I'm sure I was probably explained at some point, but there's just been that much information given to me in these 26 books or 30 as I've got up to. I take in things, and some of them I just leave out because it's just like too much. But yeah, they end up winning the fight with the Howlers, which means they've won over the Kryak. The Elemis transports them to n-dimensional space where they can converse with the Kryak, and the Kryak concedes, and the Animorphs win. And that's great. But it was very high stakes, and I was really excited by the action and the plot of this one. As I mentioned in the previous one with the whole North Pole Arctic thing, I do love it when there's a new setting involved, and this setting was very vivid and alive, and I love the whole Escort's home world and things. Like that was really cool. It was almost like a contest between like the Howlers and the Animorphs, and that was very interesting. I like that. I love kind of contesty storylines in books. But one of the biggest things, I'm not moving on until I've talked about this, but Cassie and Jake kiss. I was not expecting that. I feel like the Animorph series so far has been focused a little bit more on Rachel and Tobias. Like I felt more of them having a bit of a spotlight with their whole kind of star-crossed lovers deal going on. But with Cassie and Jake, like it has been prevalent. It has been there. I've seen the connection between them. I just wasn't expecting them to kiss. Like that just came out of nowhere, but like not in a way, like I wasn't expecting it, but it was like a natural progression. It was a slow burn. It was really good. It was so romantic. They just like ran into each other's arms and kissed, and like usually my stone cold heart hates stuff like that. But I feel like it's been like a development for such a long time now that I just wasn't expecting it, but I wasn't against it. So it was good, and I like that little bit as well, because at the end of the day, they are teens. I have to remember this. They are teens. They are learning about love and romance and all the other things that are going on other than fighting aliens and all of that. Like, they still have to live human lives, and this is part of that. So that was very interesting, and it was a moment where I was just like, oh, okay, that's sweet. But no, it was a good book, and I gave it 4 stars. But it's going to be hard to get another 5 stars, I think. But this one came close. You know what? This series really is up and down. It's a bit of a roller coaster. The Exposed is narrated by Rachel, but it's a far cry from the previous Rachel book, which was The Solution, which I gave 5 stars. Yeah, this one got 3 stars. Again, not terrible. Again, it's just like that whole kind of the series going up and then down and then up and then down. You know, I need a little bit more consistency here, babe. You know what? Actually, this was almost a 2 star. What dragged it up for me is kind of the setting again, but in the atmosphere sense of the setting. So in this one, we have the Chi return and want help from the Animorphs, and they need to help them with their holograms or something. There's like a Pamelite chip that's hidden like 15,000 feet below the sea, and they need a giant squid morph to reach those depths. We do get also Eric in this. I do really like Eric. He's like a really cool side character. Conveniently, a sperm whale beaches on the beach, and the sperm whale is like known for, you know, the giant squid fights and whatever. Then the Animorphs can like use the sperm whale to get the giant squid DNA so that they can morph. I will say though, like the underwater scene, there's been a couple of them now. Yeah, I think there's been quite a few of them now, but they've always been quite atmospheric, and this one was no exception. I still really find it quite claustrophobic and a little bit scary being under the sea, especially when there's like giant squid involved too. Like, they scare me. Cover of this one just horrifies me to no end. I hate it. So they get to this ship thing, and there's like some fights with like yerks and stuff, and we actually get introduced to the Droid, and the Droid is a servant to the Kryak, who is still pissed off with the Animorphs for foiling the Kryak's plans in the previous book. But he's also got this like fascination for Rachel. Like, the Kryak wants Rachel. Yeah, there's a little bit more fighting, and they all leave. It's a little bit of an anticlimactic fight, but you can literally summarize this whole book as the Chi needed the Animorphs' help. They go down into the ship, help the Chi, and that's it. There isn't really a whole lot going on, which again, it is nice to have those breathing moments between like the more action heavy ones like the previous book. But this one, I just like ended up not making a whole lot of sense, because I was a bit confused about like the whole motivations behind, well, one, how the Chi holograms and stuff stopped working in the first place, and if it was the Droid, then was it really just to try and recruit Rachel to the Kryak? Yeah, just why? Like, I just didn't get very many answers. It just seemed a little bit sloppily done by the end of it. I just was left asking more questions than anything else. Like, I was spoiled with the last book, I think, and the David trilogy too. I think I was spoiled by them because they were so action heavy and so interesting and exciting. Now, when a book like this comes along, maybe this book would have gotten a higher rating had it come earlier in the series, but I think at this point, it just felt like another run-of-the-mill standard filler Animorphs episode book that it had no functionality to the main story, really. Other than we now see the Kryak has this fascination with Rachel, and that might come to something later on. Other than that, like, we didn't need to get the Animorphs down 15,000 feet under the sea to find that out, you know? What do I know? But that's what I'm going to say about that one, because it's not really as bad as the next one. So The Experiment, narrated by Axe, gets 2 stars. Unfortunately, because I love Axe so much, and this is arguably, like, for Axe as a character, one of his funniest. Like, he's getting obsessed with like TV shows and stuff, which I can totally understand. And he's watching an American soap opera, I can't remember the name of it. He's kind of like trying to adopt their mannerisms and all of that in their speech and learning from that, which I think a lot of us can kind of relate to. I know when I was a little bit younger, I used to watch Desperate Housewives, and I would like take those Americanisms and apply them to my everyday life. Like, I would pretend I was American just because of that show. That was probably a bit silly, but I could understand Axe. Like, he's getting more and more relatable. He's like the least relatable in terms of like he's an alien, but also not, because he's like obsessed with food, he's getting obsessed with TV shows and just all of that, and just he's just amazing, and I love Axe. But the whole crux of this book is the story. Like, I felt the story was such a letdown. Like, it could have been something, and it could have been terrifying, really, but I just think the execution of it was very lacking, and it turned out that there was no point by the end of it too. The Animorphs find out from Eric, who always seems to have bad news for them, that the Yerks have taken over like a laboratory and slaughterhouse, and the Animorphs decide to check them out. So the lab shows nothing, and then the slaughterhouse does. They end up discovering a room of humans in cages, and that's like kind of terrifying, and I love the commentary, kind of. I mean, this might be something I'm forcing onto the book, but like the commentary on animal cruelty and like the treatment of animals, especially in cages, and what slaughterhouses do to them, and it's like kind of terrifying, and when I think about it, I just feel really sad and stuff. So we find out that the humans were there to be experimented on, which again is a terrifying concept, and it's because the Yerks want to try and eliminate all free will from from humans so that they can take over them easily. But we end up finding out from a Yerk scientist that the experiments were a failure, and that's about it. Like, there's literally nothing really that the Animorphs do in terms of finding things out for themselves. Almost no agency for the Animorphs in this book. It just felt like, I don't know what it is, but they go places, they go into the lab, they go to the slaughterhouse, they find things out, but not a lot happens, and what we do find out is redundant. And again, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not a big fan when things are just redundant. Like, was there a point to this one? Not really. And I don't think so anyway. I mean, maybe something from this book might pop up later, but I don't understand how, because the whole story of this book was the experiments on the humans, but the experiments failed. So what was the point, you know? But I did really hate the ending. I did, because at the end, the Animorphs, they go to the mall and they order hamburgers. And it just felt like a little bit of a kick in the face, because, like, as I say, I might have been forcing this thing onto this book, but I just felt like a lot of this was almost a commentary on the animal cruelty and the parallels between, like, humans and animals and how we treat animals and humans and, you know, that whole thing. Well, I thought it was kind of clever in the way it was getting done. But then, yeah, they order hamburgers at the end. And I'm, like, not saying that they had to turn vegan or vegetarian or anything like that after their experience in the slaughterhouse. But in the same book, at the end of the same book, like, that's how you want to end this book. It was a choice. And I don't know if that dragged it down. I just felt like after a whole pointless book, that just didn't help matters, to be honest. So yeah, 2 stars for the experiment. Not a whole lot to talk about that one. But the next 2 are much better. So, like, this was probably just me getting some of my toxic energy out tonight, because I want to go to bed positive, okay? I want happy thoughts on my head. So get that out of the way. Let's talk about the next book. Number 29, The Sickness, and this is a Cassie book. And this one felt a little bit of a sequel to The Departure, which was Cassie's previous book, I think. I think that was the last Cassie book, which was when, you know, she came across Karen, who had the Yerk in her head, and the Yerk was like, oh, not all Yerks are like terrible kind of deal, and yeah, she lets the Yerk go and whatever, and all of that stuff. So that's kind of explored in this one as well. But also what's like a little bit scary about this one is that we are in the middle of a global pandemic. So this one kind of hit a little bit close to home for like some parts of it, because in this one, Axe comes down with this illness, this sickness that is fatal to andalites. And when humans catch it, it's just like a cold, it's like flu-like symptoms. They do feel bad, they do get sick, but it's not fatal like it is for Axe. Axe ends up getting it, and she ends up learning that the Yerk that she let go from book 19, The Departure, is going to be tortured, and that's bad because that Yerk knows a lot about Cassie and her friends. A lot of those decisions and actions that Cassie did in that book come back to bite her in the bum. You know, the Animorphs give her a little bit of a hard time for that, and I was like, Cassie, you made your own bed, you gotta lie in it. Because I also wasn't a big fan of Cassie's decisions in some of that book. We do get this as a kind of almost a redemption for Cassie in this book, because then all of the other Animorphs get the illness that Axe has, and they are out for the count. They can't help with this kind of mission that Cassie has to go on by herself. So like, I'm kind of like, why didn't Cassie get it? I can't remember why. I don't think it was explained why. For the narrative, it was important for Cassie to have to do this herself, and I really appreciated that. Like, I'm so impressed with Cassie in this book. Her actions were just like very smart, and she got jobs done. Like, she is a force to be reckoned with in this book. I liked when they were trying to get the Yerk pool to save Aftran. I liked those parts, and like that was when they started to get sick and stuff, so they had to go back. But when Cassie goes back to save Aftran, she comes across her teacher, Mr. Tidwell, who I don't believe we've met before, but Mr. Tidwell is a human controller and is part of the Yerk peace movement. So it shows that not all Yerks, again like book 19 did, was that not all Yerks want violence and want to do the things that they're doing, really. They want peace, they want to live free and all of that. So it was really interesting to have that come into this book now, especially after some of the stuff that we found out by Aftran in book 19. But Mr. Tidwell helps Cassie. She manages to save Aftran and outrun Visser 3. You know, it's a pretty quick and easy interaction. There's not like too much to write home about in that regard. But through saving Aftran, she manages to save Axe, because Aftran can locate the sickness. It's like a gland thing or something in Axe's brain that Cassie ends up cutting out, saving his life. So like everything that Cassie ended up doing in book 19, which to me at the time seemed rather reckless and silly, because she's letting a Yerk live that has a lot of information and could ruin things. But it turns out if she hadn't have done that, then Axe probably would have died, because they wouldn't have been able to have found another peaceful Yerk to enter Axe's brain to locate the sickness and then save his life. So really that kind of butterfly effect of what Cassie did in that book, initially I thought was really stupid of her, turns out to have been the right decision. I like that a lot, because again, it turns out that this series is actually rather well written. Again, I'm not a big fan of romance or anything, but we are sucked into more of it. Jake and Cassie, Jake asks Cassie to prom. And if this had happened in like the first 10 to 15 books of the series, I would have thrown up. I wouldn't have enjoyed it. But I think because we've had time to know the characters first and to like really understand and relate to them, like I really like the characters now. Yeah, if this whole thing had happened in the first 15 books, I wouldn't have cared for any of the romance. It's not even really a big thing in these books either. Like the romance isn't the dominant theme of any of these books. It seems to be just part of the teens' lives, which makes sense. Yeah, I don't hate it, but it's so cute. It's so cute. So 4 stars, definitely better than The Experiment. So then the final book I'm talking about in this update is The Reunion. When Marco's books focus on like his mum, for instance, or like his family life, I love it and adore it. Like there are some Marco books that really hit and some that just don't, but I think a lot of the emotional draw for the series for me is when it's Marco's books with the added element of like his mum. And yeah, we have Vissa 1, aka Marco's mum, who's a host for Vissa 1, come back, and Marco accidentally bumps into her while he's skipping school, and like conveniently, because honestly there are just so many conveniences, in this series. So he ends up following her to this tower where she has an office, is kind of like confused about why she's like back on Earth and stuff. And I'm actually surprised Marco was able to get in and out of that building, quite honestly. Like he has to, well, one, he's by himself, and it was like such a spur of the moment decision. And it's actually kind of clever how he did it. Like I feel like if this was something he did maybe 15 books ago, he would have been caught straight away and just not even budged in that tower. But no, he's becoming really smart in how to tackle obstacles like that. So I enjoyed and appreciated the Marco progression. He does end up going back home to tell the others about Vissa 1 and his mum being back on Earth. So they end up going back and they see her tied up by the yerk pool, like this little yerk pool in her office. That's kind of traumatizing. If I try and put myself in his shoes and I see my mother like that, like that's dark and deep shit. It's rather distressing, and like I'm just scarred at just the image of that. Like I need to shake that out of my head. Like I hate that. Like get out of my head. Like I can't imagine what it's like for Marco, and that's the most emotional stuff that happens in Animorphs is the whole Marco seeing his mum so helpless and he can't really do much to help her. There is like a bit of a scuffle and they do end up getting Vissa 1 out, or like Marco's mum out, but they're still in Morph. They still pretend to be like Andalites, and it turns out that Vissa 1 has been demoted to just like a sub Vissa, and that Vissa 3 has ordered like a kill on sight for her, which was approved by like the Council of 13, I think it's called. Vissa 1, aka Marco's mum, kind of enlists the Animorphs' help, almost like they kind of work together to bring down Vissa 3, because Vissa 1 wants to discredit Vissa 3 by proving that this Hawkbajir colony exists in a mountain. There's so much happens to the plan after that. Like they go into the mountain, they make her go into like a store and buy some equipment to get her up the mountain. Stuff like that. I can't really remember exactly the details, but like another scuffle, Vissa 3's there, there's like fighting, and Vissa 1 wants to harm the Hawkbajir, and obviously Marco doesn't want that to happen, and he has this moment where he thinks that he can like push his mum over the mountain and like kill her, and like obviously that's traumatizing, that's like big, that's huge. I'm just like, what? And there is this moment where it looks like he's about to. Jake pins him down as a tiger, and it's Rachel who like claws Vissa 1's face, and she ends up falling off the mountain. That's Marco's mum. That's bloody Marco's mum, and that's her body. She falls and her body's never found, but like how do you really survive a fall off a mountain? Like I don't know. I mean, she's faked death before she could do it again, but I found that like really exciting. Like the whole book is quite exciting, honestly. I don't think I prefer it to the previous one, The Sickness. I found The Sickness to be maybe a little bit more, I don't know, concise. Like this one had like a lot jammed into it. A lot of it was to do with like the whole plan of getting Vissa 1 to this mountain, and some of the plan fell through, and I felt like some of the Animorphs could have made better decisions on that. But again, this is a Marco book that kind of focuses on his emotions. I enjoy books like that, and I think this was like another strong Marco one that develops his relationship further with his mum and the whole Visa 1 situation. So it's going to be interesting to see where we go forward with this one. It was very enjoyable, enjoyed the progression of the story. 4 stars. 4 stars on this one. I feel like I'm now at this point of Animorphs where I'm probably repeating myself on like my thoughts on these books. Like, especially if I enjoy a book, I feel like I just say the same thing over and over. At least I'm enjoying the majority of the series. Honestly, when I read Goosebumps and I didn't like a lot of the books, even though Goosebumps is near and dear to my heart, like I loved it as a child, I was so scared to read the Animorphs books in case I hated most of them and all I was saying was negative things. So I'm pleasantly surprised that I'm saying positive things, but I just feel like I'm repeating myself now, so I apologize if that's the case. Oh my god, I've only got 24 books to go. Shut the front door, is that correct? That's 2 weeks. Oh my god, 30 books in 2 weeks. I've got the day off tomorrow. I will most likely read a lot of them tomorrow, like back to back. I didn't actually realise like how close I was to the end there. I mean, close, it's still like 24 books, that's a lot, but I'm over halfway. I just got so happy there. What better way to spend a Saturday, aka a day off work, than literally binging more Animorphs books? Can't think of anything better. It's just been a good escape from real life, to be honest. So let's not analyse myself in this vlog. Let's analyse the books. I read 6 more books today, and they've been a little bit of a mixed bag. Overall, great escapism today, and I'm not hating it. So ignore the fact that I'm still wearing what I wore last night. These are just really comfortable, okay? I think this is when we enter bonkers territory with these books. I mean, they're not terrible, the next 6 books I'm going to talk about, but some of them definitely have some really bizarre concepts. I mean, I'll get into it, but we had drive-by assassination attempts, almost an Atlantis kind of scenario. Really silly plot lines. Anyway, I'm going to get into it. So The Conspiracy is narrated by Jake, and I gave this one 3 stars. Not terrible, but this definitely had some really questionable situations in it, or at least questionable character motives and actions, I guess. So Jake's great grandfather dies, and Jake and the family need to leave town for like 4 days or such to go to the funeral, but that includes Jake and Tom, and as we all know, Tom is being controlled, and Tom can't leave for more than 3 days because of the yerk in his head. He has to go back to the yerk pool. The yerk that's controlling Tom, no, I'm not doing this, and like resistant to going on this trip for the funeral. So Tom ends up having ideas of killing his father, Jake's father, to get out of it. I genuinely don't understand the whole motive of that. I mean, I know like the yerks are rather terrifying and stuff, but like I don't think assassination of the father is really gonna, I mean, yeah, of course it's gonna stop them going, but like surely there's a better way of doing it. I just don't get it, how it just goes from, you know, 0 to 100 like that. And there's definitely more smart ways, especially since yerks are supposed to be these aliens that are taking over Earth. I'm just thinking they're not really making very intelligent choices, and I know this is just like a very small fraction of what is going on with the whole yerk invasion thing anyway. Make better choices in life, you know? Tom tries to orchestrate this drive-by shooting. Things happen, and Axe ends up, well, being asked by Jake to torture Chapman because Chapman was captured by them during this whole kerfuffle. That kind of causes a bit of a rift between Jake and Axe. That was interesting. I like it when characters butt heads, because as much as I like them getting on and stuff, it's definitely more interesting to see their contrasting opinions on things and how they clash with one another when it comes to what happens to them and what they have to do. So obviously like the whole like torturing Chapman thing was like a bit of a weird one as well, a bit of a weird choice, but you know, I rolled with it. And it was interesting to see the progression of Jake in this one as a character, because the books I'm about to talk about today, most of them have character progression, character arc, character development, and I think that's what they focus on over plot. With this one, Jake has these comparisons with his great grandfather who fought in World War II and the things that they've seen in war and stuff like that. So I found that to be a really interesting analogy too. It's not really new ground though. We have seen stuff like this before in the series and the comparisons between war heroes and what the Animorphs are doing. But what I found interesting was kind of Jake's change of mind when it comes to how to win the war, because the whole reason Jake is in this war to begin with, or the reason like he's really determined as an Animorph, is to save his brother and save his family and stuff. So obviously his brother's been controlled since the beginning. Jake knows of this, and that's his main motivation in this war. In this one, he seemed to not care as much if Tom got hurt or killed. I guess it's kind of like when Marco was contemplating killing his own mother. It's just like, again, like, I can't believe I'm saying these words out loud. Yeah, it's kind of like he's not as forceful with his protection of Tom And I found that so interesting. And it all gets kind of resolved anyway when Rachel and Axe break Tom's leg. And Tom goes to hospital, which means that he can't go on this trip anyway. Like, why didn't they just do that in the first place? Or even, like, Tom himself, if he knew that he couldn't go on this trip, fake an injury, do something to stop you from going. Like, you don't need to resort to a drive-by shooting of your father to do that. And I know, again, it's like the Yerk controlling him and stuff, but surely the Yerk is more clever than that. I didn't get that. Marco becomes a bit of a leader in this one as well, while Jake can't really, things are too personal for Jake. He can't really make very good decisions. But then again, like, half of them can't half the time anyway. And mind you, I say that with, you know, the best of intentions. I do still really enjoy the series. Yeah, Marco has like a lot more insight into it because he does have his mum who was Visser 1, that whole stuff that happened on the mountain, and he's definitely a lot more, well, he relates to Jake and there's more of a connection there between them because of that. So I found it interesting to see Marco kind of take the reins in this one a little bit more, especially when they toe the line between what they have to do to win the war and protecting their family. So again, it's a really hard decision and position that they're in, so I don't envy them. I don't know what I would really do if I was presented with that situation, but I would never resort to the most dramatic scenario in all of this with killings and stuff. Half the time I just didn't quite understand Jake in this one. I did still like the comparisons with his great-grandfather and him and Marco and him as a leader. Those were all good. Just didn't really feel like I took a whole lot new from it with Jake. And even just like the whole plot of this book, I don't know, it was a weird one. It gets weirder. It does get weirder. So the separation was, oh my god, and this one's a bonkers one. This is like I think what people call the starfish book because of what happens in it. Rachel, she is on a field trip at a beach and she drops an earring into the, like a tide pool or something, and she morphs into a starfish to get it back, but then a child cuts her in half, which, oh my god, honestly disturbing. Both halves of this starfish, because a starfish has regenerative properties. Both parts of the starfish demorph, so there's like two Rachels, and one of them's a mean Rachel, one of them's a nice Rachel. And I did get like some Charmed flashbacks from this, like Charmed, one of my favorite TV shows of all time, from the Which Proves It Anyway episode, where like she makes two copies of herself, the original, and then sinful, meaner version of Prue, and then a nicer kind of version of Prue, and it's like these three different personalities. When this one with Rachel, it's just the two. It's like the mean Rachel and the nice Rachel, and they both can't really exist outside of each other because the mean Rachel a bit too head first. Like, she doesn't think of things before she goes into it, so she's quite useless at planning. You know, she'll go full whack into a battle, but there's no planning or strategy involved in that. And then nice Rachel is too passive and is pretty much useless everywhere else too. She's just like really nice. And this entire series so far with Rachel as a character, she's been torn a lot of the time, and I feel like the whole split person narrative of this book is sort of trying to make that metaphor of Rachel's internal struggle like a reality, a physical manifestation of her internal struggle. So that was like really interesting, and I liked that. It did feel like a bit of a recycled plot line from like other things. Like, I'm sure this kind of plot line happens all the time. We do get Eric back, and he does help Rachel become one again. All they had to do, really, like the nice Rachel and the mean Rachel, was come together, touch one another, and morph into Rachel, and like that's how it's resolved. I don't kind of mind easy resolutions to things that have taken a whole book, a bit of a really tough situation, and then it's just easy resolved. I don't mind that as long as it doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen again in these next few books that I'm going to talk about. But it meant that this whole storyline with the starfish and Rachel becoming two different people, really, again, a little bit redundant. I feel like we're treading ground on this character development that we've already kind of treaded ground before. I don't think that's correct way of saying it. I don't think I've learned anything new about Rachel by doing this. Like, I've always known she's had this internal struggle with herself, and yes, it was interesting to see it manifested. Again, we're like 32 books into the series now. We have 22 books left to go. What are you telling me that's new information? And there isn't really a whole lot. The only really like kind of new and vital information in this book is that the Yerks have created this anti-morphin ray, which the Animorphs do try and track, but the whole Rachel situation's made things like 10 times worse, and they can't do that, and they failed their plan. That whole anti-morphin thing is put on the side burner in this book. We do talk about it in the next book, or at least like it's a lot more prominent in the next book. There are some books where I say the Animorphs have these like really great strategy sessions and they handle missions very well, and then there's a book like this that comes along that just like takes them 2 steps back. You know, they take 1 step forward, 2 steps back with these filler books. This does feel like a filler book. It does. I also found it weird that Rachel found Jake cute again. Like, I'm not trying to say that there is some kind of like incestuous stuff going on in the series. I'm sure it was the very first book where Jake was like, Rachel's beautiful, Rachel's so cute and stuff, but she's my cousin. And then in this one we have nice Rachel was like saying, oh, Jake is cute. And I'm just like, can we just like leave stuff like that out? It just makes me so uncomfortable. It is a weak 3-star, nearly a 2-star, but it was memorable. So I'll give it that. Yeah, the cover as well. The cover is one of my least favorite covers. Like, that cover just, that gets under my skin. It makes my skin crawl. So we get to The Illusion, and this one is a Tobias narrated book, and this one is going to get a 3-star from me. The anti-morphin ray that we briefly touched upon in the previous book is in full force in this one. The gang decide that it is too dangerous for the Yeerks to have, because this anti-morphin ray, it can make anybody, I didn't even explain what it was, it can make anybody who is in morph demorph, which I guess tells you in the title, doesn't it? But this will mean that it's so dangerous for the Animorphs, because when they're in morph and if they get used on them, then it will reveal that they are just like kids and their real identities. So they need to stop this. They need to nip this in the bud. So Jake decides that one of the Animorphs should get captured and try and trick the Yeerks into thinking that this ray gun thing won't work. And Tobias is the one who's like, the Hawk is his natural form. So if he acquires Axe's morph, and so he becomes like an Andalite, and then they can use the ray gun on him, and he will just revert back to being a Hawk, the Yeerks will think that their ray gun just didn't work. So, I mean, it's a pretty solid plan, but it goes, again, tits up pretty much straight away. Rachel is supposed to accompany him so that they can find out where he's being kept and captive and stuff. But there's like this anesthetic that's used on them, so Rachel drops off him and fly morph. And Tobias ends up getting taken away and tortured. This felt a bit like a clip show kind of deal. It was disturbing, and obviously like Tobias getting tortured and stuff with like memories. It's like kind of a more psychological torture. He's being tortured by, what was her name again? Taylor. Taylor, who is a voluntary controller, and Taylor is bringing some of his positive memories out so that it brings out the like real Tobias, and then gets him with like the painful, traumatic and almost lethal memories, and that kind of like really messes with Tobias and it almost kills him. It is very uncomfortable to read, but I didn't think it was well written enough for it to really feel impactful. Maybe I'm just a heartless bitch. I did feel uncomfortable. I felt awful for Tobias. Yeah, and the whole like Taylor situation, like Taylor was like a really great character in this actually. I really enjoyed their portrayal and how they're connected to their Yeerk in their brain, and just felt uncomfortable in so many different ways, in a good way though. Like, I wasn't like, oh, this is repulsive, I hate this. It was more of a like, this is interesting. Well, I don't like what's happening, but I like the plot that's happening in this way more than the previous two. For that reason, I liked it and gave it very middle 3 stars. The Animorphs do end up saving Tobias, which, you know, was a given. We have Rachel and Tobias, like their kind of chemistry is still like very prevalent, and especially since they do kiss for the first time, like, that's so cute. I like it how Rachel was like willing to kill Taylor, but like Tobias is like, no, don't do it, you'll sink to her level kind of thing. I mean, it's very cute when a teenager wants to kill another teenager, you know, for their boyfriend. It's just, it's so heartwarming, you know what I mean? One of the most interesting things about this book though is the way Tobias sees his friendship with the others. So there was a moment when Jake is like, Tobias, you're so useful to us and you're our eyes and ears and we would be nothing without you. While that's like a sweet sentiment, Tobias is like taking that as Jake would use him without regard to anything but winning. And it's interesting that when their friendship is questioned like that, and there's that undercurrent of tension in the friendship, it's going to be interesting to see how or if the friendship lasts the rest of the books. Things keep happening between them that causes a bit of infighting, but not really infighting. Like, they're not like physically fighting one another, but there are questions about each other that keeps happening and being brought up. I'm just interested to see if this actually lasts the war and what's going to happen next with them. We are getting a lot of character stuff at the minute, which is fine, but like I'm not really seeing too much new stuff about these characters to warrant having full books exploring their personalities or their internal struggles and stuff. Like, we've seen a lot of this before. Let's just get on with the plot now. But yeah, it is what it is. To me, another mediocre book in The Prophecy, and this one again gets 3 stars. Now, I had to look this one up because apparently you kind of have to read the Hawkbridger Chronicles before this one to really fully understand the character of Aldria. Yeah, she was a Hawkbridger in the like kind of side story, the Hawkbridger Chronicles, and her husband get killed and die and stuff, but their consciousnesses and memories and thoughts and stuff are preserved. And like, I didn't really want to read all the outside stories as well. I mean, I do eventually, but like, I didn't want to have to have read 10 more books on top of 54, you know what I mean? There's just like already so much to get through. And as much as I'm enjoying the escapism of the Animorph series, sometimes it's just a little bit too much, you know? And we do get recaps and stuff in this. It's not like we're being like thrown into the deep end, like, there's a side story that you never read, fuck you. But I didn't just really have like this connection to Aldria to begin with. I did have to like learn to like her and stuff because her consciousness is put into Cassie. This is a Cassie book, by the way. Aldria knows where these Yerk weapons are hiding, and it could be detrimental to freeing the Hawkbridger and kind of saving their species. So the Animorphs go to the Hawkbridger world, their home world, and again, I do love it when they visit new places. It's usually pretty good. So I like that setting. I like the change of setting there. There is this kind of like, will Aldria take over Cassie permanently kind of undercurrent in this one. I never felt like scared about that. I didn't think that would ever happen, and it doesn't. It kind of felt a bit of like a forced tension. I mean, I can see why they did that. It is a bit of a scary thought, but I think at this point, because it's already happened twice before, I didn't feel all that. And again, like, Aldria isn't a Yerk anyway, so, but like, there's just like that temptation, isn't there, that, you know, Aldria's dead and her consciousness and thoughts and memories are now in Cassie, and there is that temptation there. Axe also has a really good like dynamic with Aldria, and I enjoyed that, especially since Axe hasn't really done a whole lot since like Torture and Chapman a few books back. But it was nice to see that kind of banter between Axe and Aldria. It was really nice to get that insight, and the Cassie and Jake stuff was cute as well. Even though we don't really like see like anything too romantic happening on the page, we do get a lot of like Cassie like thinking back on like the times they've kissed and stuff like that, which was a really nice and like emotional part of it because of Aldria having lost her husband, and there's that kind of raw emotional energy there. It's touching. I didn't know her husband. I should probably read the Hawkbridger Chronicles to know. I was still touched. I did still find it really interesting, and I did feel her loss. So at least I did a good job at kind of making it so that you didn't really have to read the Hawkbridger Chronicles to read this one. I guess to get a bit more insight and a bit more understanding of, you know, Aldria and her emotions, then it would be good to maybe read that one too. But yeah, not really a whole lot to say about this book. So getting into the proposal. Okay, so this book gets 2 stars. I haven't given it 2 stars in a while, but this one gets a 2 star. Yeah, this one's Marco POV, and I just didn't see the point in this one at all, really. The whole conflict of this one is, again, a kind of a recycled storyline that's happened earlier. So we have Marco and his dad. His dad is getting married to Marco's math teacher, which came out of nowhere. Like, I had no idea this was happening. I don't even think it's ever been mentioned before this. I might have forgotten about that. But this just felt like it's such a forced thing to go on in order to allow Marco to have this emotional instability because he sees his perfect family, which he wanted his mum, and he was trying to save his mum, Vissa 1, in order to bring her back into the family so it's perfect again. This was a way of kind of shaking that up and for Marco to have this reaction. So Marco, in all of his emotional stress and turmoil, is morphing uncontrollably into these different creatures that don't even exist, which harkens back to when Rachel was emotional, I think pretty early on in the series. I can't remember which book it was now, but she would just like accidentally morph without controlling it and without realizing it. This has already happened before with a different character. So I mean, at least it's kind of got the continuity. Like, we do know that emotions can affect the Animorphs and their morphing powers. It just felt like a recycled storyline at this point. But yeah, the whole plot of Marco's dad getting married just felt forced. Marco does mention that they followed the teacher for 3 days to make sure that she wasn't going to a Yerk pool and stuff, to make sure she wasn't being controlled. But I just didn't really care for the kind of forced backstory into that. If this was something that was important in Marco's life, then surely we would have found something out about it in an earlier book, surely. But nothing was ever mentioned. And I don't really like how Marco's crazy morphing was resolved. You know, he just gets a pep talk from Jake, and It's over. That's how it's resolved. And you know how I mentioned before about like things being easily resolved by the end of it, when the whole book is kind of building up this idea that there's a bit of a helpless situation and happening out of their control, and then something as easy as a pep talk is what resolves it, is just a little bit infuriating to me. And I just don't think we learned anything really new from this whole thing. Like, it was nice that Marco eventually gives his blessing to his dad. That was like really touching, and it shows Marco's maturity. Again, like the whole crazy morphin stuff, the whole plot of this book, again, just I don't think added too much to Marco as a character to warrant a full book exploring that. The ending was good because Vissa 1, aka Marco's mum, phones him and tells him that she knows he's an Adelaide bandit. Like, that was a good little ending and stuff, but it just wasn't enough to save this book for me. And I think why I gave it 2 stars instead of 1 is Marco's maturity, and I guess the ending, there's the 2 stars right there. Largely forgettable and just not really that great. So getting to the last book of this update that I just literally finished before and was the end of my binge. I was probably going to try and knock out another one, but I'm just a little bit done today. And I kind of want to like play some Plague Tale Innocence to unwind. That would be nice. The Mutation was a Jake book, and this is another 2 star. 2 stars in a row. Great. This one is possibly worse than the previous book just for its sheer ridiculousness. But I think I prefer it over the proposal just because of certain scenes and moments in this book that kind of got under my skin. I liked how disturbing this one was, but again, it was just so ridiculous and bonkers, and even in this whole Animorphs world, it just felt a little out of place. What this book boils down to is that the Animorphs end up discovering some sea people, some inbred sea people called the Nartek. Again, like quite close to the Animorphs, really. I mean, this is another deep sea diving adventure. Vista 3 wants that Permalite ship that we saw. Can't remember what book it was now. All the book titles sound the same in my head. Remember the one where they have to go 15,000 feet under the sea to protect the ship for the Chi? Vista 3 wants this ship. The Animorphs have to like protect it again and do this deep dive adventure again where they come across these mer people. But again, like, how is this like so close? Because this is like unrelated to the Yerks. Like, this whole thing is unrelated to the Yerks, the alien invasion, and these are just like a whole different kind of species. And I'm just like, how is all of this happening in like this one vicinity? Like, is the Nexus nearby? Is the Hellmouth nearby? Like, in the grand scheme of things, I know Animorphs itself isn't believable and isn't realistic. Just within this world, please make a bit more sense and like make it a bit more realistic. Because even like the whole explanation of these Nartek people, I don't know, it just didn't quite ring true to me. I will say in defense of the Nartek, they are fucked up. They are disturbing. Like, they do this kind of like taxidermy on people. They kidnap people and they give them this drug, which again, like, I don't know how all of this happens because they're mere people under the sea. Drug people so that they're alive while all of this is happening, and they remove their bones and muscles and stuff them. And it's just like, that is so fucked up. Like, even one of them explains how they do it. I can't even say it out loud because it's that fucked up. It's like kind of like a horror movie kind of book. Probably like one of the darkest things to come out of an Animorphs book so far. It's just filled with disturbing images, and I do usually really like the underwater, deep sea kind of stuff, but again, we've seen it a couple of times before already, so again, we're treading ground we've already treaded on. Trot on? I don't know. Also, Vista 3 shows up and saves them as well. That also didn't ring true to me. That where's the logic? I don't get it. I genuinely don't get this book. So it just felt like a lot of in-world rules were forgotten about in this one and just like thrown to the wayside in order to have this, well, really filler book where they just come across these weird new species, which again, like, I don't mind getting introduced to new species, but it was just so unrelated to everything else. It just felt so thrown in there. It's kind of like a whole Atlantis kind of situation. A bit too ridiculous for the series. The lore of the Nartek and their backstory and stuff is interesting, but just so abrupt. And it just doesn't really have any consequence to the Animorphs or their main story. This was a side trip or like a detour in this series that we're now kind of close to the end. That just felt so unnecessary at this point. If it had come in so much earlier in the series, maybe like the first 20 books, I would have liked this more because, again, I do really like the whole dark, disturbing imagery in this one. I just think it's let down by the fact that it came a bit too late in the series for me to actually want anything like this to happen at this point. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. They block the way to that. I'm just like, move. And we don't even really get any kind of character development from these characters that we've seen recently in the books. The string of books we've just read, or like I've just read anyway, have just been a little bit more on the character development side rather than the plot development side. But even in this one, character development was a bit non-existent. You can feel it that this was like a little bit maybe too rushed, and they just threw some kind of spanner in there to get you to try and forget about the main storyline, but it just ultimately ended up failing doing that. It was an odd one-off kind of book that I generally probably would have enjoyed, but at this point I'm I'm like a little bit done with it. I'm just like, no, let's get back to the point. I say I want the series to be over now. I kind of do, just to like move on with my life. But it's mainly because I just want to know what happens. I want to know how this is resolved by the end of it. Like, I'm so scared now that I'm going to be so disappointed by the ending of how this is all going to wrap up. If it gets wrapped up, I don't even know if it actually gets wrapped up. I think we have our first 1-star Animorph book. That's a problem. But yeah, I've read 5 more Animorphs books, so I'm going to talk about those today. And I'm going to start off with the 1-star book. The Weakness. Book number 37. I mean, I couldn't make a really witty pun about the fact that this book is called The Weakness. And so far, I think this is the weakest Animorphs book in the series. And I'm not gonna, because I have respect for myself and for you guys. But yeah, this book got 1 star and is so far my least favorite book in the series. In this one, we have Rachel as the main character, as the like POV character, and Jake has gone away with his family, leaving Rachel in charge of the Animorphs. Like, she's like the new kind of leader while Jake is away. What a stupid fucking decision. But what I don't understand is just how bad everything goes in this book. Like, it just doesn't make sense considering everything the Animorphs have been through together. Even without Jake being there, I still don't understand how everything went haywire without Jake. And you know what? I have a theory that it's a demon. And now I have a theory that in this book, with, you know, Jake being away, Rachel being the leader, and all of their plans going terribly, is just to force that idea on us that Jake is the born leader of this group, and without him, they can't function. But I think we've seen in the past, especially since like Marco's also been a leader at one point, that they can actually do things without Jake. But even then, they don't have to depend on him to make at least some kind of logical decision. I feel like the characters were acting so out of character in this book. It was so unbelievable. I genuinely feel like this book was a way of forcing that idea on us that Jake is the natural choice for leader and they can only do it with him as the leader. And let's not lie, Jake's character arc's been drying up for a little while now. All of the Animorphs are vital. We don't need a book like this to show us that without one of them, the rest of them crumble. But even then, like, I feel like it just took it too far by having the characters do literally out of character things. Rachel decides that they should try and attack Visser 3, and they do it while in cheetah form, and the plan goes horribly wrong. It doesn't really happen. But they end up finding out that Visser 3 is being watched by the inspector, who is part of the council of... what were they called? Council of 13. And, you know, they're keeping an eye on Visser 3, reporting back, making sure he's doing his job well. So the Animorphs have this idea of trying to sabotage Visser 3 to make him look incompetent in front of the inspector. Their plans, honestly, are just... They go for Yerk-controlled businesses and willy-nilly they attack a news station. During this news station attack, there is a tour happening where, like, innocent people are, and one of the old guys on this tour dies from like a heart attack or something. Like, he has like cardiac arrest from a heart condition brought on by the attack that the Animorphs do. So they've like literally just killed an innocent person. Their recklessness also gets Cassie kidnapped. Literally, their plan just falls apart like straight away. Even though the other Animorphs were talking to Rachel and saying, look, this isn't a good plan. Like, they were trying to stop it from happening, but they still go along with it. Even though they know it's a terrible plan, they still go along with it. And what's even worse, like, I just genuinely don't understand this. What's even worse is that they break into a military base, steal a plane, and crash it into a building where they know that there's a Yerk pool. They do this as humans as well, and they get chased by security. So when this plane gets taken from this military base, and then they find out that, you know, they've just crashed into a skyscraper, why didn't that make the news in the terms of, like, they could have been identified? They should have been identified. There would have been security tapes. Security were chasing them, security saw them as humans, and then a plane crashes in the side of a building that was stolen from their military base. What the hell? That was just so idiotic, and I don't know if maybe this comes up in a later book, but how did they get away with that? That is just implausible in itself. Like, I just don't get it. The whole plot of this book, I just didn't care for. Like, the inspector dies from a snake bite that Marco does. Like, great, brilliant. End of that annoying little side story. My main takeaway from this book that I just really didn't like was just how out of character all of them were. Rachel was terrible. Rachel was annoying. Things that she was coming out with were so self-centered. It reminded me of the main Rachel from the Starfish book. I thought we put that behind us. I thought she would have learned something from that experience, but obviously not. What was the point of her character development in that one if she wasn't going to utilize that in this one? Which is why I have a hard time with some of the character developed books where not a lot happens, but we do get some character development, just for them to forget what they learned from those books. Like, so what was the point of those books in the first place? The others call her out, but still don't even try and stop her with these terrible plans. They still go along with it. So even they felt a bit out of character. I didn't enjoy it. Like I said before, the Animorphs take one step forward in showing like how tactical they've become, how much they've learned from their battles and their strategizing and all of that. They take one step forward, and then a book like this comes along and they take 2 steps back. We are nearly 40 books in, and what have they learned? They've learned a lot. Like, I'm not going to take that away from them. They have learned a lot, but a book like this comes along and it confuses me. Why does this book have to exist this late in the game? I'm moving on from this book. Like, there's not really anything too good to say about this book. I wasn't the biggest fan of it, and yeah, 1 star. So then we go from a 1-star book to a 4-star book. And like, this is where I think the series is a roller coaster. It's not consistent whatsoever. We go from literally one of the worst books, if not the worst book, to this one where it's actually really decent, lots of good action, gave me all of the smushy feels as well. My head's fried. I get whiplash from this series. So in this one, we end up having the Animorphs go to a newspaper office because they think the newspaper has been taken over by Yerks, and they have like this battle, and Andalites come. Andalites come and help in the battle. So finally we have Andalites coming, and they have been the species, you know, Axis species that have been promised to come along and help the humans with this Yerk problem. Like, we've been waiting for this moment to come, and finally it comes. And I was like so happy to say that they've come, but it doesn't really happen the way that I think the Animorphs expect it in the way that I don't expect it. It kind of makes me distrust what help the Andalites can bring when, you know, they finally do bring. Even though they've come, there's only just like a small group. There's just a tiny little group of Andalites. It's not the big fleet that we were promised, nothing like that. But it makes me more worried about what's coming because I just have no trust or faith in these Andalites to actually come and help, you know? The characters that we meet in this one, they do have something weird going on with them. So backing up a little bit, so yeah, we are introduced to these Andalites. The only one I remember their name of is Estrid, and Estrid is an Andalite who Axe like becomes smitten with, and I loved that. I loved seeing like Axe get all mushy and have these like feelings, and they do kiss. Axe has his kiss, and they're just like, it was alright, but like food's better kind of thing. And I love that. Again, that we still get those really great character moments that really enhances their personality. I will say, as much as I liked Axe in this one, there's a book coming up. Axe says and does things that are so irredeemable to me that it's a little bit hard now to talk about Axe without thinking about that, because what he does in the later book does taint my opinion on him. In this book, I'm going to try and focus on this book. He's a sweetheart. He is really nice, and he's the Axe that I knew and loved from previous books, and I enjoyed seeing that and his relationship with Estrid. When things start to seem a little bit off with the Andalites, the Animorphs come up with a plan to pretend to like break up in front of them, kind of. Well, they knew that they were morphed and they were listening, but pretend to go their separate ways, and it was like so dramatic, like unnecessarily dramatic, and I kind of fell for it. Like, they didn't discuss this plan with the reader first, and they didn't really discuss it with Axe, and since Axe is the narrator of this book, we don't really know that it was like a fake thing, but they convinced me. As over dramatic as it was, I thought, oh well, I'm kind of used to them acting out a character anyway, so this makes sense, I guess. And that was really good because it did convince the Andalites that they'd kind of broken up, and it made Axe more of a spy so that he can infiltrate the Andalites better. And the Andalites, turns out they're on like a suicide mission. They are here to assassinate someone, and they're not really going to be able to help the Animorphs whatsoever. There is a fight at the Yerk pool, and what we've seen prior to this book is Axe have this divide between his loyalty to the Andalites and his loyalty to the Animorphs, and he does choose his friends over the Andalites in this book, which again is very nice and very touching, like that. But we do learn that the Andalites are not coming as fast as they should, which chilled me because I genuinely did think that they would save humanity, save the Animorphs, but it looks like they're going to take a lot longer than we anticipated, because there is like this other war going on in the galaxy that they have kind of been sidetracked by. So yeah, the Animorphs realize that humans aren't the top priority for the Andalites, and that's a terrifying prospect. If they're not coming to save them, who is? That safety net has just literally been pulled out from under us, or the rug pulled out from under us. I don't know how the saying goes. I do not know how this bloody series is gonna bloody end, and I need to bloody know. I'm trying to read as fast as I can so I can get to the freaking end, but it does make things more exciting, and I still like the plot progression of this one, definitely better than the previous book. So 4 stars. 4 stars for this one. I might refer to this book as the Buffalo book because there is actually a buffalo in it. There's no deeper meaning to it other than that. There's a buffalo in this one. So yeah, Cassie narrates this one and I give this one 3 stars. I like the story of it, but there are some glaring plot holes. Doesn't matter how much I enjoy this book for its content and the action and the story, I can't overlook something that's so glaringly plot holey. I've been critical of books in the past that do this kind of thing, and so it wouldn't really be fair for me to give this one up to the logic of the world when it ignores its own rules. Would have been 4, but it got down to a 3 because of that. The Yerks have managed to repair the Helmicron ship, those little 1-inch creature things that we don't really like, and they reactivate its morphing sensor thingamabobby so that they can track the cube, the Escafil device that gave the Animorphs their morphin powers. And obviously that's a bad thing because they don't want the Yerks to have it. I just don't understand kind of what happens next. As enjoyable as it was, I can't understand. So a buffalo and an ant end up touching the cube and getting morphing powers. The buffalo is able to morph into Chapman and the ant is able to morph into Cassie. However, as per the rules of this world and as per the rules of this box, the only way that you can get morphin powers from it is if you are passed on this power like with somebody present who can give you the morphin power. Like, you can't just take it from the box. As we saw with like the David trilogy, when he finds the box, he doesn't get morphin powers straight away. Even though he touches the box and everything, he doesn't get morphin powers from it. It's only when the Animorphs agree to allow him to give him morphin powers and they touch the box and allow him to have the power, that's when he gets the morphing ability. So I don't understand how the buffalo and the ant got the morphin power because it wasn't passed to them. They touched the box, but it wasn't passed to them. So per the world rules of the series, what happens in this book shouldn't have happened. It's impossible for it to have happened. That did dampen my enjoyment of this book. It did bring the rating down for me because I just couldn't overlook that. A lot of the things I did enjoy about this was the morphing of the ant and how it like half morphs into Cassie. So like we have this terrifying image, a Cassie ant, an ant Cassie with like these huge pincers. It's terrifying. It's a disgusting and visceral image. It's body horror times 1,000. We see what this morphing power does to the buffalo and the ant, how it affects them, and also showing how this morphing ability isn't really all that desirable and the effects it can have. Like we saw with David as well, it wasn't like a great effect. Yeah, it can be hit and miss, and these are animals, you know, it is a buffalo and an ant. But we also have a scene where the buffalo gets like cornered by like Vista 3 and stuff, and the buffalo still gets away. Oh my god, the amount of times people get away from Vista 3. He is a pantomime villain at this point. There's just no tension whenever Vista 3 comes on the page anymore. He's not scary. He's not even a threat. He keeps letting them get away, and now he's let this buffalo get away. Like, this buffalo has just had morphing powers for like an hour or something like that, or maybe less. He still gets away from Vista 3. Does this mean I can get away from Vista 3? Oh, also another thing I forgot to mention about the box is that when you morph, you have to focus on the morph. It doesn't just happen. You have to like really focus on it. And I don't think an ant can focus on turning into a human into Cassie. I just don't think it has that brain power. And same with the buffalo. I don't understand like how that focused on morphing into a human. But yeah, that just makes sense. Anyway, I just wanted to quickly clarify that up. I've got so many notes and I'm just trying to ruffle through them as best I can. It's a mess. It kind of like the continuity in this book, it's a mess. I did feel some kind of emotional attachment to the buffalo, though it does save the Animorphs and it does end up dying by the end, and you get this whole thing with Cassie being so sympathetic, especially since Cassie has always been more sympathetic throughout the entire series, and that was quite sad. I've probably let some world building slip and rules slip previously. I probably have contradicted myself many a time in this vlog. I apologize, but look, I'm just doing me. You're trying to ask me to make sense of my thoughts about a series that half the time doesn't really make any sense. So The Other is Mark POV, and this one gets 2 stars, but there was a lot about this one that bothered me, and it's really to do with ableism. In this one, they realise that there are other Antlites in town, and again, the whole idea that Antlites are here is not a new thing. Literally, like 2 books ago, we had Andalites. I don't know, like, am I watching Charm Season 8? Are these recycled storylines just something that is a thing now? Because now we're on book 40 out of 54. However, I do like the Andalites in this book. One is called Gavin and the other is called Myrtle. They survived the same battle that Elfangor and Axe survived at the very start of the series. There were a couple more survivors that we only just found out about now. And it's been, what, a couple of years since that happened? And I love them too. I do. There is a sort of homoerotic subtext to them. And even though it isn't like really explicit, the authors did say that they are a gay couple. And I honestly love that. I love that so much. They kind of still had that love and passion for one another in this book. But one thing that I'm a little bit hesitant to talk about, because I spoke on some issues in the Goosebumps series vlog that I got a little bit of flack for. But in this one, it's to do with Myrtle. And Myrtle has lost his tail, which means he's lost his ability to morph. And in that regard, he is considered disabled by the Andalites. Ableism is rooted in Andalite society. You know how I mentioned Axe before? And how there are some things that he does and says a bit later on that like taints his character for me. This is the book, because Axe says some very ableist slurs, some very ableist things that is very uncomfortable, and I think that is probably the point that the author did of this book, to display the fact that ableism is terrible. I think it's Axe who says that when they become disabled, they're worthless. And even Andalites, well, they kind of, separate any Andalite who they deem worthless due to being disabled. It's just so messed up. Like, I do not like the Andalites anymore, to be honest. To the Andalites, that's just their way of life. I just hate them at this point. I just hate them. God, I used to love Axe so much, but I just can't with what he says in this book. What he says and does in this book, it's just so prejudiced. Fortunately, what I like about the Animorphs tackling the issue of ableism versus Goosebumps, with the fat phobia that happens in Goosebumps, the Animorphs challenge it. Animorphs don't stand for the things that Axe says. They do challenge his perception on people who are disabled or Andalites who are disabled. And it really shows us, the reader, that it's not okay. And I like that. I like that it showed us that it wasn't okay. Whereas in Goosebumps, the fat phobia was happening and nobody ever stopped it from happening. Half the time the fat phobia was rooted in the narration. But when I mentioned that in the Goosebumps vlog, I obviously got a lot of hate for it. And I think a lot of people thought that when I was calling out the fat phobia in Goosebumps, they thought I was calling them fat phobic for liking it. That's not the case. I acknowledge the fat phobia, didn't like the fat phobia. Just like I don't like the ableism in this book. But what this book did differently to the fat phobia in Goosebumps is that it tried to show the reader that it's bad. It's a bad thing and it shouldn't be a thing. And it showed more of an insight into Andalites in their way of thinking. It was challenged. It wasn't just there. It probably could have been dealt with a lot better. To be honest, I don't know how I'm going to look at Axe the same way again. So obviously I'm not the biggest fan of Axe anymore after this book. I'm a bit sad. I'm a bit sad about that. Pointing out that I don't like the Andalites anymore, essentially. I don't like them anymore. I don't want them to come and save the Animorphs. I want the Animorphs to save themselves now. They have the tools, they have the power to do that. Let the Andalites do their thing elsewhere. They're not the heroes of the story. My mind's being changed completely on them, and I don't think anything will change that back. But that is my main takeaway from it. I did still love Gavin and Myrtle. Them as a couple, even though it wasn't like explicit, it was still beautiful. Other than that, 2 stars. So the final book that I read recently was The Familiar, which I gave 3 stars. Jake narrated this one. I love how this book started, and if the entire book had this, then it would have been a 4-star easily. But it kind of fell a little off the wayside after like the first scene, really. We start, is it in medias res? In medias res, when it's like in the middle of action, it's in the middle of battle, and it's looking very desolate for the Animorphs. They have to retreat. Causes some arguments about killing again, like how they have to kill in war, but I feel like I'm repeating myself so much when it comes to what these books try to illustrate to us, because we've talked about this to death. We've seen this point come up before about the Animorphs having to do things in war that they don't want to do, but they have to do it because they're in this difficult position, and how they each respond to killing in this war. It seemed like that was the main point of the start of this book. Do still like the action of how this book started. So then we get Jake going home, and Tom's suspicious of his brother, and Jake ends up going to sleep. And then we somehow suddenly are in a future dystopian New York City 10 years in the future. And Jake is now 25, and it turned out that, I can't remember specifically, it could have been both, which I don't understand how. Tom, while Jake was sleeping, infested him, and he got infested with like a yerk and stuff, and that's like the battle kind of lost because it had a knock-on effect on the other Animorphs. Two other ones got affected. I think it was Cassie and Marco. Yeah, Rachel and Tobias just fell on the wayside, and everything just fell apart. The yerks win. That's that scenario. But also, it turned out that Tom killed Jake that night. Yeah, I don't understand that because we got told like two kind of different things in this book, so I wasn't sure which route it went. But anyway, Jake is now in the future, and Cassie's now a terrorist. Marco is now Visser 2, or at least the yerk in his brain is Visser 2, and he's just the host body to Visser 2. Tobias is trapped in Axmorph, and Rachel is disabled. She has lost an arm, an eye, and both of her legs. The yerks plan to convert the moon into a sun that projects Kandrona rays. Instead of being in the pools, it's going to be sun rays, and that's going to be great for them. Jake has to decide whether he's going to save Cassie or the world. And then it turns out that this whole thing was a simulation by unknown people. And it wasn't the Alarmist, it wasn't the Cryak, it's somebody we don't know, or something we don't know. I'm interested to see if we find out if what this whole simulation thing was. It did feel like it was a test to see what Jake would decide, and it did seem to imply that Jake chose Cassie over the world, which is so sweet really, because, you know, Jake and Cassie are still a thing. Even though we haven't really seen much of it lately, they're still a thing. And it's so sweet that Jake has this really intense romantic feeling for Cassie, and that he would choose her over the world. And that's just so sweet. But also, I just still don't get the point of this book too much. Like, again, I'm not a big fan of books that have like a dream sequence be the majority of it. It's like a dream kind of not, I don't know what I'll call this book, because I think it was like a simulation. It wasn't really explained to me that well, but it did feel like a simulation that Jake was put into to test him and to see what he would pick. And it was interesting. It was interesting, and I do want to know more about that and what happened and who did it, but that wasn't resolved in this book. So I'm kind of left wondering, like, well, what was the point of this book? Was it to show us that the future is bleak? To show us what would happen if they lost? I'm pretty sure we've already seen a future where the Animorphs lose. I think it was in one of the early books where we see kind of future where they've lost. So I don't understand why we're seeing it again. I know it's totally different because it's 10 years in the future and it's more like dystopian and stuff, which is pretty cool. Again, I'm just left wondering why. Why a whole book dedicated to that? There is a feeling that these teens have like missed a whole chunk of their lives, and that is tragic. That is a very tragic thing, and I do feel bad for them. It feels like this kind of whole destiny thing's been forced onto them, and they've had no choice but to play along. I think we've got 13 books now, so surely there's going to be no more filler books and books where we discuss the same thing. I feel like I'm living deja vu right now. I really do. I'm still enjoying it. I don't want to say I'm not enjoying it. I'm still enjoying it. I need to move past the repetitiveness now. Maybe I'll stop complaining about the recycled nature of the storylines, but the storylines are sometimes the biggest part of the book, either that or the character development. But we've already seen so much character development that the character development we do see is an extension of something we've already seen. Same with the plot, same with the storylines. It's an extension of something we've already seen. So I'm just wondering how many more books in this are going to be original. It's nearly over. It's nearly over. I think we'll only have like a couple of days left of this challenge. I genuinely think we're going to be done in a couple of days. I've read 5 more books. It is January 18th. Honestly, I'm just so excited for the end. In some of these books as well, I'm going to talk about, I mean, first couple... But we are starting to get somewhere with the main plot, the main story. Things are really happening. Shit is hitting the fan. And there are storylines that are finally kind of coming to fruition after so long. So I'm just really excited about this ending now. We have 5 more books to talk about then. So The Journey is narrated by Marco and Rachel. And this one actually made me feel pretty sick. I felt nauseous reading this one. It gets 2 stars, but that's not really like why I'm giving it 2 stars. You know, I mean, it made me like, oh god, just remembering what it was about makes me again feel a little bit nauseous. But in this one we have the Helmicrons come back, and they were the 1-inch aliens that like about 20 books before or something. Like, it's been a while since we last saw them, but I wasn't the biggest fan of them then, not a big fan of them now still. But they want the Escafil device to recharge their ship so that they can get home. So they decide to go inside Marco, you know, these like little 1-inch things. They go up Marco's nose and threaten to kill him from the inside. And obviously that's like kind of terrifying, that's like really disgusting and different. It's definitely a little bit different. I do think the storyline's been done before on other things. I think the Magic School Bus was brought up. Then the Animorphs decide that they're going to follow the Helmicrons inside Marco. They also, you know, shrink themselves down to go inside Marco. It just sounds weird. It sounds so weird saying it out loud, but when I tell you that I genuinely did feel physically sick reading this, like, I get really icky talking about blood and guts and like the insides and stuff. Like, I feel really icky about that anyway. And having visuals of the Animorphs like swimming in Marco's bloodstream, oh no, honestly, it's making my anal sphincter shrink. It's just really, really gross. I can't talk about this one. This one's gonna be a very short review on this one. I can't talk about it. I mean, overall, I'm not a big fan of the Helmicrons anyway, so I just found their story to be a little bit ridiculous. It just didn't do anything for plot. It didn't really do much for the characters. We do have Marco have his own kind of little story where, you know, while everyone's inside of him, he goes and he tries to retrieve this camera that this young boy took a photo of the Animorphs while in morph, so he has evidence that they've morphed, and Marco needs to try and get his camera back to stop them from being exposed. So like, he's doing all of that. It's fine, it was whatever. I wasn't excited by it. Marco isn't allowed to morph while they're inside him. Honestly, just saying it out loud, I'm just like, what the fuck am I saying? He ends up doing that anyway. He morphs into a cockroach. It did look like the Helmicrons had like killed him from the inside, but you know, cockroach is formidable, so it turns out he's okay. In the end, the Helmicrons, off they go, and hopefully that's the last we ever see of them. 2 stars. I couldn't quite stomach it. Then we have the test, and this one gets 3 stars, and it's definitely an improvement over the previous book, and definitely better than the next book. In this one, we have Tobias's POV, and he is still suffering from the PTSD of the torture that Taylor put him through a few books back. Can't remember which book it was. All of them are blending into one at this point. But when he was, you know, captured by Taylor, and he was being tortured with the memories, and, you know, he was on the brink of death, he's still suffering from that. And I do like the fact that we are still calling back to storylines that happened in previous books, and shows that those stories weren't redundant. They did have a deeper meaning to the characters and their psyche, and that this continuity is, honestly, it's impeccable in the Animorphs series. I like saying that it's being kept up, but yes, he's suffering from PTSD, and Taylor, the one who did it, comes back. I didn't trust that bitch from the beginning. It's very obvious. It's obvious that she's not to be trusted. Before that though, Tobias helps a lost boy find his dad. He like helps guide him and stuff, and he makes the news, which captures the attention of the Yeerks, and that's when he gets captured. Taylor is the one who's put in command of him, but Taylor asks for his help, as well as the Animorphs, to destroy a Yeerk pool, and that she is part of the Yeerk Peace Resistance, Yeerk Peace Movement. Straight away, I mean, it's obvious she's not. The host body rebels for a second against, you know, Taylor's Yeerk, and says, don't trust her. That should have been a big indicator that they shouldn't trust her. Cassie is the only smart one in this book, really, who ends up being like, you know, I'm not going to be part of this, you know, I don't want to use this gas explosion to kill all of these Yeerks, because there's like, you know, innocent people who would die and stuff, but also just like, don't trust Taylor. Other Animorphs do end up going along trying to destroy this Yeerk pool with a gas explosion, and that's when Taylor double crosses them. Turns out she's working for Vista 3. No surprise there, genuinely not surprised, and Cassie ends up having to save everyone. And it was really good for Cassie though, even though this is Tobias's POV, and we do get really good insight into Tobias, and I felt so sorry for him. It was, I think, Cassie who was the standard character in this book. She definitely went with her morals. She's staying true to her character. She ends up like fighting so many people single-handedly to save her friends and stop this gas explosion. You don't really get to see the fight or anything, but you do see loads of people like lying around, and she's like exhausted. She's done this. She's like crying. She's, you know, gone through so much just to help her Animorphs friends who have made a dumb decision 43 books into the series. So that aside, it was still a great exploration of Tobias and the effects of that torture he endured a few books back, which leads to a touching moment between Tobias and Rachel at the end, where she's like trying to remind him like how strong he is and that he isn't weak, because a lot of the things that Tobias heard during his torture have kind of sunk into him, and he's starting to believe them himself, but he needs reminding that he is strong, he is loved, and all of that. So it was a really nice moment at the end with Rachel and Tobias. I also thought it was interesting that he questions whether or not he did it on purpose when he decided to stay a hawk past the 2 hours way back in the first book and became stuck as a hawk. I mean, he is able to morph back into a human for 2 hours at a time, but like, he is a hawk now. He questions whether he did that on purpose, and I always thought he did that on purpose. I genuinely did. It probably was a subconscious thing. It wasn't as intentional as I originally thought. But it was a nice callback to that. Yeah, I like to see different angles of things that have happened in the past, getting more insight in that, so that was really interesting too. Largely an uninteresting and at times dull book though, I will say. We didn't really get to see what was probably the most exciting part of it, which was when Cassie took down everyone single-handedly. That would have been so awesome to see. But this was definitely very 90s, very like early 2000s, and you could like really feel that. There is a moment where I think Axe brings up this website called earthisours.com, which was an actual website back then. I did a little research, a little digging, and that was an actual website back then. It is archived, so I'll link it in the description box if I remember. If I've forgotten to do it, please let me know in the comments and I'll link it. I love that that was an actual real thing. Like, I wish I had have been more caught up with the Animorphs back in like the 90s, early 2000s, other than the TV show. Like, the actual books are like so solid and so decent. I do wish that I actually grew up on the books. It really does bring me back to childhood, and that's one of the reasons why I'm really loving this series. It really does have all the nostalgia. But I think partly why I'm so charmed by the series is the 90s and 2000s nostalgia. So this was a decent book. I'm just waiting for, you know, something to happen in the series, which eventually it does in a couple of books' time. It was very good. 3 stars. And then we get into the unexpected. This one is aptly titled The Unexpected due to how I did not expect where this bloody book would go. I thought I'd seen it all. I got major deja vu though from the book where the Animorphs go to the Antarctic or like the North Pole. A lot of the content is pretty much similar, a little bit recycled. But in this one, we have a fight in an airport with the Animorphs and the Yerks. And Cassie ends up getting knocked onto a conveyor belt and loaded onto a plane heading to Sydney by accident. That whole thing was just like, I didn't get it. I totally don't understand how that happened. She wakes up on the flight. The Yerks are trying to kind of stop this flight from going any further, thinking that they have an Adelaide bandit on board. Cassie ends up jumping from the plane, morphing, and landing the Australian outback. It's a lot to take in. It's a huge kind of premise. Like, all of that sounds exciting on paper, you know. Cassie being separated from the other Animorphs, tick. Jumping from a plane, tick. Setting the Australian outback, tick. All sounds great, right? But I think this book was just not it. So it was 2 stars. Did I mention it got 2 stars? It gets 2 stars. Cassie ends up meeting Yami, and Yami's grandfather needs his leg amputated, so she morphs into a Hawkbusher and amputates his leg. That was fine, but like, it was very visceral. It was a very dark thing that happened in this book. Considering the whole tone of this book, which goes from exciting to a bit ridiculous and strange to really dark and gruesome to, again, ridiculous and strange, it just felt so jaunty and so all over the place, this book, that I just couldn't really stop to enjoy even the dark moments, which I usually do enjoy in this series. It felt so out of place. The 3 comes, she morphs into a kangaroo, the Chi end up helping her, and she ends up going home. Like, that's kind of like the gist of this book. That's it. Again, we are so close to the end, and fortunately the next 2 books I'm going to talk about do get to the point. But yeah, we're so close to the end. This just felt like another random pit stop on the way to the finale. Considering how jaunty it is, it just didn't do it for me. This was all Cassie, really. And it just felt like a huge hole was missing from the fact that we were following Cassie, and I do love Cassie. I think Cassie's a great character, but I don't think the story was done well enough in this book for her to warrant an entire book on her shoulders. Especially since in the previous book we had her kick butt and be so badass that we just never got to see, and she still is like pretty badass in this one. Like, she does like jump from a plane and all of that. Like, it's pretty good, but it just wasn't a point to it. It just didn't really feel warranted. So yeah, unfortunately this was a miss. This late in the game, it was a miss. Okay, number 45, The Revelation. This was from Mogwa's POV, and this is fucked up in so many ways. Like, I can't even begin to fathom some of the things that happen in this book. I also have, like, specific ratings for each book. So, like, a whole co-pile rating, which is, like, a very specific rating system that helps narrow down and break down each kind of element of each book so that I can get a more accurate rating of each book. And according to the system that I use, The Revelation is, in my opinion, the best book since book 29, The Sickness. There were some like really good ones in that mix, but this is like the best one since book 29. And this is book, what, 45? So like quite a lot of books have passed since then, like 16 books. So I was like really glad about it because we do have so much more progression with the main story. We have some very interesting character decisions and moments that really shocked me. It honestly makes me hate the previous book more. So Mogwa's father is actually a big part of this one. He has discovered zero space and he creates a zero space transponder that attracts the attention of the Yeerks, and they want to control him. And this isn't like the first time we've seen this kind of thing happen. Marco's dad has been close to creating things that the Yeerks have wanted themselves and wanted to take over Marco's dad, because he is actually very intelligent, very smart. But one of the huge things in this book is the fact that Marco reveals to his dad his morphing abilities and lets him know the secret of what's happening to the world. And this was a huge moment. I did think maybe sooner or later a parent would be involved in this whole thing, but I wasn't expecting it to be in this book, and I wasn't expecting it to be Marco's dad. So that was really interesting and really exciting to read, because I was not sure how Marco's dad would react. It just opened the floodgates. It made the rest of the book even that more exciting. We do have Marco and his dad having to fake their deaths in order to get away, which was very heartbreaking as well, because we do get a look into Marco thinking about how his kind of like childhood's been robbed. He can't do normal things anymore. He can't play like video games anymore. He can't go to the mall with his friends and do just general normal teen stuff. And that was like heartbreaking to read. We have discussed this before about, you know, them kind of not being normal kids, but it definitely felt a bit more raw in this book. Marco and the Animorphs also have to save Eva, who is Visa 1, Marco's mum, who is being tortured and things, and Marco does end up saving her and killing Visa 1, which is a huge step. This is when like shit really hits the fan, and I'm just like, fucking hell, Marco. I'm torn on it. I am torn on it. So with Marco's stepmom, who married Marco's dad, and Marco's dad absolutely loves, I think her name's Nora. They've fallen in love, they're married, but Marco still wants his perfect family. He wants his mum, who's been declared dead for a long time, to be part of his perfect family and for his parents to get back together. As somebody who had parents split up when I was 10, I think I was 10 at the time, I did definitely want my parents to get back together. Like, I can understand when parents split up. It's very rough, it's hard to process, and you do want them to be back together so everything's back to normal. So I do see Marco's thing on that. So what Marco actually does is he convinces his dad that Nora's a controller, even though she wasn't. Kind of like breaks them up. Like, he leaves Nora for the Yeerks. The decision of doing that, of throwing Nora under the bus so that his dad can get back together with Eva, is so cold. I can't even process what he did. Poor Nora. Like, I do feel really bad for Nora, and also for Marco's dad, because he genuinely says that he loves her. Like, he's devastated by the idea that she's been controlled this entire time, and Marco's lie, I think, will hopefully come back to bite him in the ass, because this is a huge thing. He feels awful for it, as he should. Marco's whole thing this entire series has been to get his parents back together, almost like save his mum. Ever since he found out his mum's still alive, it's always kind of been to save her and get the family back together and be normal again. Like, I could totally see and understand that. I just feel really bad for Nora. It's so ruthless and cold of Marco to do that. But again, he's a teen and he wants his family back together. I understand. But it's so cold. I do hope this drama does come back to bite him in the bum and just see what happens next. That isn't the only like game-changing moment in this book though. We do have at the end contact with Andalites that are on the way. We have that ending, and that's so cool because after, you know, so long, we're like, okay, the fleet is probably finally coming. We have had this like stop and start thing with the Andalites a couple of times in the series. It was just kind of nice to read and to kind of hope that things are really in motion, and they are in motion. So this book really helped that, and also helped with the idea that we are now on the final few books, and this is all or nothing, and characters can make these decisions that will surprise you, because like everything's off the table now. And it was just refreshing to have this when we have this like really pendulum of a series just going back and forth between like really great books that focus on the plot and the bad books that just go to Australia. This was definitely a step in the right direction. With The Deception, it follows on from the story of the previous book, so it's almost like a part 2. Like, no time has passed. They are talking to the Andalites on the phone. We have that whole interaction with the Animorphs and Axe with the Andalites. So this is also told from Axe's POV, and this one gets 4 stars as well. I'm really happy with the direction that the books are going, finally. We find out that Visa 3, you know, the pantomime villain from the series, has been promoted to Visa 1. That was because, you know, Marco's mum, the Yeerk that was Visa 1's died. Yeah, Visa 3 is now Visa 1. So when I go forward and I mention Visa 1, I mean Visa 3 from previously. It might get confusing, but yeah, Visa 3 is now Visa 1. And there is a plan that the Yeerks are going to facilitate a war between the USA and China so that they can start World War 3, and that the humans will be too distracted by using their resources on each other, so that when the Yeerks really do finally take over everyone, they will be unprepared for it, and they won't see it coming, and they will have wasted their resources, so they can't really fight fight back. So that is like really interesting. The stakes are high, and again, like the whole comparison with war is always something that's been really interesting to me. And the commentary on humans destroying themselves and the Yeerks can just sort of like sit back and watch is eerily true. It's just like, it rings so true to current affairs and things that have happened in the past. Like, since this book came out in 2000, it was before 9/11. It was just like eerie that this book holds up a mirror to ourselves, to America, and like this whole depiction of America in this book series and what that means. And it does show us a really grim reality. But anyway, the Animorphs end up flying to like this Navy ship where Visser 2 is, and Visser 2 is just like this normal human commander person. I thought that was a bit of a weird choice. Things happen, but the main part of this book really is when Axe takes sees like a plane, abducts Visser 2, and this plane has like this bomb on it that Axe threatens to drop over the city where, you know, all the Animorphs families live, and, you know, this bomb will destroy so many Yeerks and the Yeerk pools. Jake said in this book that he said this quite a few times really in the series, but it's like really driven home in this one. Even though their decisions are very morally grey, and they have to do anything to win, they have to get even more morally grey. Like, if they have to steal things, they steal things. If they have to take people's identities without their permission, they have to do that. Like, they have to take the gloves off and all of that. So that was interesting that we had that kind of discussion from Jake, and to have Axe do something so huge, like he was literally going to bomb an entire city to stop the Yeerks, and, you know, he could have saved so many people by destroying thousands, really. So like, there is that whole kind of, do you sacrifice this many in order to save that many kind of question in this, which was so interesting. He didn't even really discuss his plan with the Animorphs. He just like went off and did it, and he was like so reckless doing it. And even though it does work, like he doesn't drop the bomb or anything, but he does get Visser 2 to stop World War 3, and he does manage to do that, which is great. I don't know, I feel so detached from Axe now, which is such a shame. It is such a shame, because I did used to absolutely love him. He was probably one of my favourite characters. Kind of lost the love for Axe, I'm afraid. I'm not really 100% sure what will redeem him for me. I don't know if maybe that's like a thing now for me, that I can't gel with Axe anymore. I feel like out of all of the Animorphs, he's changed quite a lot, which is a fair thing, really. You know, he's been like this alien on this earth and observing human behaviors and human patterns and all of this, and he's definitely changed so much from when we first saw him. He's learned so much. That's great and all that. I really do like his progression on that. One book ruined it for me for him as a character. I do still love the other characters so much though, so we'll just see what the next few bring. I do know that there's supposed to be a death coming up, and I'm terrified. I've got 8 books left to read. I'm hoping there are some redeeming things about Axe in the future, so I'm going to shut up and just get to the point, which is something that this book series sometimes does not know how to do, is get just to the point. So, oh my god, 4 more to go. I've read 4 more books, and I have now read the first 50 Animorphs books, and I am so relieved. Genuinely think I can finish today. It is January 19th. It is the morning of January 19th. I read a couple of books last night, read a couple of books this morning, and I am literally ready to end this series, quite honestly. I mean, I've been enjoying it for the most part of it. It has been very, very good and surprisingly deep, surprisingly well written, and so many storylines have really just like grabbed my attention. Other times it has fallen a little bit weird and flat and ridiculous, and there are some things cropping up now that I'm taking some issues with. I do want to talk about that more in depth, and I do want to have a bit of a nuanced conversation about it so that I don't get blasted for pointing it out. But you know what, let me know in the comments. Just blast anyway, I don't care. But I am just so excited for the end. I mean, excited in a good way as well. Like, I genuinely do want to know how this ends, and I'm genuinely scared and terrified about where this is going to go. I am just on tenterhooks. I think this vlog's going to be like 4.5 hours long, so I apologise for that. Anyway, let's not make editing Gav's job harder, and let's just crack into the next 4 books. So book number 47, The Resistance, is a Jake POV, but we do have another character in the form of sort of like flashbacks called Isaiah, who lives during the Civil War. I think it's like around 1865 or something like that. December 1864. And I like the idea of it. But 2 stars. This book gets 2 stars. It was not executed very well, in my opinion. This one is pretty crucial in the fact that the Animorphs are having serious conversations now about exposing the Yeerks and exposing their powers to the world and really getting, you know, other people involved. And this isn't like a new concept. They have been having little discussions like this in the past. But I think now it's become such a serious conversation for them that they know that they're kind of in over their heads when it's just them. So they're seriously looking at, you know, exposing themselves, the Yeerks, fix all of this. So that was really exciting to see. The plot of this one is that we have Toby, who is a Hawkbridger, comes to the Animorphs and asks for help because her Hawkbridger Valley, is under threat by the Yeerks and they need to be protected. So the Animorphs agree to help. It gets a little bit strange after that, and I just don't understand the plan that they do, and it's honestly one of the most ridiculous things of the series, in my opinion. I don't know, you might find it amazing, but what they end up planning on doing on how to protect this valley is to become beavers and build a dam. Build a dam around this valley, and then when the Yeerks come, they can flood it. The plan does not go to plan, as per usual. Just when they were talking about it, and you know what, it was cool them kind of acquiring the morphs and things and getting a couple of the beavers to help and stuff like that. Was like, if we weren't this late in the game with how serious things are getting, I wouldn't have minded as much. But I just think really building a dam around this valley to protect it from Yeerks. And anyway, jumping a little bit ahead here, when they flood the dam anyway to protect the valley, they end up flooding the valley anyway, and the Hawkbridger have to relocate. The whole point of it was to protect them, and so that they didn't have to, you know, leave and abandon their home, but they flood it anyway, and I'm just like, this was the stupidest idea I've ever heard of. Things take a bit of a grave turn in this one because there are some like human campers nearby, and this is when like the Animorphs like do ask for outside help, and it turns out these campers are Trekkies, like they are huge fans of Star Trek, and they don't really take it seriously. They think it's really just like almost a game. Like they do agree to help the Animorphs with their battle against the Yeerks and stuff. These Animorphs have seen death, right? They've seen people fall and succumb to the Yeerks in this entire series. They have lost people. They have seen casualties happen. I don't understand why, when, you know, these Trekkies are so unprepared and untrained, that they would bring them into that. I know like they felt like they didn't really have much of a choice. I just think it was endangering their lives, and then somebody ends up dying as well. That whole situation was so weirdly developed. Like, I just didn't understand why they would dare risk innocent people like that. I mean, I kind of do, because half the series is them risking other people's lives and me trying to defend their actions, and like, oh, they're just kids, and you know, what would I do if I was in their shoes? And I don't know half the time. They are in a difficult position, but I just felt like this was so reckless of them and a bad judgment call on their part. When we're this close to the end as well, I'm like, we can't afford these bad judgment calls. We can't afford these plans to go awry. But also, all you're doing is really tasked to protect this valley, and you ruin it anyway. I did take some issue with the Civil War comparison aspects to it. So yeah, we do have Jake's POV, but it is interlaced with the POV from Isaiah, who is his like great grandfather or something in the Civil War. I say what the author was trying to do, but honestly, comparing or even contrasting the Hawkbridger, who are an alien species, to black slaves was just a bit tasteless to me. It wasn't really explicit that this was a direct comparison or anything, but it's very hard to ignore when the narrative is literally flitting between the two. Jake has this contrast with his great grandfather in the Civil War, him protecting people, and then Jake also protecting the Hawkbridger, and it's just like, it's hard not to see that correlation between them. The author was making it hard not to, and I feel like that was the point, but also they were trying to do it in a way that, you know, Jake helping the Hawkbridger and then his great grandfather, for me, I felt like it was a bit of an oversight doing that, because even just trying to compare the two is just like, what are you actually trying to say? We're comparing a fictional alien species to black slaves, and that just doesn't feel right to me at all. So yeah, that definitely impacted my rating of this book, as well as the fact that the narrative was quite jaunty in the first place anyway. I wasn't a big fan of it flitting between the two. Following the previous book, when Axe's like big decision to literally blow up the city with everyone's families in, that wasn't even really explored in this, and I thought there would have been a big fallout after that, but there just wasn't, and I felt like the continuity of that kind of fell on the wayside, because this series has been really good at continuing storylines, even small character storylines as well. It just felt like that was a big oversight, because that was a huge thing. It was just kind of like glazed over in this, and I was like, well, we could have focused on that a little bit, and it probably would have made this a stronger book. So I'm just a bit disappointed with this one, especially since it's coming close to the end. It's probably the worst one of the bunch I've talked about today, but there are still some more problematic things I want to discuss. I'm kind of scared to discuss. Number 48, The Return, is Rachel's POV, and God, I'm so torn with this one as well. Like, I'm so conflicted. This one's getting a 3-star. It could have been a 4, but I'm not a fan of dreams within dreams sequences or anything like that. And it kind of pissed me off that we had that in here, and it almost felt very inconsequential to the entire series as a whole, even though some of the things that happened in this are so entirely interesting and exciting and action-packed. But, you know, 3 stars. It does have the return of David, who was part of the David trilogy. Like, the David trilogy is still my favorite moment in the Animorphs series so far. So I don't really like sometimes when an ending of something is almost retconned. So we did leave David stranded, marooned on an island as a rat. He's trapped as a rat. And that was like such a great ending for him, I thought. And it was so ominous and so sinister, and I just loved it. I thought it was delicious. And then he comes back. I mean, I was torn about it because I thought, oh, it could be exciting that he'd be back, but also I don't want to ruin his ending from the David trilogy. However, his ending in this one is probably just as twisted. By the end of it, I couldn't really hate on it, but I was a bit mad that they would bring him back for this, where I thought the David trilogy wrapped up so nicely. Anyway, it turns out that these dream sequences, or like this fake reality thing, is being engineered by the Kryak, who we've discussed before. He's kind of like the antithesis of the Elemist. The Kryak has had its eye on Rachel for the longest time. It's seen Rachel as like an ally to it because it loves how strong and almost ruthless Rachel is. So this is kind of almost like a test for her by the Kryak. I mean, you do kind of miss the other Animorphs in this one. It's very Rachel centered. Even though I know a lot of POV books are centered on that character, there are still lots of moments with the other Animorphs in those POV books. It kind of felt, again, like when Cassie went to Australia, it felt like I was missing them a lot. The Kryak is manipulating everything because Rachel has both this respect for Jake, but also loathes Jake as well. So the Kryak is gonna see if he can get Rachel to kill Jake. Like, obviously Rachel won't do it. There are some like tests that she goes through. She ends up having to fight David as a rat, and then she ends up fighting Vissa 1 as well as Super Rachel, which she felt so overpowered, and she beat Vissa 1. Again, it's inconsequential because Vissa 1 is still a thing. It made Vissa 1 again look so easily defeated that I'm just like, please, I want my villains in this book to feel so powerful and almost unbeatable. So to have this in this one, what are you trying to say about the finale? Like, is Vissa 1 going to be easily defeated? I don't know. Like, this is just speculation at this point. The action did get better in this book. I felt like it was a book in 2 halves. We have the first half, which I felt was just, didn't care much for it. It was a bit slow. And then the second part with like Rachel and like this almost like test on her, seeing how scared she is of herself and how different she is and all of that is very interesting. And again, I do still love those character explorations, but there was a moment at the end that I loved, and it kind of made it okay for me again when I was talking about David coming back, and I didn't really want him to come back because I felt it did retcon the David trilogy a little bit. I do like the way that this ended. So we have David begging Rachel to kill him because he doesn't want to be marooned on an island again, and he would rather die than that. Rachel sees this piece of mirror and she like breaks down. We don't actually see if she does kill David or not. You're left with that question, like, does she? Doesn't she? What would she pick? You know, like, is she going to be ruthless? Is she going to be sensitive? You just don't know, and I kind of really like that, and it's very sinister. And again, this series is so good at having those sinister undertones to it and having the characters do sinister things. And again, it's probably my favorite part of the series is how that's being portrayed. So this was a great book in doing that. Again, it does only get 3 stars because I just don't like dreams within dreams. I don't like these sequences where it just feels a little bit inconsequential. It just feels like a waste of my time. Doesn't matter what happens in between or like how great the action is. For me, I just don't like dreams. If they had have taken out the whole Kryak thing, I would have probably enjoyed this a lot more and it would have been a 4-star, but no, it just had to be some kind of reality manipulation, didn't it? So just to make sure that everything didn't really matter in the end. Yeah, leaving that one on a 3-star. That's all I can say about it. And then we have The Diversion, which is a Tobias POV. And this is a bit of a game-changing book again. This is like the start now. The start of something new. No, the start of the end. It was almost a 5-star, but I've given this one a 4-star. There was something that dragged it down a bit for me, and it's something that I'm going to discuss more in the next book. This book, for the most part, was a very exciting and, as I said, game-changing kind of book. I don't know why they haven't done this before, but the Yeerks are getting smart. And, you know, every time the Animorphs have a battle with them, they, like, obviously have like blood and everything everywhere, so the Yeerks have finally decided that they're going to test the blood that's left from these battles to find out the actual identities of the Animorphs, or these Andalite bandits as they've always believed them to be. And now they're running this blood, they are finding out that these Andalite bandits are actually humans, and it's about time that they know this. They have a fight at a medical facility where they find out, or like Tobias as well finds out, that they found a match with like Tobias's blood to his mother, Lauren. And Lauren, Tobias's mother, had abandoned Tobias when when he was a kid. So Tobias doesn't really know his mother, but he does find out where she is. She doesn't actually live that far away, and he is devastated that she never ever really wanted to visit him or know him. One of the best things about this book is, of course, Tobias's relationship with his mother and the exploration of that and his family life. I always love when we explore their family lives. We have Tobias end up going to see her, and it turns out that she's blind and she has a guide dog, and Tobias morphs into her guide dog and tries to find out more about her, and he also finds out that the Yeerks are watching her as well, so it's evident that the Yeerks are now very aware of the families of these Andalite bandits, humans. That was really interesting, and I really enjoyed that. But then some things happen with Lauren, and the depiction of disability in this book kind of rubbed me up a little bit the wrong way. What happens is Tobias ends up giving his mother morphing power. Being able to morph means that you can heal your DNA and stuff and all of that. He gives her this morphing power, and she ends up helping him, and she saves him. And there is this idea that this morphing power has cured her disability, and it does. It gives her her sight back. There was like this kind of whole moment where Lauren would rather die as an animal than go back to her disabled body. That kind of idea just like really did rub me up the wrong way. I mean, it does get a little bit worse in the next one as well. I mean, I'm speaking as an able-bodied person. Like, I'm not saying I don't have a disability, but I'm an able-bodied person, and when I say things to do with that kind of disability representation in books, I don't know if I have any authority on speaking on it or anything, and I don't. I don't have any authority on anything. These are just my opinions. I just thought it was very poorly done, and I hate the idea that somebody needs to be cured from a disability, and I just really wish that they hadn't done that in this. Like, why did they make his mother blind just for this to happen? But again, I'm not calling the series ableist or anything. It's just my observation on how these characters are handled. There is more in the next book, and I will talk about it then. And I will talk about it then, actually. I want to move on. The Animorphs end up agreeing to tell their parents everything so that they can bring them into the fold. However, Jake's parents have already been infested, and that's like a huge thing for Jake, because Jake's whole driving force in this series has been his family. But Tom's got there first. He has infested the mum and dad, and there's a point where Jake's mum tries to kill Jake, and that's like awful, and I felt so bad for him. You can really see him crumble, and when you see how much of a toll this entire series has had on these kids, it's so painful to watch. But Jake is also grappling with the guilt of not acting sooner, because they do have this moment at the start of the book where they're like, should we tell our families now? But then Jake is like, no, let's sleep on it, let's see how we feel in the morning, which kind of meant that they delayed their rescue mission of their families. So like Jake feels like a lot of guilt from that, understandably, but then they do end up getting the parents that are okay to the Hawkbashire Valley and protects them there. I really felt that nothing will be the same again after this book. Even like Visser 1, who was Visser 3, is like finally doing something. Well, I mean, like finally doing things that are quite scary to me, because I just felt no tension whatsoever with Visser 3 / Visser 1 now for a long time. And finally, we are seeing the action ramp up with the Yeerks and them getting closer on these Animorphs, and like it's becoming more suffocating for them. I like that. I really enjoy the fact that we are getting more serious with the villain rather than having Visser 3 / 1 be such a pantomime kind of villain. So it was a 4-star book. Did have some gripes with it, but overall I'm glad it's going in the right direction for the end of the series, because now we're in the final lap. Okay, so the ultimate. And this was Cassie POV. In a lot of regards, this was a fantastic Animorphs book to do with the plot, to do with the big picture of the war with the Yeerks and all of that. Like, there was such great progression on that, and there were so many great ideas bouncing around in this book, but it ultimately gets 3 stars, and I do feel like we have a big discussion on our hands. So now we have the parents in the fold, and that's such an odd dynamic to me, because a lot of times in these kinds of books, these YA books or even middle grade books, the parents are usually non-existent. I mean, it does happen every now and then, it's quite rare, and the Animorphs parents have been out the loop for the longest time, so it just feels weird having them kind of there and talking about things. So it took a little while to get used to. The whole discussion of the Animorphs recruiting more people to their cause, in that kind of will they, won't they kind of battle that they have with themselves, does finally come to fruition in this one. They do decide that they will get more people into the Animorphs and joining their ranks against the Yeerks. And this is where things get like just a little bit sketchy for me, and I don't really know how to talk about it with really good nuance and stuff, so I'm sorry if I don't discuss this very well, but Cassie has the idea that they should give like the morphing powers and they should recruit disabled kids. And we've seen like topics on disability, on ableism in the past. Like it makes sense to them because the Yerks don't go for people with disabilities, because as we've also seen with the Andalites, they have this really fucked up idea that they aren't worth having on their team and like having as part of the war. Like they overlook people with disabilities for that reason. So Cassie's like, yeah, let's not overlook them, you know, they can be so important and crucial, and that's true. Disabled kids who are part of this story are so strong and so powerful. Like why wouldn't they want them to join them? But I found some of this like a little bit odd, and like some of it did again rub me up the wrong way. And kind of in terms of like how the Animorphs or like the characters interact with some of these disabled kids, because they do go to a hospital where there are disabled kids and they, you know, tell them about the Yerks and they tell them about the war and stuff, and they say like, will you join us? And we meet James, Colette, Kelly and Timmy, and they are great characters. Like they have such personality, they have such great chemistry with one another, and they have a great way of challenging the original Animorphs as well. They don't just like sit back and just like let them say what they want to them, you know, these bunch of able-bodied Animorphs in front of them saying like, we need you for this reason. But then they call them the auxiliary Animorphs, and the only way that they will kind of join their team is if James is like their leader. Like James is the main kid in this who is disabled, so like he is like, I'm going to be the leader of the auxiliary Animorphs, and challenges Jake in that. That was really good, and I love the fact that they were taking their own destiny. They had their own agency, you know, they didn't have to have the Animorphs give it to them. They were like, okay, like this is what we're gonna do, and you can either join us or fuck right off. And I love that. But again, then it's the whole morphing thing, and it's the idea of curing these disabled kids, and it's kind of the idea that they can't be part of this fight with their disabilities, and that really is not a good message to me personally. I mean, these abilities, this morphin thing, it did cure Tobias's mum from blindness, and when a body has been damaged by any kind of accident in their life, the morphing cures them of that. But if they're born with a disability, it doesn't cure them from that. But I'm still not really a fan of the whole they have to be able-bodied in order to fight, and like stripping them of their disabilities in order to be part of this fight was a choice. Like, yes, of course, like have amazing disability representation. Like, why not have all of these amazing disabled kids be part of the fight? But why do you have to take their disabilities away from them? Like, I see in terms of the whole world, this is how the world is built, and I feel again like this is, well, not exactly a reflection of the real world, but like there's so much against disabled kids and just disabled people in general, and I feel like the whole Animorphs world and the whole morphin system is also against disabled kids. And I could probably go deeper with that, I won't, but I feel like there's no right message from this in this book. On a surface level, seeing disabled kids kick ass, yes, that's incredible. But when you actually look at it deeper and you say that the only way that they've done that is because they've been cured for 2 hours in this morphing, that is not right to me. I don't enjoy that. I didn't enjoy that. As much as I loved the new characters that were brought in, James was like fantastic. I love James. To have them kind of be used in this way as a sort of plot device almost, and it just felt so out of place. It felt unnecessary, and again, we've had this very back and forth look at ableism in the past with how rooted ableism is in Andalite society and Yerk society. I'm just like, did we have to focus on this? This could have been done in such a different way, in such a better way, if you really did want to address the issues of ableism. I just feel like it's not helped the situation at all. It's not helped the conversations that disabled kids can kick ass. And that's just my personal opinion, okay? Like, I am sorry if you disagree with that. I am totally sorry. Do chat to me in the comments below if you do have different opinions on this, because I do want to talk about it. I apologize. I probably focused too much on that. It does hinder my enjoyment though when I say stuff like this. It gets under my skin more than the actual morphing does. But yeah, that was my thoughts on it. I just say it and I just didn't like it, okay? Anyway, Tom ambushes them and he manages to kidnap some of the Animorphs as well as get the Escafil device. And we have this moment, this really, really tense moment where Jake is gonna kill his brother. And again, like, this is such a huge thing for Jake as a character, especially everything he's gone through and everything he's been trying to do to save his brother, to save his family. So yeah, that was a huge thing. And I thought, is he actually going to kill his brother? And he is about to. And then Cassie stops him. Cassie stops him from doing that, but it also means that she's allowed Tom to get away with the Escafil device, and I feel like that's gonna bite her in the arse. I feel like the consequences of that are gonna be catastrophic, and while I totally get it, she's trying to save his soul, she's trying to make sure that he doesn't cross the line where he'll never come back from it. But what has she done by doing that? That's rather exciting. Like, that could have been a whole 4-star. Honestly, like, this was so close to being a 4-star. Seeing Cassie kind of like betray the Animorphs in that. Like, is it really a betrayal? It kind of is, because she's allowed the villain to get away with the device that they've been protecting. So yeah, she chose Jake over like the greater good almost. And like, that's kind of romantic, of course, and like kind of sweet. Again, it just shows you that these kids are in an impossible position, and that is just what war is, and it just can't really escape those bad decisions. I mean, bad decision, is it a bad decision? It's just a morally great decision, I think. I can't really tell if it's like bad or good. Good for Jake in the long run that his brother didn't get killed at his own hands, because then he won't have to live with that. I'm just like, what's he gonna bloody do next? The pressure is really on. The cracks are really showing in the Animorphs, and like, I'm terrified for them. Like, I really am scared for them. Yeah, I think that's all I want to say about that book. But what I will say is I think I'm going to read the next two, maybe do an update, and then read the final two, because God, I'm just terrified. I'm terrified. It's gonna be today when I finish it, because I'm not waiting. I'm definitely not waiting. Even if I have to stay up all night to finish things and like do editing of the vlog and stuff, like, I don't care. I need to finish the series. I need to know what happens next. It's so tense. It's so tense. It is exciting. It's tense. I'm just stalling. I'm just stalling because I don't want to finish the series, but I do. But I don't. I'm scared. I'm terrified. Oh. I just filmed the entire last 4 reviews of this book, and I didn't even put the mic on. Oh no. I literally just filmed for the last hour talking about the last 4 books, and I didn't even put the mic on. I thought I was done. I thought it was over. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to talk about the 4 books again, and I've already given my emotions. Oh. I don't know if I can do it. Right, I'm just gonna have to blast through these last 4 books now, because oh my God, I talked about so much. I was almost done. Siri, play Unbreak My Heart by Toni Braxton, please.
Apple Music doesn't support that.
Let's talk about the last 4 books of Animorphs. Number 51, The Absolute. I gave it 3 stars. I don't want to talk about them again. Ugh. So this one is Marco POV, and the secret's finally out. We have all-out war in this book, and I fucking hate myself. Straight away, we see the effects of Cassie and her decision in the previous book to give the Yerks the Escafil device and gives them the morphing powers. Only Jake knows about it. The other Animorphs don't know that Cassie did that. Yeah, now the Yerks can morph. The Yerks have morphing powers. They get word that the Yerks want to control the capital. They want to get to the governor and things and control the National Guard. So Jake ends up getting Marco, Tobias, and Axe to go to the capital, while Jake, Cassie, Rachel, and the auxiliary Animorphs stay and try and hold back the Yerks. I felt really bad for Cassie, because Cassie really wanted to go, but Jake knows what she did with the Escafil device, and he's like, no, you're not allowed to go. Did Jake forget that Axe also tried to bomb the entire city and defy his orders a few books back? Because, like, obviously Jake resents Cassie a bit for allowing Tom to escape. Yeah, that has, like, a huge effect on the series going forward. And I did hate Cassie a little bit for her decision. So conflicted about it still, but there are explanations about it in a couple of books' time. Or is it the next book? Marco, Tobias, and Axe go to the capital, and there seems to be a battle around every single corner. Like, have you ever played Kingdom Hearts, where, I mean, you get attacked by Heartless all the time anyway, and you start getting towards the final boss battle, but then even more Heartless show up to just, like, really annoy you, more than anything. That's what it feels like a little bit now. Seem to be getting into the final battle, more Heartless are showing up. That's essentially what it feels like. But Marco, Tobias, and Axe, they get to the governor, they're surprised she's a woman. Why didn't they research who they were actually going to see? Because, like, they went on this whole miles and miles and miles away from home to get to this governor, and they didn't even know what she looked like. They didn't even know she was a woman. They end up morphing in front of her, but some of her, like, security and her husband are controllers. They end up having to escape with the governor, and it's kind of funny because they take her in this limo, and Marco's in his gorilla form, Axe is in his normal Andalite form, and Tobias is in a Hulk Bashir form, and it's just a, like, really funny visual and all of that. I was laughing the first time I talked about this, but, like, now again I'm, like, repeating myself because I didn't put the microphone on. That's the greatest tragedy of the Animorph series. The ending of this book was a bombshell. Like, I loved the ending of this one. It was so exciting, and it just, like, changed everything again. Like, I was loving seeing how these books were changing the game. I mean, I kind of wish some of these things were more sprinkled out throughout the series, rather than just being, like, one after the other towards the end of the series. That would have definitely benefited from a shorter series. The ending of this didn't really save the rest of it. I felt like a lot of the battles there were were kind of just there to be there. And I just don't think the ending really saved that, because a lot of it felt a little bit pointless. Not pointless, but like it was there. And at the end, the governor, having been saved by Marco and everyone, the governor tells the world that the Yeerks exist and there is an invasion. That is like, you know what I mean? Everyone knows now. The secret's out. And now it's all out war. So it just made a great start for the last 4 books. Even though the whole book as a whole was 3 stars, that ending was just like, chef's kiss. It definitely made me excited for the next 3. So the sacrifice is Axe narrated, and it's so interesting to see how much I really did love Axe to begin with in the series. Like the first 20-30 books I loved Axe. So yeah, it's interesting to see how much I kind of dislike him now. Like, he does redeem himself a little bit in this book. Like, there are redeeming things about Axe in this book, but I still think he's now my least favourite Animorph when he kind of used to be my favourite. And I just find that so interesting and heartbreaking at the same time, because like, God, I used to love him. Anyway, the Yeerks are now being very public about what they're doing now that they've been exposed, and they build this like train track thing to the Yeerk pool so that they can relentlessly get human controllers, condemn people to have these Yeerks. The Animorphs now need to destroy the Yeerk pool. They've been building towards destroying the Yeerk pool for the entire series, and they need to do it. Cassie also reveals to everyone, because again only Jake knew about it, that Cassie was the one who gave the Escafil device to Tom. Well, not gave him, but like let him get away with it. That enrages Axe. Like, he hates Cassie with a burning passion. You know, it does get rectified later on in the book, but like at the time I was just like, Axe, I don't like it right now. And he also starts hating the Animorphs as well, because the other Animorphs start to forgive Cassie, and he thinks they're forgiving her too easily. And I'm just like, Axe, you have your own secrets. Like, he's been keeping in contact with an Andalite fleet, and they reveal to Axe that they are going to essentially destroy Earth. The Andalites are kind of now the bad guys, because they want the Yeerks to take over Earth so that all the Yeerks are on one planet, and then they can just destroy Earth. Like, that's their plan. They want to quarantine Earth and blow it out of space. The Andalites, I couldn't hate them enough as it is, now want to be the big bad, the main bad guys. I knew they were scum anyway. I didn't like them anyway. That whole thing of them wanting to destroy the entire Earth was a bit left field, but also made a bit sense that they would do that. Yeah, now I'm like more scared of them than I was of the Yeerks. Well, I'm not anymore, because I've read the entire books now, but at the time I was really, really scared. But again, a redeeming factor of Axe is that when he learns this, he does choose his friends over the Andalites. So he is doing the right thing, and that's good. That's really good. I thought that was really well done. And he does as well think when Cassie died, because there is a moment where it seems like Cassie died and he finds out that she is alive, he's relieved that she's alive, so it shows that he doesn't actually hate her, and he just has these mixed feelings about her, and it was confusing for him, which is fine. And again, it does redeem him a bit, but it's still, things happened in the past. I'm still not on good terms with Axe, so, but again, I didn't fully hate him in this book, and he definitely redeemed himself by the end. It was nice to see glimpses of friendship between the Animorphs again in this one, because I felt like we slipped away from having this bond between them. I mean, we keep getting really good character development of them individually, but like as a unit, as friends, we haven't really gotten too much of them lately, so that was really nice to see like some touching moments between them too. But it does lead towards the Animorphs actually destroying the Yeerk pool, finally, but in doing so, it does end up destroying some of the city, and a lot of innocent lives are lost. It feels like a bit like a hollow victory, and this is something that I've been really excited for since the start of the series. Like, I've been wanting them to destroy this Yeerk pool for the longest time, but now it's finally happened. I'm like, well, did I actually want that? I'm not really overjoyed at the fact that they've destroyed it, but like, I'm not sad about it, but I'm not happy. This series has done such a good job of playing my emotions and like what I think is the right thing to do, and I do think they didn't have a choice. Like, they definitely didn't have a choice, because they needed to say that, well, the Yeerks aren't playing fair, so if the Animorphs want any kind of leg in this war, then they need to also not play fair, and that was kind of like what they were left with. It does give them a huge advantage, but yeah, it just, even they aren't really that overjoyed at the fact that they've done this, even though they've been working towards doing it for a long time. Like, I feel part of this war now, and I'm thinking, what cost? At what cost? So yeah, these huge victories are coming, and I don't feel accomplished. You know what I mean? I do want them to win. Well, I know what happens, and I still wanted them to destroy the Yeerk pool, but I don't know any other way around it. It didn't feel like a victory, and it should have. Did I mention I gave this one 3 stars? Because I did. I gave this one 3 stars. It definitely did have that big moment that I was waiting for, but I just didn't feel satisfied from it, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. I think that was the point. It's very confusing, but also so fantastic to watch. So now we're on to the penultimate book, and this is narrated by Jake, which is a really good choice, because again, he has been the leader of the group. He's been so affected by so much that's happened in the group, and it's still not over yet. I was so hoping this book would get 5 stars, because this book literally does end the war. This is when all the major battles happen. I only gave this one 4 stars. I say only, it's still a really fantastic rating, but I genuinely was hoping for the 5, and something does bring it down from the 5 that I want to talk about. Yeah, for the most part, this was a really great book and very exciting. My heart was in my mouth the entire time reading it, and I just wasn't expecting or knowing where it was going to go. And there are decisions made in this that have such huge repercussions in the next one. It was a really great book. It was. So now the Yeerks are desperate for a Yeerk pool now that the Animorphs have destroyed their main source of the Controna rays, and Visa 1 has a pool ship coming to Earth. So obviously the Animorphs want to stop that from happening, because if they can do that, then they will have the greatest win in this war, because now the Yeerks will not have anything to feed from. And the Animorphs' plan in this one is to capture the ship. So we also have the Taxxons, which I don't even think I've mentioned in this vlog, but they are an alien species that chose to join the Yeerks in the war, so they're on the Yeerk side. But they are this species that have this insatiable hunger, and they are digging a new Yeerk pool for the Yeerks. And Cassie decides, or like suggests, that they should attack them and stop them from doing this. While that's happening, Jake is kidnapped or like caught by the Taxxons, and they actually want to make peace with the Animorphs. They want to join the Animorph side, mainly because they want morphing abilities so that they can become Nothlits, which is what Tobias is, and stop their hunger. And Jake is like a little bit conflicted by that, but also that could be great for them. And it's also just shows you just like how desperate this species is of getting rid of some of their pain. And it's a little bit like the Yeerks, how the Yeerks have said for a long time that they just want to live their lives, or at least some of them do anyway. There are some evil Yeerks, but when we got that whole book with Cassie quite early on, where she talks with a Yeerk and they say like there are just some Yeerks that just want to live. So it was interesting to explore that, and Jake does end up agreeing. But what's also really interesting is that Jake proposes to Cassie, and that came out of nowhere. Like I had a more genuine reaction to this when I talked about it the first time. But yes, he asked her to marry him, and Cassie says, ask me in a year when the war's over and say how you feel then, which is a good response. Firstly, I was a little bit critical of that, because I was thinking, oh, they're only 16. But at the same time, like, they've seen so much and they've been through so much together, probably more so than an adult ever experiences their entire life. So, like, does it really matter that they're 16? No. And knowing what happens next, I'm kind of just like, this is the last great joy between Jake and Cassie, to be honest. So I kind of have to relish in that and just take that what it is. Tom ends up coming, and his Yeerk wants to join Jake and defeat Visa 1. And Jake thinks that Tom is going to betray him, and he's right. And I'm foggy, even though I've already just discussed this, I'm still a bit foggy on what happened, because so much happens. But Jake ends up enlisting Eric's help, and Eric morphs into Cassie, gets taken onto Visa 1 and Tom's ship, or like the pool ship, and they don't believe that Cassie would just be captured easily. So Visa 1 and Tom demand a Taxxon to eat Cassie alive. Well, the Taxxon is actually Tobias, and they make this projection, this hologram thing that makes it look like the Taxxon is eating Cassie alive, which convinces Visa 1 and Tom. So Tom gets sent to go onto the Blade ship with Rachel on him. So Jake told Rachel to go on Tom as a flea and stay with him. And that decision, that command comes back at the very start of the next book, so keep that in mind. While this is all happening, something that really pissed me off, and I genuinely did not like this, was when the auxiliary Animorphs all get killed. What was the point in trying to empower disabled kids if you're just going to kill them off? What reason? They just felt like pawns to the Animorphs. It felt like a huge disservice to them. And I had my, problems with it, and I do talk more about it when I talk about the Ultimate, and I go more in depth about my whole thoughts on that. I'm just left baffled at what the whole point was in doing that, because they just all died. I genuinely hate that. I just think it was very tasteless, again, to give disabled children like this power just to eliminate them. And I had problems with that to begin with anyway, with the whole like morphing thing and having them only be empowered when they don't have their disability. I just hate that. And this series has done so well with dealing with other things, especially like war and character development. But what it's like sorely lacked in is really good disability representation. I just don't think it's handled it well at all, and I just feel so bad about it. And that is what dragged it down from a 5 to a 4. I couldn't in good conscience give this one a complete 5-star knowing what happens to the auxiliary Animorphs. I just can't do it. So then we have Jake make another decision that comes back to bite him in the bum in the last book, and that is when he's on the pool ship. He ends up flushing out these Yeerks, killing 17,000 unhorsted innocent Yerks. That decision does come back to bite him. Like, I thought that was going to be a victory, and it is. Like, it's a huge victory because this is what defeats Visser 1. This is what defeats the bad guy. I felt hollow. I didn't feel empowered by that decision, and I didn't feel like we won. I just didn't feel that. And that is a good thing. Like, that is something that even the Animorphs also feel. Like, they've now won this war. Like, at what cost? Like, they've changed, and their decisions to lead up to this point have been so great. I feel like there wasn't a way for them to win and it feel like a win, you know? So I thought it was brilliantly done in that regard, but also, like, I just wanted that big eureka moment where they've taken down the Visser 1, and they do defeat Visser 1, but it's, like, they don't kill him, but, like, it was a hollow victory. It was hollow, and I both love it and hate it. At the end, we have Tom on the Blade ship with Rachel on him. Like, he doesn't know Rachel's there. We have Jake and the Animorphs in the pool ship, and they can see the Blade ship. They can see Tom. They can see what's happening. And at the end, Jake says to Rachel to attack Tom. Dun dun dun. That's how the book ends. When you know how the next book opens, you will know that's a huge thing. Honestly, it flabbergasted me. It kicked me in the teeth. It punched me in the gut. It slapped me across the face. It was a lot. The next book is a lot. So then the final book. And you know what, this just feels so disingenuous now because I have already talked about this and I gave my genuine reactions to what happens. But I am numb. And the start of this final book, the beginning, book number 54, oh my god, it tore out my liver. I don't know why my liver, I don't know why I focused on that specifically. Yeah, it tore it out and it stamped on it and it hurt. Like, the start of this book hurts. So yeah, Jake has told Rachel to attack Tom. Different things happening here in this scene that just, like, tore me apart, but we do have Rachel and Tom fight. Rachel wins. She does end up killing Tom, and Tom, in, like, one of his final words, says to Jake, stop her. And that's his brother. Tom is watching his brother watch him die, and he's pleading to his brother to stop, and that is fucked up. Like, do you know how fucked up that is? Again, in all that, we went there. This is a series that wasn't shy of going there, and that was just a huge moment in itself, and we could have ended it there, quite honestly, and I kind of wish it had. But then, once Tom's dead, one of Tom's comrades kills Rachel. Rachel dies. Rachel is the death that I knew was going to come. I just didn't know it was Rachel. I was devastated. It's devastating because before Rachel dies, she tells Tobias that she loves him. Dig that knife in a little bit deeper, why don't you, K.A. Applegate? And knowing as well that Cassie and Jake don't end up together either, it's like two of my ships, two of the romantic relationships in the Animorphs series just don't even happen. And we have Cassie and Jake don't end up together. And then we have Rachel and Tobias, and Rachel dies. It's so heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking for Tobias. At her funeral, her ashes are in an urn, and Tobias flies off with them. And you can tell how devastated he is. He is torn apart by this. I mean, Jake's torn apart by this as well. Honestly, it's such a touching scene. It's devastating, honestly. Like, again, I feel numb. I feel ruined by this book series, honestly. But yeah, we do have all of that. So that's the end of the war. The Andalites still wanted to destroy Earth, but the Animorphs and Visser 1, who is, like, surrendered and stuff, have convinced the Andalites not to blow up Earth. Like, they've surrendered and everything's fine now. Things happen. Visser 1 is now on trial and stuff. I think it's like 2-3 years later or something. Visser is on trial and Jake speaks out against him. But then Jake is labelled a war criminal for killing those 17,000 Yerks. And that, like, messes Jake up as well. Like, Jake has really bad PTSD. He is suffering from depression. This is such a depressing book. It's so dark and it feels so bleak. I just felt so bad for Jake. The other Animorphs as well have done pretty well for themselves. Cassie's an activist. They're all rich and famous as well, by the way. Marco's a spokesperson and an actor. He's doing pretty well for himself. Tobias is Tobias. Axe has his own fleet now and he's, like, in space. Axe does end up getting captured, which prompts the last action-y thing to happen in the series, because as all of this flash forwarding was happening, we were going years and years into the future from the end of the war and seeing what happened to the Animorphs next. Everything was just getting, like, bleak and depressing, and I wasn't sure where it was going, but we do have, Axe getting kind of captured, and Jake, Tobias, and Marco want to go and rescue him. So they take a ship, they call the ship the Rachel, which was heartbreaking, and go and try and save Axe. Cassie isn't part of that. Cassie has her own romantic relationship now and she's happy, which is great, really. I'm happy for Cassie being happy. Yeah, I don't know if this is how I wanted the series to end, because then we have Jake, Tobias, and Marco in their ship and they come across the One, and the One is like this alien, and this alien has assimilated Axe, which I think means they've made Axe part of the One. So like Axe doesn't really like exist as he was before. He's part of the One, he's part of this alien. At the end, Jake tells them to ram the One and ram them. You don't know if they survive it. That's how the book ends. You don't know if Marco, Jake, and Tobias survive. I don't know how I feel about it, honestly. Like, we've left on a cliffhanger. It's a bit like when Rachel and David, that whole scenario where we don't know if Rachel killed David. It kind of left it to the reader to decide. It's a little bit like that, but like it's the end of the series. Like, this is the last thing that we know and see. I just wish for a bit more closure. But I guess with a series this size, it's hard for proper closure. It's hard for all the answers to be answered and for things to be tied up beautifully. I knew that wasn't going to happen, but I did just want a bit more closure and maybe just a bit more happiness. Like, the bleakness in this book was so much. It's very true and representative of what the characters have been through and this war that's been going on for so long. But again, though, I just feel so empty after this series. I feel so defeated. I feel like the victories that I should have been celebrating didn't feel like victories, and yay, we won, but again, at what cost? But the final book does just get 4 stars. It just wasn't quite 5 stars for me. I don't know what would have made it 5 stars, to be honest. It didn't hit it. It wasn't one of my favorites of the series. In fact, I think I preferred the book before to this one. This book was effective in literally slapping you in the face, so I'll give it that. The ending depressed me. It's just, it's such a bleak book. That's all I can pretty much say about it, I think. But I think that is just a testament to how the series was written. I still take issue with how disability was represented in this series. In everything else, in character development, in plot, in the whole like story of the series and 54 books was just so brilliantly done that I'm just surprised, because I genuinely thought a series where kids turn into animals would just be silly. It wasn't silly. It wasn't silly in the slightest. There were silly books and there were some silly premises and honestly some ridiculous things happen. And those stains on the series doesn't kind of eclipse what else the series achieved in what it was trying to say about war and these characters. So it was effective. It's made me feel empty and numb and all of the feelings. I'm still trying to process my feelings, actually, because even though I've already talked about this twice now, I feel like I need days. I need days to sit on this and really get my feelings in check. And it's just an interesting thing, isn't it? It's so interesting to say how much I actually really enjoyed the Animorphs series. The series as a whole has been absolutely fantastic. When I think about what I was saying about war and the character development of the main characters, which is so brilliantly done. It took such a, what could have been a silly premise and made it something really great, focusing on the plot and what it was doing with the main characters. I couldn't fault it for the decisions it made for the characters. Yeah, I just really ended up loving the series. There was only one 5-star book. A lot of them were 3 and 4 star. There may have been one 1-star and a lot of 2 stars as well. But I think overall, it was really well done. It was a great series. I feel relieved but also empty and numb. So yeah, I will be doing a whole ranking of all of the Animorphs books from worst to best on my channel, so don't forget to subscribe to see that if you would like to see that. I would also like to do maybe a reading vlog reading the 10 side stories, like the Megamorphs and all of the other kind of books in the Animorphs series. I might do a little vlog on that. Let me know if you want to say that in the comments. Like the video as well if you enjoyed. Like, it would mean the world to me if you like this video. Put so much time and effort into it that it would just be so nice. So thank you in advance if you do like this video. But yeah, I don't have anything else in me to talk about the Animorphs series. It's been a ride. It's been a roller coaster ride, and I'm so happy to be getting off now. And yeah, that's it. So thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. I want to give a huge thank you to my patrons for just being incredible, being so patient this month with me, being so busy with reading the Animorphs books. Honestly, you guys are the best. I love you all so, so much. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I will hopefully see you in the next video. Bye.